Imagine if suddenly you are transported to a world where women are stronger and more direct, while men are submissive and weaker. After arriving there, the goddess who brought you to this world tells you that to go back to Earth, you need to be a masculine man in this feminist world. While all the men are passive, waiting for the girls to make the first move, and the girls are aggressively pursuing men, you have the task of flipping the script and proving that men can also make things happen. Or perhaps you might just accept the sad fate of being tormented by assertive women every day and remain in this world. Even at home, your stepsister tries to get you to do some unholy things. To make things harder for you, you are now extremely attractive, and in this world, girls don't hold back. Your good looks make it even harder to take control of situations. When you go to school, all the girls are trying to hit on you. When you return home, your sister is trying to create content for a paid platform. Even when you go for a walk, thugs are dangerous and willing to steal all your future prospects. You try to get a job only to get hit on by a 2-meter-tall CEO who doesn't hold back. How can you be the one to take the initiative and make girls more submissive to you in such a crazy world? If you fail, you will assimilate into this world, unintentionally becoming more and more feminine. You need to rush to prove you're a Chad. The name of our protagonist is Zhang Hao, and let me tell you a little something about him. He's a straight shooter who goes out with his brothers to drink every day after work and hits on girls without hesitation. But right now, he feels like something is in the wrong genre here. What is this gender-bender stuff? Is this some sort of dream? He asks himself. He explains that he was going home after a stressful day of work when suddenly, the moon became red. Everyone in the city vanished, and the next thing he knew, he woke up as this young pretty boy with all his memories intact. Suddenly, someone shouts at his door. It's his dad saying, How, why aren't you awake yet? Our protagonist is confused. Dad? His dad tells him to get up, saying, I was told that you and Long Long made some sort of appointment to go shopping today. Your dad is going out to get some groceries. Did you forget? We're having dinner with Aunt John. You're a boy, and you need to take better care of yourself. Go learn how to put on some makeup with your friend, because I'm sure he could teach you. Now get up and dress. Our boy is lost, thinking, what am I? My friend will teach me makeup. Who the hell is that? Who is the guy named Long Long? Why am I called How? Why is there so much cute stuff? And why did my dad tell me to use makeup? Suddenly, his cell phone rings and someone shouts, How, open the door. He thinks maybe it's his brother Long from his past life, a buff guy with tattoos who is a true bro, always inviting him to drink beer with the boys. So he quickly takes off his cute clothes and runs to the door. But outside, the blonde guy says, oh my god, seriously, how? It's not cool making a handsome guy like me wait for so long. What if a girl with bad intentions is out there? Creepy. Zhang Hao is confused and asks, where is brother Long? Because this guy is definitely not him. But from inside the house, his father calls Long to enter. His father grabs his friend and says, look at this clothing, how? You should learn how to dress better from him, and Long thanks his father. But his father doesn't stop and says that his skin is too dry and he should pay more attention to skincare. Our protagonist thinks, skincare, makeup. What is this world I've been transported into? At that moment, he receives some memories from the guy who used to live in his body. In this world, the gender roles are reversed and everything in history is swapped. Since ancient times, all the empires in this world have been led by women, and men stay at home to take care of the children. Women are biologically stronger than men who have less strength, stamina, and power. Our protagonist just wants to know how he got into this mess. Sometime later, while walking in the city, his friend says, oh my god, how? We should get our nails done at the mall later, and we can also get some facial masks for you. Also, do you have some pepper spray? I've heard from social media that female gangs and hooligans are becoming more unruly these days. Our protagonist shouts at him to drop the cute stuff. You want to buy a mask? Go buy it yourself. Screw this reverse world, there will be no swap genders. He grabs Long's wrists and runs to a tattoo shop. Come on, dude. We're going to fix this girly look. He opens the door of the tattoo studio and shouts, hey boss, give me one of those dragon tattoos or one of those Chinese mafia gang tattoos now. But the girls stop him, saying that tattoos are a girl's thing and he shouldn't get one unless he's a bad boy. Suddenly, he takes off his shirt, saying, I'm not going to get lectured by a bunch of girls. When they see him shirtless, the legendary reverse nosebleed happens. The girls shout that if he's going to strip, they are willing to throw some money. But he doesn't stop and says, I want a blue dragon, a phoenix, and a white tiger. But Long shouts at him to stop, saying, you're being so indecent. After all that, he gets back home thinking, Jesus, the day keeps getting worse and worse. But that's when the thickest, juiciest, plumpest stepsister ever known to mankind appears. He enters her room without thinking and quickly runs out. Later that day at dinner, his dad says, didn't I tell you earlier? Your aunt and Kin are going to stay here for some time. That's when he understands the situation. His dad is marrying again, and that's why the girl is here. They are moving in because this house is bigger. But Kin doesn't stop looking at him. Back in his room, he's exhausted because his body is really weak since the guy who lived in it never exercised. He thinks he can imagine himself getting dolled up with cute makeup and dresses. Goddammit, I couldn't even get a tattoo today. So this is it. I'm living in a world where females are ruling. Dad and brother Ho became different people. If everything is reversed, do I need to act feminine? He shouts, I would never do that, and throws a teddy bear. I don't want to do this cute shit. But the bear becomes the smallest toy in the room when compared to two gigantic spheres. Jang Hao apologizes, but his sister rushes and throws him without a single ounce of hesitation. Poor boy. Our hero tells her that she's drunk, but she just takes his face to a warm, oozy mountain exploration while asking, How, did you miss me? He doesn't know what to say. She sees that he's getting shy and asks, Why do you look so red? Are you sick? Want me to take a look? Zhang Hao, with his nose bleeding and a plain face, says he's very oak. Later that night, someone says, Wake up now. His eyes are half closed, but suddenly he notices another one of those plump creatures ready to attack him. Our boy gets scared and asks, What the hell? Who are you? She asks, You don't remember who I am. Then she grabs him by the chin and says, I'm the entity that brought you to this world. He remembers the moment the red moon appeared and feels the same sensation. He says, So it was you. You're crazy. Why did you even bring me to this world? What did I ever do to you? She explains that she is the goddess of the red moon. I heard your pathetic prayers. Weren't you the one who complained about still being a virgin in the old world? There are so many girls in this world, and all of them would like to dry you up. But he asks her to take him back, saying, There's not a single normal girl in this world. Send me back home. She stares at him, calling him an ungrateful human. She says that if he completes a task, she will let him go. He asks what the task is, and she says, Back in the old world, didn't you always rant about trying to become a real man? Weren't you the one who said real men should always lift? Isn't that something you said? The task I will give you is very simple. If you become a real man in this feminist world, you might have an opportunity to find your way back. But if you are unable to do that, you will have to assimilate into this world. He asks if that means he's going to become a femboy, and she answers, Maybe, but is it really so bad? Then she vanishes, telling him to give this world a chance, and he would have a great time every day if he wanted. The next day, he wakes up and thinks, Damn, that was a strange dream. But when he looks to his side, he realizes it wasn't a dream. He starts to get ready, thinking, How the hell am I supposed to feel about all of this? But there's one thing I know, I look way too pretty for a dude. He decides he needs to learn more about this world. Sometime later, after reading a lot of newspapers, he thinks, You gotta be kidding. A 20-year-old male college student was sued for refusing to marry a rich cowgirl. Another student boy was sentenced for murdering his wife. What the hell is this? Even the crimes are reversed. And that isn't even the bad part. In this place, they have a way to know if a guy is still a virgin. Scientifically, males in this world are just too feminine. Physiological quirks resemble women in my previous world. Even male menstruation, dear God. This world is a nightmare for me. Is there no other way to go back? Put aside the blood moon god scene. I could technically go back if I can understand what happened the night I came here and try to make it happen again so I can go back. But then he thinks, wait a minute, hold up. How am I gonna do this? I'm just a broke-ass high school student and I don't know anyone. Screw it. I'll have to leave this theory for later. But voice interrupts, You're awake. She blinks at him. Your other sister made you some breakfast. Would you like some? Oh, alright, breakfast sounds cool. Damn. Suddenly he's like, okay, not gonna lie, Blue Moon Goddess, this world isn't that bad. The next chapter starts with him getting ready for school. I gotta say, my face is kinda handsome. Chill out, dude. But it's still too feminine for my own taste. Today will be the day I go to school since coming to this world. Going back to school again. I don't know, I have some mixed feelings. When he goes to the kitchen, his stepfather is slapping his dead ass. I don't know if I like what I'm seeing. So he just excuses himself and runs to school, of course, with his best friend, Long Long. How, look at this lipstick I just got. Isn't the color great? He retorts, Get the f*** out of here, bro. Long Long responds, Oh my god, what's wrong with you? We used to do this often. You've changed. Listen here, how, I don't know about you, but I have a different concept of being a real man. And frankly, I want to become a real Chad. Long Long is like, how, you want to become a Chad? Like one of those macho men? That's not good. No one will want to marry you. He's getting angry. What are you saying? But then Long Long grabs him and says, There's someone there looking at us. And what? We are two guys. Long Long insists, Look there. Standing there is a girl who looks like a ratchet mod. John Hao says, What? You were afraid of that? Two big men like us, afraid of some girl like her? She's harmless. And if she comes here to hurt you, I'll smack her all the same. I'm all about gender equality. Long Long is sweating. No, are you asleep? What nonsense are you talking about? You can't even lift a single brick. John Hao responds, What are you saying? I used to go to the gym every night. I used to join the MMA club. He grabs Long Long and runs to the school. Long Long protests, Oh my god, I hate running. I'll have to redo my makeup. John Hao thinks, Why am I running? And why is this body so weak? But then they arrive at Elysium Business School. Even here, everything is different from their old world. Girls are definitely stronger here. To think that gender roles have changed so drastically, not to mention that his current family is wealthy enough to send him to a private school like this. Then he gets to his classroom where a boy is asking a girl, Can you open this bottle for me? She replies, Okay, cutie, I'll do that for you. Piece of cake. He's like, What? The guy can't even open a bottle? He grabs it. Let me try that. I refuse to believe I can't even open this bottle of water. He tries to open the bottle. Oh, wait. This thing is really tight. Is this normal? Full restraint? Ultra instinctive. Everyone is looking. His hand is already hurting. I give up. I've become so freaking weak. What kind of man am I? If I can't even open a bottle of water, I'm a failure. The girl opens the bottle easily for the guy. A bunch of girls gather around him. What's wrong? How? Do you want me to open the bottle for you? I can do it. Not gonna lie, this world isn't that bad, is it? But he just sits at his desk, feeling defeated. Long notices and says that he's been acting strange. So don't worry about him. Emotional damage. The next chapter starts with him walking down the corridor. Long wants to stay with him. Wait for me. How? We should head to the toilet together. He just runs off. No shit. I don't need him with me. As he walks through the corridors, all the girls are like, oh my god, look at his skin. It's so porcelain smooth. His buttocks are so pretty. I want to squeeze it. He's so dreamy. Damn, so that's how sexual harassment feels, right? He thinks. I need to do something about my body. I'm still too weak. I need to find a place where I can exercise. Somewhere I can get stronger. On his phone, he looks up Muay Thai beginner classes. This seems legit. I should check it out. But muscle training alone won't help me become a true Chad. I need to be mentally prepared for this too. Who's gonna carry the boats? Becoming a true Chad is a state of mind. That's when his classmate Yuan comes up to talk with him. He's shocked by her sudden appearance. Are you some sort of ninja? You're sneaking up on me. She apologizes, saying she was calling him, but he was just looking at his phone. Suddenly, she gets way too close, way too fast, asking if he's sure he's not doing anything wrong. You're not talking to a girl, right? He panics, no. Like hell I would. I'm a traditional guy. Don't get so close to me. Men and women shouldn't get so close in public. But she's fast. She takes his hand, commenting on how soft and beautiful his hands are. Oh my god, these girls are so aggressive, he thinks. Pay attention to yourself, Yuan. Girls shouldn't act this way. She notices he's different today. You weren't acting like this before, she remarks. Maybe you haven't slept well recently. I know a good massage method. Let me rub your hands. She moves to grab him, but he tries to stop her. What? How is this girl so strong? I can't push her away. Fortunately, the teacher enters the room. Hurry back to your seats, students. The class is about to start. Miss Madeline, English teacher. John Hao reads the book and realizes he understands everything, which is strange because he graduated a long time ago. At least in this alternate universe, he's a top student. He confidently looks at the teacher. Ask me anything and I will answer with no problem. She adjusts her glasses, John Hao. Hey, I'm ready. She asks, are you all right? Is it hot today? Do you want to visit the infirmary? He replies, what the hell? I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me, teacher. All the girls comment that he's acting strange today. He shrugs, you know what? Screw it. I'll just do whatever I want. Next, he's walking with Long, who asks, what's wrong? You look so tired. How? He responds, you have no idea how I feel. Of course I'm tired. I'm very mentally tired. Then a girl holding 3 basketballs comes up to him. How? I just scored a 3-point shot. Didn't I look kinda cool? He's like, what the hell? As they walk down some stairs, a guy throws himself on the floor. How? Why did you push me? Trying to frame him. God damn it, he thinks. Getting attention from girls is one thing, but them grabbing my booty is another. This shitty reverse world is bullshit. I just want to go back to the old Earth. That's when another girl comes up to him. How? I've liked you since I met you. Will you go out with me? He's frustrated, thinking, God damn it. That's why I hate this world. Why is a girl confessing to me? Sorry, right now I'm not looking for a relationship. My mental health is deteriorating. He walks away and Long jealously remarks, oh my god, you received 20 confessions just today. I want to be a popular boy like you. He's just like, cut it out. Let's eat something. In the cafeteria line, he's thinking, what should I order? He looks at the other guy's plates, which are barely filled with food. He asks Long, why is everyone eating so little? Long replies, what are you saying? How? Every guy needs to eat like that or you're gonna get fat. He goes to take his food and asks for some salads and fried veggies. He's puzzled. What? Not even rice. You're gonna faint in the afternoon. But Long says, oh no, I'm just trying to lose some weight. That's when our boy realizes the difference in calorie needs in this world. He makes a mental list. How to be a real man. Step 1, exercise. Step 2, ask your bro Long to coach me. Step 3, get rid of all the flirty clothing I've got in my wardrobe. Step 4, be a Chad instead of a pretty boy. He rushes to the counter. Hey aunt, give me everything you have. I want to eat pork. I want a ribeye steak. I want a large portion of everything. Give me some good Asian rice as well. Long is shocked. Why are you eating so much? You'll get fat. How responds, a real man should eat more. I gotta eat to exercise after all. You wouldn't understand. Everyone in the cafeteria is staring at him, whispering, oh my god, why is he eating so much? I think he's just showing off. Then Li Feng shows up. Why do you eat so much? You look like some desperate foreigner working at hard labor jobs. Our boy just stares at him. Who are you? Li Feng responds, Zheng Hao, are you joking with me again? We studied together. Or have you gained so much weight that it went to your brain? Zheng Hao retorts, you're blind. I'm just trying to eat. First, you diss immigrant workers. Next, you diss fat people. So you're a racist and fatphobic. You're all sorts of nasty, huh? Liu Feng is taken aback and starts to cry. I was saying all that for your own good. Why do you say that about me? The girl starts siding with Liu Feng. Why did Zheng Hao make him cry? That was so unnecessary. But clearly he's just trying to manipulate everyone. Public opinion seems to be against Hao Hao until another girl steps in. How much Hao Hao eats is his business. Are you saying boys can't eat a lot? That's just discrimination against your own gender. She turns to our protagonist. Hao Hao, you're very hungry today, aren't you? If you need more meat. Hao Hao was momentarily taken aback, thinking, not gonna lie, she's pretty. But Liu Feng yells, Zhao Yun and Zheng Hao, you two. Hao Hao cuts him off. If you have something else to say it. If not, shut up and let your grandpa eat, alright? Leave now. Long Long, puzzled, asks, why are you calling yourself a grandpa? That doesn't make sense. But the girl, Zhao Yun, seems to like it, saying it's more attractive, like a wild kitty. Liu Feng storms off, you're all vulgar people, you know. Zhao Yun tries to offer more food, saying Hao Hao has all the time to eat. Hao Hao asks Long Long, who is this girl? Long Long replies, did you hit your head? That's Zhao Yun. She's had a crush on you for ages. Zhao Yun turns to Long Long. That game I introduced to you, League of Legends, have you tried it? Long Long hesitates. No, the game is too difficult. Boys aren't suited to play such games. Don't you want to play something like Candy Crush? Zheng Hao interjects, League of Legends. Are you talking about a 5v5, MOBA-style, arena-type PvP game? Long Long is surprised. What? Do you even know about it? You said games were just for girls. Zheng Hao retorts. Only girls play games in this world. What is the logic? Zhao Yun clarifies, that's not true. There are boys playing the game too. They're just not as good as the girls at the pro level. But hey, Hao Hao, shall we play together? Hao Hao stands up. I usually play support or jungle. I'm going back to the classroom. Boss Long, are you coming? They leave and Zhao Yun lemons, oh my god, when will Hao Hao ever accept me? Back in the classroom, Hao Hao contemplates there are no pro players like Yuzi or Faker, but are the girls really that good in this world? What if the skill level isn't the same? I need to find a match to watch. The definition of being a real man in this world, what exactly does it mean? He asks Long Long, who's the girl alone in the window? Long Long responds, you mean her? Her name is Ming Wu Weiha, a transfer student. Long Long then shies away asking, hey Boss Long, are you interested in her? Zhang Hao replies, I mean, she's pretty, but she doesn't talk. I don't know. Zhang Hao grabs Long Long and says, nonsense. Just go up there and talk to her right now. Come on, boss. But Long Long hesitates. No, it should be the reverse. Men now have to take the lead. Zhang Hao insists, this is the past. Men now have to take the lead. He approaches her. Hello, I'm your classmate Zhang Hao, and this is Boss Long. Nice to meet you, Ming Wu Weiha. Normally girls would flock around him, but this girl doesn't react that way. Zhang Hao wonders about her story. He prompts Long Long, hey, say something. Long Long awkwardly asks, how are you? She replies, good. Zhang Hao notices the novel in her hands and asks, is that a novel you're reading? Long Long tries to discourage him. Stop it. She doesn't want to talk with us. But Zhang Hao presses on, yo, my bro here thinks you don't want to talk with us. She responds, I don't have an opinion on that. Zhang Hao thinks maybe she's just a little antisocial. He extends his hand. Hey, if you want to chat with someone, let's be friends. She hesitates, then says, oh, okay. Zhang Hao feels like this is the beginning of his journey to becoming a real man. Just then, Yuan shows up. Why are you bothering a transfer student? Zhang Hao gets an idea. Bingo. I know what I'm going to do. Thanks, Yuan. He then says to Ming Wu Weiha, you want to be friends with this girl? She's reluctant. Gaiden doesn't want to. But Zhang Hao blinks. Yes. She finally agrees. Okay, I'd love to. As Zhang Hao walks back to his desk, Yuan says, thank you. He smiles back. Back at home, Zhang Hao is listening to some Sigma male music. Can you break my heart? Suddenly, his sister shows up. What are you doing here in your room? He responds, I'm just listening to some music. Do you need something? She approaches him. What's wrong, Hao Hao? He brushes it off. It's nothing. She gets closer. Can I listen too? Zhang Hao panics. Oh my god. Why so close, girl? She comments, seems like Hao Hao here likes to listen to rock music. I guess our Hao Hao is very different from other boys. Different isn't so bad, is it? As she gets closer, he thinks, why is she coming up so close? Crap, what should I do? What would a real man do? The angel and demon on his shoulders argue. Endure it, Hao Hao. The path of the Sigma male is to resist temptation. The demon counters, forget Sigma, bro. A real alpha male should be the top G. If the girl delivers herself, you have to devour. In a moment of panic, he takes her by the shoulders and throws her onto the bed. She looks at him surprised. Damn, Hao. What's wrong? Do you need a hug? He's sweating, trying to regain control. Hey, I can't hold back. Suddenly, a strange memory flashes in his mind. You're mine. Wherever you go, I'll find you. He's shocked and steps back. What was that? What's up with the memory? His sister, concerned, grabs him by the shoulders. Are you sick, Hao? You're looking a little pale. He brushes it off, saying he just needs some sleep. Do you think I would look better with a shorter hairstyle? He, confused, responds, you look good in anything. He thinks, is it just me, or is my goddess and my sister a little weird? Screw it. I've got a siscon for sure. Gotta get rid of this beta male status ASAP. Determined to change his image, Jong Ho goes to a salon. The attendant greets him. Are you here for a haircut? You look so beautiful already. I'll make the best hairdresser for you. He insists, I'm fine. I just need a haircut. It doesn't matter. Sometime later, a woman shows up to sit here beautiful. What sort of hairstyle do you want? He replies, I don't really care. As long as it's short. Just cut it however you want. It doesn't have to be pretty. The hairstylist looks puzzled. I've never heard a request like that before. Any style him. She contemplates, I got it. He wants the opposite. The hairstylist teases, maybe he wants me to make him look even better. Ha, he's so sly. She then tells him, I will make you even more handsome. After what feels like ages, she finally finishes. All done. What do you think? Is it short enough? John Ha was shocked, thinking, what the hell? She cut it short, but now I'm even cuter. The hairstylist says there's no need to pay me. All I want is a photo so we can promote it for our future customers. He quickly declines, no pictures, I'll pay for it. She reluctantly agrees, all right, just let me know if you need any help from a professional salon. As he leaves, John Ha thinks, having an extra bit of style and charisma is great. I guess I can try to get used to this. Later, back at home, he examines his new hairstyle. Wow, this hairstyle doesn't exactly scream dominant male. It's funny for now. Haircut is done. Now I need new clothing. Let's see what I have right now. He looks through his wardrobe, frustrated. Damn, why do I only have this type of clothing? Sometime later, his dad calls for him. What's up? His dad, shocked, asks, what did you do to your hair? Why would you cut it so short? John Ha tries to explain, come on, Dad, I want to have my hair like this. It was bothering my eyes and was hard to see. His dad, clearly upset, says, are you trying to piss me off? Is this fun for you? Why did you cut it? Before things escalate, Kin steps in. She smiles, how you like it. John Ha thinks, God damn it. She then tells their dad to take it easy, saying, there's nothing wrong with what he did. He looks way cuter this way, so don't be so mad. With things settled, she asks Zhang Hao to come to her room, saying she has a present for him. He's curious, wondering, oh my god, what's her room going to look like? I don't know what I'm expecting. It's probably just going to look normal. She goes to her desk and grabs something, saying she bought it in a hurry but hopes he likes it. Zhang Hao was surprised to see it's a pair of earrings. He thinks they look expensive, but she reassures him, as long as you like them, I'll buy you anything. He thinks to himself, damn, did I get a new sister or a sugar mama? In his room, Zhang Hao stares at the black diamond earrings, contemplating whether to return them. But being a broke kid, he decides to keep them. Just then, he receives a message from Long Long. How, take a look at this. My new novel is up. I've already signed the contract. Soft and cute femboy versus the sassy CEO boss lady. A tale of forbidden love. Zhang Hao thinks, what is this? Then he gets an idea. That's right, I could write a novel too. I could bring some stories from my world to this one and make some quick cash. Let's see, what should I write? The Return of the SS Soldier, or maybe Solo Leveling, or should I write Overflow? He boy. A few hours later, after expanding on his ideas and borrowing elements from various novels, he's done. I'm calling it A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World. The next chapter starts at school. He receives a message. Congratulations, your novel has passed the signing application for the web novel. Please contact the editor in charge. John Hao is thrilled. Finally, I'm going to start earning some money. Writing a story every day is hard, but it's better than having no money in this world. Feeling celebratory, he decides, I'm going to buy some ice cream. As he heads to the store, he thinks the shop seems familiar. He recalls some memories. When I first met her, I thought she was my senior. Her body was really petite, but somehow that small body seemed so large that day. He reminisces about a girl named Ah Mei, the daughter of Uncle Jin from the grocery store next to his house. She was cute and lovely. After the day she protected him, he visited the shop frequently. He remembers gathering the courage to confess to her, saying, Miss Mei, I really like you. But she responded with, oh sorry, I like men with muscles. Zhang Hao reflects, God damn it. Brother, that was the sign you should have started hitting the gym. Since that day, I've been obsessed with exercising and training my own body. One day, I will become someone like Chris Bumstead, and I will protect her, Zhang Hao vowed to himself. But back to the present, he's now a different person, good-looking and confident. If I confess to her this time, it's going to be a success, he thought as he entered the store. Inside, he heard someone discussing making money. Then she appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, Sister Ah Mei, he thought, taken aback by her unchanged appearance, save for a noticeable change in physique. His thoughts raced. Holy brother, she's juicing for sure. How, you cut your hair. He was so shocked that he stumbled, falling to the floor. What happened to you? She asked, concerned. What's wrong, how? Do you need me for something? He just shouted, Goddess, bring back my Mei. The next chapter started with him sitting in a chair as she brought some watermelons. It seemed he had fainted. He mumbled, no, Miss Mei, I don't wanna. but she grabbed him by the shoulder and the chair broke under the force. How, are you okay? She asked, worried. He quickly got up, doing some acrobatic moves to avoid her. I'm fine. I'm out of here. She tried to give him her number, but he was flustered, thinking, goddamn it, even that petite girl became a King Kong. I really need to sign up for a Muay Thai class as soon as possible. I also have to buy gifts for my sister and replace my closet. Goddamn it, why does everything need money? He sighed, realizing that even with gender roles reversed, the biggest problem remained money. How, you're back. He was stunned. Oh my god. Sister Kin, are you practicing yoga? She nodded. I just wanted to practice a little bit of what boys used to do. He thought, boys do yoga in this world? What the hell? She approached him, but he pulled away. Hey, where are you going with that hand, girl? She advised him, you need to get stronger so you won't get bullied at school. He felt a pang of embarrassment. Oh my god, in her eyes, I'm so weak. Can this be tolerated? Determined to prove himself, he challenged her, Sister Kin, do you want to try arm wrestling with me? She accepted, and he added, how about the loser promising the winner one thing? She agreed, and they started. Boom, this is not just arm wrestling. This is about my dignity, he thought, channeling the strength of trillions of male ancestors. But despite his determination, Kin noticed he was struggling and worried he might injure himself. She ended the match asking if he was okay. He admitted defeat, asking what she wanted as her prize. She simply said, I want to try the feeling of a knee pillow. John Hubble was confused but agreed, thinking, oh my god, she's blushing. When he realized she meant she wanted to lie on his lap, he was shocked. So I'm the lap pillow? As she lay down, he thought, she can lie down as much as she wants. The next scene began with him working on his novel when his phone rang. It was Yuan, the blonde girl from school, inviting him to the amusement park. She mentioned that Yua and Long would also be there. Just then, he heard shouting outside his window. He looked out to see Long and what seemed to be his sister. She immediately jumped on him, much to his confusion. Who the hell is this girl, Long? He asked. The girl, upset, cried, why don't you remember me? How could you forget? Long explained, it's been 4 years since he saw you. Of course, he doesn't remember. Although Jean Ho didn't want to go to the amusement park, Long insisted, saying you had needed some friends. Resigned, Jean Ho agreed, all right, we're going. Put on some clothes. As they prepared, Long's sister took a picture of him. She remarked on his appearance, you are so beautiful today. They all decide to go to the haunted house, and upon arriving, Long already looks nervous and trembles, saying, I don't want to go. Zheng Hao encourages him, come on, you're a man, don't act this way. They have a brief discussion about who will go with whom, and it ends with Yuan Long and his sister going together, leaving Zheng Hao and Yua paired up. As they walk through the haunted house, Zheng Hao asks, hey Yua, are you afraid? She doesn't respond, so he offers, if you're afraid, just hold on to me. She quietly grabs onto him. As they navigate through the spooky attractions, Zheng Hao sees some skeletons but remains unfazed, jokingly saying, sorry bro, I'm in a hurry. After wandering around for a while, he realizes Yuha is missing. Concerned, he starts searching for her until he hears a faint voice from a cabinet. I'm here. Opening the cabinet, he finds Yuha hiding inside, crying. He gently reassures her, hey, don't be afraid. I'll take care of you. She timidly takes his hand, calming down a bit. Sometime later, they exit the haunted house. Long is shouting, I would never go in there again. Yuan teasingly says, you've been inside together for a long time, haven't you? Zheng Hao flicks her forehead and retorts, stop thinking nonsense. Yua appears, looking tired, and suddenly collapses. Everyone panics, suggesting calling an ambulance, but Zheng Hao calmly suggests, let's just take her to a bench and let her relax. She probably just fainted from fright. They lay her on a bench and Long suggests, you need to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Yuan protests, no, why don't we just call an ambulance? She's clearly distressed, not wanting the situation to escalate. Zheng Hao tells her, shut up, just go buy some water and some food, and then lays Yuva's head in his lap. As he gently massages her ears, she wakes up confused. What are you doing? He explains, I was just trying to wake you up. She admits she was scared, and he reassures her, it's fine now. It might be better if you avoid haunted houses in the future. She nods and closes her eyes, drifting back to sleep. Zheng Hao thinks to himself, this is by far the quietest and shyest girl I've met in this world. She has a peculiar personality. After some time, everyone checks on Yuha, asking how she feels. She assures them she's fine. Yuan suggests they continue to the amusement park, but Zheng Hao decides, nah, forget it today. Let's just go home first. Yua, holding his hand, insists, let's go together. Yuan and Long's sister clearly don't like this development. Later, they arrive at a luxurious villa greeted by maids. The butler scolds Yuha, how can you sneak out to play? You shouldn't have gone so far. Everyone is shocked, realizing Yuha is incredibly wealthy. The butler continues, turns out you're all friends of hers. My apologies for being rude. Here, have some tea soaked in Taishan spring water and pastries made by special chefs. The group is impressed by the expensive offerings. Yuna goes to her room to change clothes, leaving everyone in awe of her wealth. I didn't imagine she was so rich. They murmur, still in shock. Zheng Hao, however, doesn't seem overly impressed. As they walk through the villa, the butler admonishes Yuha, Miss, you went so far today. Don't do this next time or everyone will worry. Yua suddenly stops and asks, did dad call home? And where's mom? The butler responds, no, they are busy. Yua questions, then why didn't dad call me? The butler explains, I think he's very busy abroad, but I'm sure he will come with some gifts. She brushes off the explanation and heads to her room, leaving the butler looking sad. Later, Yua returns, now dressed in more luxurious clothing. While everyone else is impressed, Zheng Hao notices a change in her demeanor. Although she looks more gorgeous, she now seems like a lifeless doll, he thinks. He asks her, hey, what's wrong with you? She responds sadly, dad didn't call me again. Feeling unsure of how to comfort her, he awkwardly offers, what do I do? But before he can figure it out, she grabs his hands and says, Zheng Hao, I want to give you something. They head to her room, which she finds surprisingly feminine. Curious, he asks, where are your parents? She replies, my dad is good to me, but he's very busy. He presses further, and your mother? She explains she's even busier. He realizes, so you're always alone? She simply responds, yes. Yua explains that her mother is the mayor of the city and her father is always traveling. Despite their absence, the butler reassures her that they love her. However, she questions if she can truly believe him. Zheng Hao tries to comfort her, saying in the future, if you feel lonely, you can find me to hang out. In a sudden burst of excitement, Yua grabs his hand and pulls him along, saying, come with me. They end up in a room full of weapons, where she excitedly offers him her favorite gun. He's taken aback, thinking, I'd be beaten to death if I brought this home. She insists, smiling, this is my most precious possession. The housekeeper says that friends can give gifts to each other, and I want to be friends with you for life. Zheng Hao, somewhat awkwardly, replies, we can be friends even without the guns. She hugs him tightly, declaring he must be together forever, inseparable. He thinks, okay, she's moving fast. The next chapter starts with them leaving Yua's home. As they walk, Long mentions, seeing her in different clothing makes me want to buy some new ones. Zheng Hao agrees, yeah, that's perfect. I need new clothes too. Long suggests, in that case, let's go shopping tomorrow. They go shopping, and while Long is drawn to cute outfits, Zheng Hao struggles to find something that suits his desired image. After their shopping spree, they decide to grab something to eat and head to a McDonald's. There, they notice a girl staring at them. Zheng Hao feels uneasy, thinking, why does it feel like someone's always watching me? Meanwhile, a girl in the corner posts on social media, a little handsome boy at McDonald's, I really want to marry and take him home. She adds a heart-shaped eye emoji and sends the post. Long notices Zheng Hao wearing a hat and asks, why are you suddenly wearing a hat? Zheng Hao replies, I'm too handsome and need to keep a low profile. Long jokes, you really need to be careful or you'll end up becoming an internet celebrity. Zheng Hao laughs it off, thinking it's an exaggeration. However, the situation quickly escalates. Zheng Hao becomes a top 5 trending topic on social media. Girls are gushing over his looks, saying this peerless beauty doesn't really exist. Doesn't he look better than those celebrities? Let's find out everything about this beautiful boy. One girl seeing the post recognizes him and remembers a post from Long's sister about their day at the amusement park. Caption, the day I went to the amusement park with a god. Back at home, Zheng Hao is exhausted from all the attention. Long calls him and he answers, annoyed, why are you calling me again? Long explains, someone posted a photo of you at McDonald's and now it's being reposted everywhere. Confused, Zheng Hao says, that doesn't make sense. It's just a photo, right? But when he checks Twitter, he sees he's already at the top 4 trending topics. He groans, what have I done? He reassures himself, it doesn't matter. In a few days, everyone will forget about it. He tries to relax by watching some games on Twitch, but he notices a shift in the content. The just chatting category, typically dominated by girls, now features boys. He switches to a PUBG stream, noting that while the game itself hasn't changed, the host is now a girl, which shouldn't be a problem for him. Reflecting on his situation, he wonders, how old am I now? Can minors stream live games? Just then, his sister comes home. She notices the fuss and says, I didn't know my little brother is now an internet celebrity. Feeling awkward, he responds, oh, now you know about this too. She asks if he went out with Long today, but before he can answer, she suddenly jumps on him, worried. Didn't you get harassed by some weird people? He reassures her, no, don't worry. I can protect myself. She scolds him, you are too naive. The women in this world are much scarier than you think. If you're ever harassed, you must tell your sister. And next time you go out, you need to tell me. He agrees, but then he notices that her phone background is a picture of him and Long. Surprised, he wonders, who took this photo? The next chapter opens with girls looking for Zheng Hao. He's trying to hide, bewildered by the situation. Long calls him, advising, you shouldn't come to school today. There are a bunch of girls in front of the school because you're trending. Zheng Hao sighs, goddamn, I can't go to school. He asks his sister to talk to the school on his behalf, planning to stream some games instead. He decides to play League of Legends, admiring his in-game skills. Look at this Yasuo, he comments, enjoying the game. He achieves a quadra kill, then a pentakill, feeling confident. It looks like I haven't lost my gaming skills in this world. After playing for a while, he prepares to broadcast his gameplay later that night. After eating, He excuses himself and heads to his room, ready to embrace his new role as a streamer. But his sister notices something unusual as he gets ready to stream. Yo, okay, it's my first time, so I'm a little nervous. Jang Ho begins, welcoming viewers with, "Welcome to Summoner's Rift." Despite the nerves, he decides to play Yasu in the jungle, farming dragon at level 3, and even manages to kill someone playing Garen. The girl he's playing against, who happens to be a professional esports player, is shocked. She's smurfing and streaming and can't believe she got killed at this level, thinking he's way too good for someone new. Her chat blows up with questions, "How did you lose?" Some accuse Zheng Hao of cheating and pretending to be a boy. Annoyed, she declares she'll get serious, and her rapid clicks and skillful plays ensue. Despite her best efforts, Zheng Hao still manages to slay an enemy. As she frowns, someone in her chat mentions that the opposing player is also streaming. Zheng Hao, noticing a growing audience, remarks, "Yeah, she's kind of awesome, but I'm better." As the game progresses, Zheng Ho's chat fills with accusations of cheating. People speculate he's a girl using a boy's ID, with some demanding proof he's male. Frustrated, Zheng Ho grabs his headset and asserts, "Let me tell you, I'm a man, and I want to know, how did you all find my live stream?" To prove it, he turns on his camera, showing his hands. The chat goes wild, complimenting his hands and clamoring for a face reveal. Some even fetishize his hands, much to his confusion. Starting a new game, the scene cuts to a girl in her office watching his stream. "God damn it, another one," she mutters, recognizing his potential. She thinks, if signed, this newcomer could definitely become a cash cow for the company. After finishing his stream, Zheng Hao signs off, "All right, let's stop for today. Thank you all for the support. This was my first day of broadcasting. See you later, boys." The next day, he talks with Long Long about school. "How is it today? Are there still many people asking about me?" Long Long replies, "There are a lot fewer people today, probably because they didn't see you yesterday. But still, there's a lot of talk." Relieved, Zheng Hao says, "Thank goodness this popularity is fading fast. I should be able to go to school tomorrow." Long Long then asks, "So how, what you been doing at home these past 2 days?" Zheng Hao admits, "I've been writing my novel and doing some live streams." Shocked, Long Long shouts, "What? You started live streaming? When? Tell me everything." Zheng Hao quickly covers his mouth, "Keep your voice down. No one can know. All right? And I haven't signed a contract with the platform." Just then, his phone rings with a notification, "Dear user, you have opened a live broadcast on the W Live broadcast platform, and your popularity has reached the threshold to sign a contract." Long Long is ecstatic. "Yo, this is a good thing, brother. Hurry up and sign it. With your good looks, you're definitely going to become very popular and make a ton of money." But Zheng Hao hesitates. "No, I'm just a student. This live broadcast might affect me too much, and all the fame isn't going to be good." Long Long suggests you can just wear a mask when you broadcast. All you have to do is do some dances and people will give you gifts. Zheng Hao retorts, "I do game live broadcasting. It doesn't matter if I don't show my face." As they leave, Zheng Hao notices someone following them. Trying to lose the tail, he tells Long Long, "Yo, I have to go to the supermarket to buy something, so I can't go with you, okay?" Long Long leaves and Zheng Hao confronts the followers, saying, "You don't need to follow me. Come on out." A pink-haired girl appears, looking somewhat savage. She exclaims, "I'm so lucky. The internet celebrity is right in the territory I manage. Handsome guy's sister will take care of you, okay?" She even sticks her tongue out teasingly. Confused, Zheng Hao asks, "Big sister, who are you?" A girl behind her shouts, "Don't you know our sister Liu? She runs everything around these streets." Zheng Hao looks at the girl and says, "Oh, so Ms. Liu, I don't know you and I'm not interested. Also, I need to go home and take a shit." The girl shouts again, but this time she gets punched in the face by her own gang member. She then looks at Zheng Hao and says she likes his personality, admitting that she doesn't want to offend him. She just wants him as her boyfriend. He doesn't look too happy with this idea. He knows that it's probably the dream of a lot of guys in this world to be taken care of by a rich woman. Looking at her, he sees that she's really tall and not bad looking. For a moment, he feels interested, but then he remembers what the Red Moon goddess told him. He needs to become a real man. He can't just rely on being taken care of. So he responds, "I'm not interested, so excuse me, I'm in a hurry." As he tries to walk past her, she pulls out a knife and threatens, "It would be so sad if your face got ruined." Zheng Hao responds, "Let's try it." She seems even more intrigued by his defiance. He quickly punches her in the face and elbows her in the chest, causing her to fall to her knees. She's not enjoying this as much as she thought she would, and a kick comes her way, but she manages to defend against it. Realizing the situation is escalating, she tries to punch him, but he dodges and holds the knife defensively. However, she dodges as well. Zheng Hao has already dialed the police. He says, "I'd already called them. I advise you not to do this again." Ms. Liu smirks and says, "Okay, a little handsome. All right, I won't do this anymore." One of her underlings asks, "You're going to let him go just like that?" She responds, "You need to be patient with the beauties. What do you think, handsome boy?" Zheng Hao replies, "Stop here and don't follow me." She's clearly getting more excited, but Zheng Hao realizes this situation was recorded. In the same office as before, Mr. Wei finds out about Zheng Hao's growing popularity. "Why do I have to worry about this? This is a job for the scouts, she says. However, her assistant explains, it was the chairman who told me to show you. Intrigued, Mr. Wee looks at Zhang Hao's photo and comments. He just looks like a high school student, but he does have some personality. With his look, maybe he can be at the top of the company. They decide to investigate further. Back at school, Zhang Hao plays basketball, but he's sneezing frequently. Long Long suggests he rest, but Zhang Hao insists he's fine and just wants to shoot some hoops. He easily makes a three-point shot, proving that boys can play basketball too. The girls cheered him on, and once again, someone records him. It turns out to be someone paid by the pink-haired girl from the alley. Although the person hides, Zhang Hao finds it strange. After school, while heading home, Zhang Hao notices someone taking pictures of him. He looks towards a bush, and Long Long asks what's wrong. Zhang Hao dismisses it, saying it feels like someone has been watching him all day. Remembering the background photo on his sister's phone, he wonders if it might be someone related to her. After everyone leaves, Zhang Hao approaches a girl hiding behind a tree and demands, "Hey, let me see your phone. You secretly took a photo of me, didn't you?" She admits to taking one picture, but Zhang Hao finds a video of him playing basketball. She apologizes, explaining she's just a subordinate of Liu's sister, who promised to pay 200 yuan for any picture of him. Zhang Hao, frustrated, asks himself why he hasn't given up yet. After deleting the media, he gives the phone back and the girl runs away. Zhang Hao realizes that Ms. Liu is a problem he needs to solve soon. The scene shifts to a plaza where Zhang Hao meets Long Long. As they walk through the mall, they discuss the contract Zhang Hao will sign with the streaming platform. Today, however, Zhang Hao is there to buy a gift. Long Long teases, "What? Do you like someone? Who are you picking this gift for? Please tell me, I'm so curious." Zhang Hao, embarrassed, replies, "It's just for my sister." Zhang Hao told Long Long that he had signed a contract with the Douyu livestream platform. He explains, "I won't show my face unless I want to. I will only livestream what I want and won't attend any offline events unless I choose to. The best part is that I don't need to sexualize myself." Long Long is impressed, asking, "How did you get such a good contract?" Zhang Hao admits he doesn't know. "I just asked, and they accepted." As they continue talking, they notice someone watching them. It's Liu Feng, the guy from school who criticized Zhang Hao for eating too much. It seems he's planning something bad. Later, as they go to the bathroom, Liu Feng and his cronies follow them. Liu Feng decides to stand guard outside while the others go inside to mess with Zhang Hao. As they leave the bathroom, one of Liu Feng's friends intentionally bumps into Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao steps aside and calmly asks, "What are you doing, boy?" Liu Feng's friend shouts, "Hey, don't you have eyes when you walk? You almost ran into my friend." Long Long retorts, "Are you blind? It was your friend who bumped into him." The guy grabs Long Long by the collar, demanding, "Who are you calling blind?" Zhang Hao intervenes, saying, "No problem with bumping into me, but don't put your hands on my friend." The guy yells, but Zhang Hao stays calm. "Get out of the way and let us go." Suddenly, the guy tries to spit on Zhang Hao, who dodges and exclaims, "Are you sick?" Enraged, Zhang Hao punches him. The guy's friend steps in to help, but Long Long stops him, engaging in a fierce fight. Damn, he's looking like Killua in this frame, Zhang Hao thinks as Long Long handles the situation with unexpected skill. After some punches, Long Long warns, "Next time, I'll break your legs." The guy, fuming, mutters, "You dared to hit me in the face. I'm going to call my girlfriend and ask her to bring someone." Later, outside the mall, someone shouts, "There he is, it's that guy." A girl, referred to as the Trambolona girl, approaches and asks, "Is that the bastard who bullied you?" The guy confirms, yes, it was him. The plan is to take pictures and post them on the school forum. They confront Zhang Hao, with the guy declaring, "Wife, he was the one who hit us." Zhang Hao responds defiantly, "How dare you weak chickens come to me again?" Long Long tries to explain, "It was all your fault, you tried to spit on us." Zhang Hao, getting impatient, says, "Go quickly, I'm in a hurry." But the Trambolona girl seems smitten with him, staring at his face. Her boyfriend, annoyed, shouts, "Wife, what are you in a daze for? Teach him a lesson." She responds, "No matter what, it's wrong to hit someone first, but I'm not unreasonable. If you apologize to my boyfriend, we'll forget about today's matter." The guy wants his girlfriend to attack Zhang Hao, but she hesitates, noting the crowd. Frustrated, he accuses her of falling for Zhang Hao. "You fall in love with him? Right. I saw the way you were staring at him." Zhang Hao remains calm. "Please just go. Get out of my way." The guy tries to stop him again, but Zhang Hao warns, "I'll warn you, if you mess with me again, I will beat you until you lose all sense." The Trambolona girl interjects, "Shut up, or you're not gonna get that Gucci bag." She then turns to Zhang Hao and asks for his number. From afar, someone named Yifei records everything to post on the school's social media forum. Meanwhile, a limousine pulls up nearby. Mr. Wei, observing from her car, sees Zhang Hao. Yifei continues recording. "Liu Xin, the pink-haired girl, why are you filming?" Yifei tries to hide, but Liu Xin grabs his phone. "Oh, so you're looking for trouble? Dare to take a photo of my man." She grabs his neck, and Yifei seems oddly pleased, almost enjoying it. Liu Xin then says, "Come with me to see your brother-in-law." The Tremblant girl, seeing Liu Xin, becomes nervous. Why is Liu Xin here? Liu Xin approaches Zheng Hao and says it's only been 2 days, but do you know how much I missed you? He ignores her and turns away. She then addresses the guy on the ground. She caught him taking pictures of you. Zheng Hao looks back, asking, what do you want? Liu Xin, seemingly preparing for a fight, instead grabs a bouquet of roses and walks over to Zheng Hao. She pleads, please go on a date with me. I really like you, Zheng Hao. As long as you're my boyfriend, you can do whatever you want. He's thinking, why don't we just fight? Could she at least follow the script? He says, I'm not interested in you. It's impossible to deal with you. If you have nothing else to do, just get out of my way. Brother, she's not going to stop. She says she's too anxious and asks him to please accept the flowers. He's staring at the flowers, thinking, the first time I saw her, she showed me a knife and now she's bringing flowers. Sister, take the flowers away. I'll tell you again I cannot be your boyfriend, so please leave. She tells everyone to leave the place. She approaches Long Long and says, come here, you were Zheng Hao's friend, right? He doesn't like it. She whispers in his ear, you better take care of your friend. If my people go crazy on him, I can't stop them. She actually used my friend to threaten me. Oh no, he's going to fall into her hands. Why don't we take a step back? Just tell me what you want. She grabs his cheeks and says, since the male god said so, of course I can take a step back. How about you go to a bar with me for a drink tonight? He says, okay, just tell me the time and address. She tells him the address and says she'll be waiting for him. He guarantees that he'll be there. Sometime later, Long Long tells him, how, that woman just now looked like a gangster. She doesn't seem safe and you're going to a bar with her. Isn't it better to call the police? Zheng Hao explains that unfortunately, they can't do that. They don't have any criminal evidence, so she would just be released and then come back to bother them. He says, tonight, I'll go see your attitude first. Don't worry, I have practiced Kung Fu. They can't do anything to me. Long Long grabs him, no brother, you must not die. Relax, dude. It's just a bar, not an execution. At that moment, a woman wearing glasses shows up and asks Zheng Hao to come with her. He's annoyed. Again, this is so inconvenient. Then a group of what should be intimidating girls shows up, and he reluctantly agrees, all right, lead the way. He tells Long Long to go home and to call him if he needs anything. The scene shifts to Zheng Hao walking into an office. Seeing the woman, he thinks her aura is too strong. Her name is Wai Nan, president of Feng Hong Media Group. She looks at him, gets up, and walks closer. Good qualifications. There's no one like you in the market. Now look, sign this contract. I can make you famous. He grabs the contract, glances at it, and says, sorry, you may have got the name wrong. I don't intend to be a star, and I don't want you to make me popular. I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner, so I'm leaving. The secretary grabs his shoulder. You're just a high school student. Don't be so ignorant. With a swift movement, he grabs her wrist and says, I said I don't wanna, and throws her to the floor. Wei Nan seems interested and moves towards him. He dodges her first attack and goes to punch her face, but she blocks it. Oh damn, he's hand-locked. She says, a high school boy who can also work hard. This is a bonus. He responds, thank you, but I don't want to accept your kindness. She tells him there's no rush and that in this world, there's nothing she cannot do. She'll give him some time to think about it and instructs the secretary to send him back, saying, I was thinking this woman is not going to be easy to deal with. The next chapter starts with him at home preparing to see the girl at the club. He takes a recording pen, a pocket knife, and pepper spray. He sends a message to Long Long. If I don't call you by 8:30, call the police. Tonight, I need to find a way to draw a line with Liu Xin. We then see him walking in the rain, heading to the bar she told him to come to. When he enters, someone welcomes him and says, Zheng Hao, our boss has been waiting for a long time. He just says, lead the way. In one of the rooms in the bar, the girl is sitting on a couch. When they enter, he says, I promised you that I would be here today, but I don't want to do anything to you as a person. Why don't we just go back to the beginning of our relationship? You don't know me, I don't know you, it's good for everyone. But she responds that it's going to be difficult to do and moves closer. He insists, you know it's impossible. If you do this again, I'm going to call the police. She taunts, call the police, but I'm just chasing a boy. Is there something wrong? A girl behind him interjects, Sister Liu, stop talking nonsense with him. Let's just take some photos and videos of him. If he tries to resist, we'll post everything on the internet. He looks at her bewildered. What do you mean by that? While they think he's scared, he's actually relieved because his voice recorder is on. Sister Liu asks, what did my little girl say to make sense? The girl pulls out a knife. He remarks, oh, you even brought that. Is it because if I refuse, you're going to kill me? Sorry, but I... Then he quickly uses his spray, rushes to her, grabs the knife, and holds her as a hostage. Sister Liu is impressed. You are brave enough. He warns, don't even think about sending anyone over unless you want to see blood in the streets. It also won't do you any good to call the police. He heads to the door, releases the girdle, and walks away. The girl, undeterred, thinks, Zheng Hao, I have all the time to play with you. But then she receives a message, Sister Liu, Zheng Hao asked me to send this picture of you. He said that he recorded all the conversations in the box just now. If you don't want him to send these things to the police, don't provoke him anymore. Enraged, she shouts, no wonder you dared to be so rude just now, you little bitch. Meanwhile, someone observes Zheng Hao running away and informs Mr. Wei that he's fine. The next chapter starts at school. Zheng Hao reflects on what he did yesterday, hoping the threat will keep the crazy girl away. He overhears two girls talking about Sister Liu, mentioning that someone from the Feng Hong group has just taken over her place. He wonders, Feng Hong group, what's happening? Why do these names sound familiar? Then he remembers, wait, isn't that the company of Mr. Wei? Curious about the relationship between Mr. Wei and Liu Xin, he ponders the connection. Later, he finally returns home to find his sister preparing dinner. What a delicious-looking meal, he thinks, noticing that they are alone in the house. He asks, where's Dad and Aunt? They're not home? Are you alone, Sister King? She explains that they had to work overtime and won't be home tonight. His imagination starts running wild, wait, we're alone at home tonight. She flicks his forehead. How, what are you in a daze for? He quickly responds, nothing, sister, let's just eat. He mentally chastises himself, Jesus Christ, it's your sister, brother. I should not think those things even though there's no blood relationship. After dinner, she tells him to leave everything. She'll clean up. She suggests he go upstairs and start streaming. He offers, are you sure you don't want any help? She grabs his hands and says, I will never let your beautiful hands be stained with oil. He reluctantly agrees, oh, okay, all right. Back in his room, he starts streaming again. He announces today is going to be 2 hours and I'm going to be playing some ranked games. 2 hours later, his sister comes into his room and asks, are you tired of live streaming? She pats the bed and says, come here, I'll give you a massage. Brothers, we must stay strong, he thinks as he shyly approaches her, saying, it's fine, you just did some housework, you should take a break. She pulls him towards her, happy that it seems he cares a lot about her. He assures her, of course I care about you, we are family. However, it seems she doesn't like the word family and recalls a memory of him as a child saying, Sister King, don't be afraid. Hao will always be your family member. Suddenly, she starts crying and he asks, what's wrong? What's the problem, sister? She responds that she's crying because she's so happy right now. Jing Hao reflects on the situation, thinking, at least in this world, my father doesn't have to be alone. He actually has a family. He then says, as long as I am in this world, I will protect this family and make sure that everyone is happy. She seems surprised and apologizes for crying in front of her little brother. He reassures her, sister, thank you for treating me like a real family. Oh damn, brother, she's looking at him in a way that suggests she might have something more than family stuff on her mind. Now both are lying in bed and he asks, King, are you sure we should go to sleep together tonight? She tells him that right now is the perfect time since Dad and Mom are not at home and she has always wanted to have this close conversation. He's curious. All right, what do you want to talk about? While looking at her, she gets close and asks, what type of girl do you like? He stammers, maybe gentle and kind. She continues, is there someone like that in your school? He thinks about Yuha and then shakes his head. She advises him that he's still too young and should focus on studying. She also mentions that since he's good-looking, she, as his sister, always worries about him. As they talk, he drifts off to sleep. Sometime later, he wakes up wondering if it was all a dream. He gets out of bed, goes to her room, but can't seem to find her. As he looks at her bookshelf, he finds something interesting, a story about a sister who likes to do something with her brother. He's shocked. What the hell is this? Could it be that his sister has some thoughts about this? She even cried when he told her that they were family yesterday. Suddenly, he got a headache and recalled some memories. A girl with glasses seemed to be bullying some other guys and taunting him. In the next chapter, we start with him doing a live stream. However, he finishes early and everyone in the chat is asking, do you have some problem? What's going on? He ignores the chat, feeling distracted and unable to focus today. His mind is elsewhere, particularly on the memory of the girl with glasses, which makes him feel sad. Additionally, his viewers aren't increasing and he realizes he needs to come up with ways to grow his stream because he needs the money. He receives a message from the streaming platform informing him that his popularity isn't growing and offering some suggestions. He accepts and gets a follow-up message the next day. Dear streamer, here are some plans to increase your popularity. These plans were tailored for him by a girl, and he suspects they might involve something distasteful. The suggestions include Option 1, hot dance with small buttocks. God damn it, he exclaims. Plan 2, two-dimensional sexy cosplay reappears. Alright, Option 3, fitness god, sweat dripping. He's exasperated, I knew it. He and Long Long head to a coffee shop where Long Long asks, why did the administrator want to interview you? He's unsure. I don't know. She just told me to come here, so let's go in. They are greeted by Sung Kim, the administrator of his live stream. She introduces herself, saying, you can call me Sister Sung. He introduces Long Long and explains that he's seen the suggestions but isn't going to do any of them. Sung Kim says she watches his live stream every day and didn't expect him to accept the first and second options, but suggests he consider the last one, which involves fitness. Why? He asks, confused by her intensity. Suddenly, she stands up, touches his chest, and suggests, I think your chest line could benefit from some exercise, don't you think? Despite feeling awkward, she continues, even if you don't want to show your face, you can wear a mask to live stream fitness. Your physique is impressive and it would set you apart from other streamers. Long Long thinks it's a reasonable suggestion and Zheng Hao considers that if he can wear a mask and not show too much skin, it might not be so bad. Plus, he can demonstrate to other males in this world how to build their bodies. He agrees, alright, starting tomorrow, I'll spend 2 or 3 days a week live streaming fitness for half an hour, but I'll wear a mask. The scene shifts to his home, where his father is shocked by the news. You're going to expose yourself online? I disagree. His father grabs him by the neck. You want to stream for those girls online? In tight fitness clothing? I disagree. Zheng Hao tries to explain, Dad, it's just my workout. It's going to be discreet. His father argues, aren't you always saying I'm too good looking and could be taken advantage of? I need to train and get stronger. His sister intervenes, Uncle, don't be so strict. What Hao Hao says makes sense. Let him try it once and we'll see. If there's anything wrong, we'll make him stop. His father reluctantly agrees, muttering that she's spoiling him too much. Zheng Hao thanks her, but she warns him, I'll be watching. If there's a flood of crazy girls in the live stream, I'll shut it down. In his room, Zheng Hao starts his first fitness live stream. As he begins with cardio, everyone in the chat is abuzz. Oh my god, you're so sexy, hot, and in good shape. Please show me your feet. He responds to the chat. Noting the high number of viewers, it seems a lot of people enjoy fitness. While many testosterone babes in the city love him, their husbands are less enthusiastic. In the chat, someone promises, if you run for at least 15 minutes, I'll send 2 rocket launchers, which translates to a significant monetary donation. After 30 minutes, the chat marvels, holy, he's still going. However, his sister grows increasingly uneasy, worried about the attention he's receiving. How, she calls out, concerned. As Zheng Hao's live stream gains more viewers, his sister watches, feeling a pang of jealousy. There's so many people watching you. I'm so jealous. What am I going to do? She thinks to herself, I can't be like I was when I was a kid. Otherwise, he'll get further and further away from me. After finishing his run, Zheng Hao announces, that's it for today. I'm going to take a shower. His sister approaches him, concerned, hey, this was way too much. Why don't you stream less in the future? It's distressing me. But he reassures her, saying this amount's okay for him. Suddenly, she slaps his cheek. He is taken aback. No, this must be an illusion. Some sort of genjutsu trick. As night falls, his sister comes into his room staring at him. How, if we hadn't been separated back then? She gets closer, and stops. A memory floods Zheng Hao's mind of a girl asking, is there no one to play with you? Then let's go together. The scene shifts to her fighting with several kids on the ground. He tells the girl she's too scary, but she grabs his collar and says, we promise to be together forever. Don't be afraid. Come home with me. Zheng Hao wakes up with a headache, dismissing it as unimportant. I have to go to school, he mutters. Just then, he hears a woman's voice and looks beside him. What? My sister Kin is in my bed. She wakes up cheerfully. Good morning, How. He awkwardly replies, good morning. Why are you sleeping in my bed? She explains, I came to check if you were asleep and ended up sleeping beside you. He brushes it off. Oh, okay. I'm going to take a shower. See you. She stops him. There's no rush. I'll buy a new car to take you to school. On the way to school, Zheng Hao thinks about the Muay Thai club. Yuva surprises him from behind, saying she'd been practicing for a long time. He asks, you know how to fight? When did you learn it? She explains that she's been training since childhood because her grandmother was a soldier. This inspires him and he asks, why don't you teach me some fighting skills? She agrees and they head to a warehouse behind the playground. As they prepare to spar, Zheng Hao is taken aback by her speed. Are you ready? She asks, and before he can respond, she's already in his face. He hesitates and she suddenly hugs him, declaring, you've lost? How? Surrender. Then she demands a reward, startling him as she starts to lick his ear. He reacts, confused by the mixture of shyness and assertiveness she displays. This is tempting, he thinks, unable to control his body's reaction. Embarrassed, he asks her, why did you do this all of a sudden? Did someone teach you? She innocently replies, no, I just watched some videos Yuan once sent me. Alarmed, he asks to see the videos. She hands him her phone, explaining, videos showed that this is how men and women should communicate. Zheng Hao was horrified, thinking, what the hell is this? Why is there FBI content on her phone? She looks confused, asking, did I do anything wrong? He sighs, no, it's just that this isn't the way men and women should communicate, at least not with everyone. Don't listen to Yuan about these things in the future. All right, just ask me first. She then asks, can we communicate like this? He awkwardly responds, just don't kiss me casually in the future, and don't do that to others, all right? Let's just go back to the classroom. As they walk back, she asks, is it only boyfriend and girlfriend who can do those things? Can it be that? He hesitates. Do you know what that means? She innocently responds, no. Zheng Hao responds, we'll talk about it when you understand. Sometime later, as he's walking in school with Long, US suddenly appears. Can we communicate now? She asks persistently. He replies, no, later. She insists, can we communicate now? He repeats, no, not now. The same guy is watching him through the window, muttering, why? This guy is terrible. Just then, an officer lady approaches Zheng Hao and says, I finally got you. It's the office lady from Mr. Wei. Zheng Hao, confused, asks, come on, what's the matter? She apologizes for the last time and informs him that Mr. Wei wants to see him again. Zheng Hao firmly states, I told her I have nothing to do with her. I will refuse. Don't waste everyone's time. Stuttering, the secretary explains, Zheng Hao, I'm just following orders. It would be hard for me to return without any answer. at least talk with her through my phone. He's frustrated, thinking, damn this girl again. She's richer, more powerful, and stronger than me. This is not going to go well. Reluctantly, he agrees, okay, call her. I'll explain things. He picks up the phone and says, hello, it's Zheng Hao. Your secretary told me to call you. But Mr. Wei, my thoughts are the same as before. Nothing has changed. I know your time is precious, so don't waste it on me. Mr. Wei responds, Zheng Hao, do you want to be as powerful as a woman? I know you hate to look weak. I saw it last time we fought. I not only cultivate stars, I can give you more time to think about it. Then she hangs up. Zheng Hao thinks this woman really knows what I want. I don't know if it's the best decision, but I'll have to find some time to meet her again. Back at Mr. Wei's office, she muses, so he hates being thought of as a weak man. The next day, Zheng Hao arrives at school in a supercar. His sister, who drove him, fixes his hair before he heads inside. As he walks through the school, everyone is talking about him. They seem to be checking their phones, discussing a rumor that he's some sort of POF worker or Instagram thought. Long Long notices and asks, do you feel something is wrong? Zheng Hao sighs, yeah, I found out. It's been like this since yesterday. Everyone is clearly avoiding us, but we don't know what happened. A guy with green hair approaches and sarcastically asks for his homework. Are you so busy every night that you don't have time to write? I know you're just planning to live off your looks, right? So it doesn't matter if you don't go to college. Zheng Hao hands over his homework, retorting, jealous of my handsome face. Just say it, brother. The guy scoffs, are you crazy? You're being nurtured by so many girls every night. I don't want to be like that. Zheng Hao, puzzled, asks, nurtured? That's a new one. The green-haired guy smirks, yeah, everyone knows you've been entangled with girls several times at the school gate. Some girl even brought you here in a supercar. Everyone saw it. Long Long, frustrated, shouts, what are you talking about? You're just spreading rumors about Zheng Hao. But then he looks at his phone and sees the post, look, there's our boy with his sister. Long Long exclaims, brother Zheng, everyone's calling you out as the guy older girls can take a free ride with. Zheng Hao's face is a mix of shock and disbelief. What the hell? Just then, the teacher knocks on the door and says, Zheng Hao, come with me to the office. In the office, she addresses him, Zheng Hao, do you know what's been happening on the school forum recently? He nods, yeah, I just found out. She continues, this type of incident has a very bad influence on the school. You need to be more careful. In this society, Zheng Hao interrupts, hey, stop. Teacher, there's no such thing. It was just my sister who brought me to school. If you don't believe me, I can call her. Moreover, this post on the forum is definitely slanderous, so I hope you can strictly investigate it. Sometime later, Zheng Hao's sister arrives at the school, causing a stir among the students. They overhear her conversation with the teacher and quickly realize that she is indeed his sister, confirming the scandal is nonsense. The students conclude that the forum post was pure nonsense. His sister apologizes for the fuss she caused, but Zheng Hao reassures her, saying it's fine and she can return to work. Back in the classroom, Yuan Wang declares I knew Hao Hao wasn't the type of person they made him out to be. Long Long and I were investigating and were sure it was Li Feng and his gang who spread the rumors. Zheng Hao asks where Long Long is and Yuan Wang replies he's searching for them alone. However, Long Long has not returned. Meanwhile, in men's bathroom, Long Long is found on the floor, shivering and distressed. It's so cold. Liu Feng and the others are such big bastards. When I get out, I must tell the teacher, he mutters through tears. Zheng Hao, Yuha, and Yuan search the school for him. Eventually, Yue informs them that some classmates from Class 3 saw Long Long near a bathroom. With a sense of urgency, they rush to the location and find the door locked. From inside, Long Long cries out, please, I'm so afraid. Zheng Hao instructs Yuha to kick the door, which she does, breaking it down easily. Zheng Hao rushes to Long Long, who tearfully recounts, and not only did they lock me up, they poured milk on me. We must tell the teacher. Zheng Hao, determined, says, don't go to the teacher. I will avenge you. Later, Zheng Hao confronts Liu Feng, who is visibly scared. Liu Feng tries to deflect, saying, be careful. I will tell the teacher. All right, you'll get expelled. But Zheng Hao retorts, you should worry about yourself. My sister came to the school today to clarify the rumors in the forum post. We'd also know what you did to Long Long. It seems like you didn't realize there are surveillance cameras behind the playground. He presents Liu Feng with an ultimatum. Now you have two options. First, you tell everyone that the post was a lie. Or second, tomorrow I go to the teacher and tell her everything. Realizing there's no escape, Liu Feng reluctantly apologizes for making the video. Zheng Hao warns him, if you keep being arrogant like this, I'm going to make sure you're dealt with. Afterward, Long Long asks, how? Do you really think he's not going to try anything? Zheng Hao confidently replies he's a senior in high school. If I hand over this video to the teacher, he'll at least get a major demerit. But it's getting late. Let's go home. As they walk, Zheng Hao asks Yuha, have you heard of Wai Nan? She replies, Wai Nan is the current head of the Wai family and is a very powerful person. He then inquires about the comparison between Wai Nan's family and hers, considering her mother is the mayor of the city. Yuna responds they're on equal footing. Zheng Hao ponders, as powerful as the mayor of the city, this won't be simple to deal with. Meanwhile, in her home, Wei Nan is troubled. It's been 3 days since the last call, and she finds herself thinking about Zheng Hao. As she reflects, someone knocks on her door, informing her that some people are calling her for dinner to discuss negotiations about some lands. She instructs her secretary to prepare the car. The scene shifts to Zheng Hao and his sister dining out. He remarks, "Yo, sister, isn't this place super luxurious?" She smiles and explains it's a treat for what happened today at school. Zheng Hao expresses his gratitude. "All right, thank you, Sister Qin." "Oh, damn," Zheng Hao thinks as he looks around the luxurious restaurant. His sister reassures him, "Let's go." Once inside, she tells him he can order whatever he wants. He cheekily asks for a drink, asserting he's an adult, but she knows better. "I don't think you are, brother," she teases. Despite this, she relents, "It's fine if you want to be reckless. Besides, our parents aren't coming home tonight." Feeling a bit rebellious, Zheng Hao indulges. One drink in and he's already reminiscing about his old days with the boys, with his sister watching him intently. He's visibly tough but softens under her gaze. After a while, he starts feeling dizzy and admits, "Am I drunk? No, I'm fine. Maybe I just drank too fast. I'll go to the bathroom." On the way, he reflects on his past tolerance for alcohol. However, in his disoriented state, he accidentally heads to the women's bathroom. As he washes his face, he hears a voice, "Hello?" Startled, he looks up and realizes he's in the wrong restroom, encountering a woman in fishnets. "What the hell are you doing in the men's room?" he blurts out. She calmly corrects him, "This is the women's restroom." Panicking, he notices other women entering from both sides, trapping him. Feeling like a sheep among wolves, he's cornered. Suddenly, he's pulled into a stall by Wei Nan. She smirks. "You want to hide from me? But why should I hide with you?" He stammers, "Oh no, I accidentally dragged her in." Wei Nan, enjoying the situation, grabs his hand while people outside remark on the commotion. "Why are you crazy, girl?" he exclaims, trying to maintain composure. She leans in, "Don't you understand? You're a defenseless little man who should panic." He retorts, "A little man? Why didn't you call me?" Looking her in the eye, he says, "I was planning to meet with you tomorrow. It was by chance we met tonight." She grabs his chin, determined, "No, I've changed my mind. I don't need you to sign anything as long as you're my man." He responds, "Do you got some bossy syndrome? We've only met twice, right? The last person who refused me disappeared." She replies, "You mean Liu Xin? She was suspected of illegal transactions and was imprisoned by my people." Alarmed, he asks, "What do you mean by your people? Are you above the law?" She coldly replies, "You love to worry about other things, don't you?" Desperate to escape, he tries to tickle her armpits. Seizing the opportunity, he escapes, thinking, to get honest, she felt pretty good. Outside the bathroom, he finds his sister, who asks, "Why were you in there so long? Are you uncomfortable?" He lies, "I'm fine, just a bit too drunk." She gently guides him, "Let's go home and rest." At home, Zheng Hao, drunk and exhausted, collapses on the bed. His sister tenderly brings him soup and juice, strokes his hair, and whispers, "He's so cute, just one kiss." She leans in, thinking, "We will be together sooner or later." She gets on top of him, caressing his hair and planting soft kisses on his neck. He stirs awake, confused. Is this a dream? Her face, filled with longing, suggests otherwise. Overwhelmed, he flips her over, battling the demons in his mind. The temptation of the moment battles with his moral compass. In a moment of restraint, he kisses her forehead and steps back. His sister, surprised, asks, How are you asleep?" Before anything else can happen, she notices a call on his phone from Zhao Yun, the girl from the cafeteria who had shown interest in him. She answers on his sister. "You're Zhao Yun?" "Right." Zhao Yun, surprised, responds, "Hello, sister. I'm Hao's friend." Zheng Hao's sister abruptly ends the call of Zhao Yun, cutting her off. "I know you've been chasing him for 2 years. I have something to tell you. Forget about falling in love in high school. I hope you give up on this and stop imposing on him. Goodbye," she says before hanging up. She looks at Zheng Hao, thinking, asterisk, "You belong to your sister alone, and it doesn't matter. I will definitely take my time and control myself, but eventually." The next day, Zheng Hao wakes up with a hangover and notices something unusual on his neck. He recalls the dinner and wonders if the strange dream he had about his sister wasn't just a dream. As he examines the marks in the mirror, his sister enters. "Hey, Ao Hao, you're awake," she says. He stammers, unsure what to say, while internally panicking. Could it be that the dream last night with my sister wasn't a dream? She inspects his neck and comments, Hao, it seems you're allergic to alcohol." He asks, "Allergic to what?" She steps closer, saying, "Let me see if this is serious." "I'm a doctor." She confirms, "It's an alcohol allergy. It's not serious, but be careful." He hesitantly agrees, "Okay." She reassures him, "I'm a professional, relax. Now let's have breakfast." But inside, Zheng Hao remains skeptical. Alcohol allergy. Maybe. At school, Long notices Zheng Hao wearing a turtleneck and jokes, "Why are you wearing a turtleneck? Listening to too much Drake?" Zheng Hao deflects, "No, I'm just cold." Of course, he's hiding the marks. Suddenly, someone grabs Zheng Hao by the collar, demanding, "Your name is Zheng Hao, right?" Without hesitation, Zheng Hao uses a martial arts technique to throw the aggressor to the ground, dislocating his shoulder. The guy cries out, "Oh no, he's stronger than the average woman." Another student, Ling Zongzong, approaches and remarks, "No wonder you're the man that Zhao Yun loves. I'm Ling Zongzong. Nice to meet you." Zheng Hao, uninterested, brushes him off. "Hello, hello. I'm not in the mood, so take care. If you want Zhao Yun, go talk to her yourself." Ling Zongzong is left staring as Zheng Hao walks away. Later, Yue asks Zheng Hao if the guy was being aggressive towards him and offers to beat him up. Zheng Hao declines. "It's better not to escalate things." "No need, classmate Yuha. Just keep teaching me how to fight. Besides that, I'm on a journey of self-improvement." Long Long, curious, asks, "Are you guys practicing boxing? What are you doing after school?" Zheng Hao invites him, "Come practice with us after school today. You need to at least protect yourself." Long Long protests, "No, I don't need to. I'm a little lady." They all laugh. The scene shifts to a pool where Wei Nan is relaxing. She picks up a towel and thinks, "That little man Zheng Hao really annoys me. But every time I close my eyes, I see him." She instructs her assistant, "After Zheng Hao finishes school, bring him to the villa for me." She seems determined. Back at the school warehouse, Zheng Hao announces that today's workout will focus on the core. "I want to have 8-pack abs as soon as possible," he declares. Yuna responds, "You mean like this?" She lifts her shirt to reveal her well-defined abs. Zheng Hao is shocked. "You have abs? That's crazy. You can't help but touch," saying, "You're so thin. I didn't expect this." Yuha blushes, clearly shy, but not resisting. Long Long, suspicious, pulls out a magnifier and quips, "There's something wrong with you too. You're touching her, and she's not resisting." Zheng Hao, curious, asks Yuha, "Why don't you reject this?" She simply responds, "If you want, I'll show it." Long Long finds the situation strange. "Everything you ask, she does." Zheng Hao, testing her boundaries, asks, "Hey, how much money do you have with you now? Give it to me." Long Long, surprised by the bluntness, comments, "That's a bit rough." But Yulia, without hesitation, reaches into her pockets and says, "I didn't bring too much money today. The rest is in my phone. The payment password is," quickly interjects, "No, that's not necessary." Zheng Hao steps closer to Yuha and asks, "Why do you do anything I say?" She replies, "We are friends and friends can't say no." He is taken aback, thinking that perhaps due to her family background, she has a skewed understanding of friendship. Remembering the things she mentioned at her home, he becomes serious and tells her, "Yuta, friendship isn't like this. In a relationship, you have to be equals. In the future, you need to make firm decisions about what you want to do and what you don't. If you don't want to do something, you should never feel obliged to do it." She seems confused but responds, okay." The training session ends early and Zheng Hao heads home, feeling positive about the session. However, he notices a suspicious figure in the alley and suddenly realizes the streets are eerily empty. A sense of dread washes over him, prompting him to change direction. Just then, a little girl approaches him, offering rice candy. "Hey little brother, do you want some rice candy?" she asks. Suspicious, he inquires, "Why are you here all alone?" The girl responds, "I'm doing some social practice to spread happiness to strangers. My teacher asked me to give away this bag of candies. Otherwise, I won't get my little red flower." Zheng Hao, assuming she's an elementary school student, takes a candy and advises her, "All right, I'll eat it, but you should head home. It's getting late and it's not safe outside." As he eats the candy, he notices it smells strange like smoke. Suddenly, he starts feeling dizzy and loses consciousness. When he awakens, he's tied to a bed, his hands and feet bound. What is this? Where am I? What are they trying to do to me? And why are there so many mirrors? The little girl, now revealed as an adult, says, "Mr. Wei, he's awake." Zheng Hao recognizes her, exclaiming, "You kidnapped me." And why is an elementary school girl smoking? She removes her disguise, revealing her true age. "Brother, I'm 30 years old. I just look young." Zheng Hao is even more shocked. That's even worse. Wei Nan instructs everyone to leave, alone with Zheng Hao. She approaches him, "Be quiet and don't bother me because I'm working." Bewildered, he retorts, "You tie me up and expect me not to disturb you. Do you have some kind of domineering syndrome?" She stops writing, walks closer, and confronts him. "Last time you dared to run away, and now you're insulting me again. Always disobeying. Did you think I wouldn't do anything?" Zheng Hao, desperate, asks, "So why did you tie me up? Do you have no interest in me at all?" She remains silent, so he continues, "I've done my homework on you, Wei Nan. You're the president of the Feng Hong Group and currently the head of the Wei family. This family used to be involved in a lot of shady business. But under your leadership, you've cleaned up your act, making Feng Hong Group one of the biggest in the country. But there's a lot of blood in this history. People in this world even look up to you as a national goddess. Why would someone like you fall in love with me? Do you think I believe that?" Wei Nan listens intently as he goes on. "And you want to use me as a star for your business? To be honest, I have no idea what you're planning and I don't want to know. I just want to live a quiet, ordinary life. I don't want anything to do with you, so please let me go. Thank you." Wei Nan stays silent, her expression unreadable, before finally speaking, "Really? You're not Zheng Hao at all." Shocked, Zheng Hao asks, "What do you mean?" She continues, "Probably since the day you stopped being Zheng Hao. After being released, you changed." Bewildered, he demands, "What do you mean by that?" If I'm not Zheng Hao, who am I? Calmly replies, there have been too many changes in you before and after. I've done my research. You know what you were like before. You were raised by your father alone and received a very traditional education. At school, because of your good looks and academic performance, you were the dream of many girls. That's what people used to say about you, gentle, cute, and considerate. But now, everyone thinks you're a tough guy, right? You've completely changed. Zheng Hao thought to himself, damn, I got careless. I didn't expect someone to figure me out because I crossed over. I was still trying to adapt to this world and hadn't had time to understand this body's past. But how did she conclude that I'm not Zheng Hao based on just those materials? White Man continued, another point is that you weren't excited enough when I appeared in front of you. He was confused. What? Just because you're famous? She clarified, no, because you were my fan. She showed him old posts on social media, and he saw, oh my god, why is there such a perfect woman as White Man in the world? And someone wants to exchange some photos of White Nan. Another post read, I need to study hard and become a man worthy of Wai Nan. Zheng Hao was stunned. Asterisky didn't know the guy in this body worshipped her once a day. She sat beside him, noting, but now it seems like you have no impression of being my fan these days. Don't even try to tell me you have split personality or amnesia. Humans are creatures that need to learn. I noticed that as a gaming streamer, you got into the top 100 in just a month. Your game account showed no prior experience. Also, you, who never fought before, can now face a head-on confrontation with a gangster leader. So I'm 100% sure this isn't split personality, it's a real change of soul. He responded, that's crazy. No normal person would think that way. But even if I've changed my soul, what do you want to do? She just stared at him before dropping the bomb. My team is studying the blood moon. He recalled the girl and asked, why are you so sure? She replied, according to our previous research, the personality change in you happened just a few days after the blood moon. I think you're related to it. She continued, as long as you're willing to assist with our investigation, I'll tell you why. He hesitated. I don't know. She reassured him, don't be so nervous. I guarantee your safety, and I won't take any samples from you for experiments. The contract is there. You can earn money just by cooperating. Take it home and review it. He asked, who else is researching the blood moon besides you? She said, as far as I know, just me. He nodded, understood. I'll go back and take a good look. He hadn't expected anyone else in this world to know about the blood moon. He decided it was best to proceed cautiously. As he prepared to leave, he said, I have nothing else to do here. It's late, and I need to see my family. She warned, I hope this time you won't make me wait too long. As he turned to leave, she suddenly spun him against the wall. Hey, what are you doing? He exclaimed. She smiled. This is the price for attacking me last time. She pinned him down and spanked him repeatedly, much to his embarrassment. Damn this domineering female president. To be held down by a woman and spanked. I'll remember this humiliation. When he got home, his sister ran to him and hugged him. Oh, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. He apologized. I'm sorry, sister. I made you worry. Where are dad and auntie? She replied, they're already in their room. But where did you go? Why did you come back so late? He lied. I went shopping for a while and lost track of time. He then said he was going to shower because he was sweaty. But she stopped him, grabbing his wrist. Did Hao Ho go shopping with a girl? Because I smell a little perfume, she questioned, clearly upset. He quickly denied it. No, I was alone. Does it smell like a woman? Internally, he thought, damn it, why is her scent so strong? Maybe there were too many people in the line I was in, and that's how it happened. She grabs him by the cheeks. You have to pay attention in the future. Be careful or others will take advantage of you. He's flustered. Oh, okay, thank you. Then she tells him, go take a shower quickly, okay? Change your clothes and I'll wash them for you. The scene shifts to President Wai Nan receiving her secretary. Wai Nan hands her a paper with Zhang Kin's picture and instructs, go investigate this girl further. The secretary looks at it. Zhang Kin? That's Zhang Hao's stepsister. Wai Nan nods. Yes, look into all her past. I think the timing of her becoming his stepsister is too strange. Meanwhile, Zhang Ho's sister is burning his clothes, muttering, Hao Ho doesn't need something that smells like another woman. As Zhang Hao exits the shower, he notices her taking something out of the fridge. There are so many good things inside that big compartment. She asks, finish washing. What would Hao Hao like to drink? He replies, just some cold milk is fine, while thinking about her good figure. She invites him to her room so she can dry his hair. He wonders why in her room, but then he notices a message on her screen from a guy saying, Sister, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Can you give me a chance? I'm willing to give my first time to you. He's shocked. What the hell is this? He apologizes. Sorry, sister. I saw it by accident. She dismisses it. It's fine. Just tell him that I have a boyfriend. Annoyed, he says, Sister, you shouldn't bother with guys like this. He's not good if he's using these types of messages. She smiles, clearly having planned this, and hands him her phone. I'm so happy you care so much about your sister. I'm going to take a shower, so block this guy for me, okay? He agrees, all right. But as he starts to dig through her messages, he finds a group chat called Angel with him, exclusive to her and her friends. He's puzzled. Why does my sister have a group like this with her friends? His mind begins to spiral. Back at school, he can't stop thinking about his sister. He recalls that last time he tried to make a move, she didn't seem to resist. That's when someone interrupts his thoughts. Hi. He looks up to see the pink-haired guy again. Zheng Hao, I heard you're also live streaming. Let's compete to see who gets more yachts. The guy challenges. Zheng Hao declines. I'm not interested, sorry. The guy presses. Why? You don't want to? Zheng Hao retorts. Unlike you, I'm not interested in making money by gathering attention from random girls. If you're excited about it, do it alone. The guy, angered, stammers. Zheng Hao cuts him off. Hey, if you have a stutter problem, go to the infirmary. The guy, fuming, retorts. Today, no matter what, you'll lose. Long jumps in. He's not afraid of you. He's way more popular. The pink-haired guy sneers. We'll see tonight. Later that night, Zheng Hao prepares to stream some games. He's not wearing a mask anymore. As he plays, he racks up victories, achieving double kills, quadra kills, and MVPs. The girls in the chat swoon. Oh my god, accept me on my knees. No matter how much I look at his face, he just looks like male perfection. I want to suck it up. Amid the praise, he suddenly receives 990 yachts. Of course, from Nan. He exclaims, oh, it's her. Zheng Hao thought, as always, she's fire. He then remembered the contract he hadn't signed yet, mainly because it stated he would have to move out of his family home. Even though the contract promised a lot of money, he couldn't accept that condition. But he understood the message Nan was sending with those 990 yachts. He decided he would return the money to her. Meanwhile, the guy who made the bet with him was also streaming and angrily ended his stream. Oh, my stomach is hurting. I have to end this here today. Clearly frustrated, he muttered, Zheng Hao, you're a bloody bee. You pretend to be innocent, but I know the type of guy you are. He then called someone. Hello, it's me, and I need your help with something. Don't worry about the money. Zheng Hao, I will ruin your reputation for sure. The next day, Zheng Hao was walking through the city, thinking about how Sister Qin wanted to buy some lilies. On the other side of the road, two people were talking. The girl said, Yo, Sister Mu, this is the Zheng Hao that guy wants to punish. The girl on the left responded, he's not bad looking, but why do I feel he's familiar? She then recognized him. This is the guy Mr. Wee likes. Quick, call her. The secretary approached Nan and reported, I have something important to report about Zheng Hao. Nan asked, what? The secretary explained, someone under my staff informed me that a streamer asked one of my subordinates to take nude photos of Zheng Hao. Nan coldly replied, terminate the contract with the guy. The rest is up to you. Now go. Back at home, Zheng Hao was contemplating the value of the 990 yachts, wondering how Nan could afford so much. That's when he received a call from Nan. However, his sister walked in and asked, who are you talking to, Hao? He quickly lied, oh, it's just a girl who sells insurance. But he knew he was in big trouble now. He hung up the call, and Nan was not happy. She shouted, get me a car right now. In his room, Zheng Hao thought it was rude to hang up on her. I need to discuss how to return the money from the yachts. Suddenly, she called again. Come out of your house alone right now, or I will send someone to arrest you. Shocked, he responded, are you going to break into my private house? What are you doing? Then he heard a car horn outside his window. When he looked outside, he saw a dozen cars. Hey, are you serious? I'll call the police. She calmly replied, go ahead and see if it's illegal to park on the side of the road. He conceded, okay, fine. I'll come out, but tell everyone to leave. He told his sister, I'm going to the convenience store to buy something, okay? She offered to accompany him, but he insisted, no need. I'll be back fast. Outside, he called, Nan, I'm out, so hang up. She asked him, besides me, who else have you offended? Because someone has been watching you. Walking through the city, she guided him, keep going. 30 meters in front, turn right into the dark corner. The person might have a weapon, so be careful. Nervously, he replied, do you think this is a good plan? If the person really has a weapon, this could be dangerous. She reassured him, don't be afraid. I'm close by. Just lure him, and I'll help you deal with him. As Zheng Hao waited in the alley, he thought, hurry up. Suddenly, a masked individual appeared. Hey, who are you? Zheng Hao asked. The masked person seemed unhinged, glaring at him before charging. Dodged the first punch, then another. The masked attacker taunted, damn like a rat. Zheng Hao realized the person was dangerous but not very fast. As the attacker went for another punch, Zheng Hao sidestepped and executed a leg sweep, causing the attacker to fall. He quickly got on top of the masked person, demanding, who are you? Why are you attacking me? The attacker, now revealed to be a woman, angrily replied, it's all because of you. Otherwise, how could I have ended up in such a situation? Zheng Hao, still reeling from the events, questioned, what are you saying? Take off the mask and speak. He tried to remove the mask, but she got in with an acrobatic elbow. The hell is this? He was disoriented and fell to the floor. The masked person stood over him, pulling out a weapon. Just as they were about to strike, a punch came out of nowhere. Nan had arrived and intervened, saying, I thought you had fled to another province, but you came here to cause trouble for him. Oh, it's you, Zheng Hao realized, seeing Liu Xin. He demanded, just because I refuse you, you want to take my life? She retorted, blaming him for seducing Nan and accusing him of becoming a slut when seeing a rich woman. Zheng Hao snapped back, you're the slut. Nan interrupted, enough. Imprisoning, you've had nothing to do with Zheng Hao. It was because you went too far using the Feng Hong name to bully and extort protection fees from everywhere. As she tied up her hair, she declared, "My man can't tolerate a scum like you. You must be dealt with by me." Angry, Liu Xin shouted, "What are you, a rich lady who grew up with a silver spoon?" "No, Enum agree." She lunged for a punch, but White Man countered, "I may not understand your situation, but that doesn't excuse bullying." With that, she landed a punch on Liu Xin's face, knocking her to the floor. Zhen Hao stood in shock. Sometime later, with the situation resolved, Zhen Hao apologized. "Sorry, please send me back now. My sister will worry." Wei Nan stared at him and reminded him, "Do you forget why I came to see you?" He was confused. "Why did you come to see me? Was it because of the contract?" She clarified the contract was one reason. The main reason was to warn you that someone is planning to secretly take compromising photos of you. He was bewildered. Why would anyone want to do something so stupid? Wei Nan, seemingly annoyed, retorted, "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you hung up on me before I could explain. Do you not want to talk to me?" He was speechless, apologizing. "Sorry, I was wrong to hang up. I apologize." She asked with a mischievous look, "So are you willing to accept punishment?" He was taken aback. "Punishment? What punishment?" Suddenly, she kissed him. "Call the police?" He wrestled with his thoughts, considering pushing her away, but her soft lips made it difficult. He began to reciprocate, but suddenly remembered his sister and pushed Wei Nan away. "Ms. Wei, why are you doing this? Why are you playing games with me? I'm a high school student and you just took my first kiss." She questioned, "Are you sure you're a high school student?" She pondered internally, realizing this was his first kiss. He continued, "That's not the point. You helped me tonight, but you took advantage of me. Also, those donations you sent me, I want to return them." She laughed. "That's just a little money. Who do you think I am? What I don't understand is, do you want to get rid of me? Why don't you want to sign the contract?" He hesitated. "I can't sign it right now." She demanded, "Give me a reason." But he said, "I can't explain right now. I'm too tired. Let's go back." As they parted ways, Wei Nan thought, "Zhen Hao, I, Wei Nan, have never failed at something I set my mind to." Sometime later, back at home, Zhen Hao lay in bed, reflecting, "Why did I think of my sister when I was with Wei Nan? Maybe I really like her. No, Zhen Hao, wake up. She's your sister. Forget about it." The next day at school, Yua greeted him. He responded, "Good morning," and thought to himself, after a day with the president, being with Yua feels so much easier. He notices her legs and realizes that for the first time, she's wearing black stockings instead of white. She asks, "Zhen Hao, are you okay?" He responds, "Yes, I have a gift for you." He hands her an AK-47 pendant and says, "Thank you for always teaching me martial arts. Wasn't this the gun you said you liked the most at your house?" She takes the pendant and thanks him, saying she will cherish it very much. He replies, "As long as you like it, it's fine." Internally, he thinks, "Why does just a change of socks make me feel something different?" Later, during lunch break, they are eating together. He asks her, "Why are you staring at your own legs?" She replies, "Because you were staring at them the whole day." "Do you like my legs?" He admits, "I like them. It was so obvious. Your legs are really beautiful." She seems shy but then moves closer, saying, "Zhen Hao, you could touch them if you want." Surprised, he thinks such a well-behaved girl asking me to touch her legs, there's no reason to refuse. But then he realizes just touching her legs seems a bit wrong. He suggests, "How about this? Would you resist if I let you sit on my lap right now?" She stands and sits on his lap without hesitation. He feels happy and thinks, "Oh, she's so obedient. She's like a treasure in this feminist world." He tells her, "If I only had an obedient sister like you." Realizing how odd that sounds, he questions himself, "Why do I want an obedient sister? That's strange." He asks her, "Are you not disgusted at all?" She replies, "A little, but I also feel very comfortable. No one has hugged me like this before." He thinks she might just really crave love and affection, likely due to her family situation. Noticing the keychain he gave her hanging from her wrist like a bracelet, he asks, "Did you hang it up like a bracelet?" She tells him that it's the first time she's received a gift from a friend, so she wanted to keep it really close. He's shocked and asks, "The first gift? No one has ever given you a gift before?" She explains that her previous friends only asked her for money and never gave her gifts. He tells her, "Those aren't real friends. Don't bother with them in the future." He then asks, "But Yuan didn't ask you for money, did she?" She replies, "No, the only thing she does is give me strange books and movies. But since you told me not to listen to them, I didn't look around." He's thinking, "Yuan, do you really think the FBI isn't out there?" He then tells her to put the keychain in her bag and promises to buy her a bracelet instead. Back in class, he's relaxing at his desk when he notices something pixelated on the floor. Curious, he reaches for it, but someone else grabs it and shouts, "Zhen Hao, how could you bring this type of thing to school?" Confused, he asks, "What are you talking about?" The guy continues to shout, "This school is getting ruined by you." Everyone around is stunned, thinking, "Damn, did he actually bring that kind of thing to school?" Some girls, however, don't believe it, thinking Zhen Hao isn't that kind of person. Staying calm, Zhen Hao stands up and says, "Look at my drawer. There's a bunch of things other people have stuffed in. It's the same with that thing in your hands. Don't even think about putting all this on me. If you keep making trouble, I will put this thing in your mouth." The guy leaves and everyone gathers around Zhen Hao. Wang comments, brother, that guy's a pervert for sure, putting that type of thing in your drawer. The girls seem to believe Zhen Hao, and he reassures them, it's fine, it's not a big problem. Outside, the guy seems to be scheming something else. The next day, Zhen Hao continues to find similar items in his drawer. He mutters, what the hell? It's endless. Frustrated, he throws the items in the trash and kicks the trash can, exclaiming, God damn it, every single day. The scene shifts to Zhen Hao and Wang exercising. Wang tells him, brother, I've heard some boys talking about you again the past 2 days. They're saying you're bringing, stuff every day. Zhen Hao, unbothered, replies, I don't know who it is, but it's been 4 days. They're spending a lot of money just to slander me. Wang asks, what are we going to do? He tells him, don't panic. I will find a way to catch him. Next scene, he's talking to Yuha and whispers something we can't hear. She nods and says, okay, I'll get it, and we can set it up after school. Later that day, they install something in his drawer. Long says, now we're going to catch this pervert. The next morning, someone sneaks into the classroom before everyone else. As they approach Zhen Hao's drawer, a laser activates, beep beep, a picture is taken. Zhen Hao catches the culprit red-handed and mocks, yo, night and day, and you're still working hard, aren't you? But brother, this costs us a lot of money to prepare, so let's not waste it, and throws the evidence in his face. The guy grabs it and asks, how did you find out? Zhen Hao replies, I didn't catch anything. I just installed an anti-theft system. Now let's see you at the office. But the guy shouts, don't let him go. Suddenly, other guys and even girls show up. He tells the girls, bring him to the toilet first. The girl rushes at Zhen Hao, but he dodges one of her punches and delivers another. Then someone comes in and tries to kick him, but he blocks it. Suddenly, Yua shows up looking angry. The guy shouts at her not to get involved. Zhen Hao, shocked, watches as she jumps and knees the attacker in the nose, knocking him to the floor. She steps on him and blood spurts out. She's just staring at the guy, who is already trembling, and she begins strangling him. The guy begs her to stop, but she coldly replies, I'm going to kill you. Zhen Hao shouts at her to stop, saying, I'm fine. If you keep going, things will get serious. With 3 people already on the floor, the teacher arrives, asking Zhen Hao and Yuha, what are you doing? Zhen Hao thinks, damn, the teacher. The next scene shows the school making an announcement. Ling Zongzong, a student from Senior 2 Class 4, is expelled for bringing prohibited items to school with the intent to slander Zhen Hao. Looking through the window, Wang asks, do you think she's okay? Zhen Hao replies, I don't know, but considering her family, this is not going to be easy for her. Later, he runs home. His dad asks, why didn't you call? I could have picked you up. Zhen Hao grabs a towel and says he's fine, then heads to his bedroom. He picks up his phone and calls Yuha, who answers with a crying voice. He asks, what's wrong? Why are you crying? She explains that after she got home, her mother locked her in the warehouse and it's too dark and scary there. Shocked, he asks, warehouse? What the hell? Yuha explains that whenever she makes a mistake, her mother sends her there. Feeling bad for her, Zhen Hao says, do you want to talk about something? I can talk with you. They talk until she falls asleep. The next day, he wakes up with a headache and realizes he caught a cold. Just then, Sister Qin shows up, explaining that she was going to wake him for breakfast but noticed he had a fever. She insists he take medicine, but he feels weak all over and thinks, Dan, why is my body so weak? Just a little rain did this to me. She smiles and asks, can your sister feed you? He's flustered but says, no, we're siblings. She backs off, seemingly confused. He thinks she might have noticed something but quickly dismisses the thought. She asks, what's wrong? How? Isn't your body so weak? I can help you. He has some hallucinations but brushes them off and takes the medicine himself. She wonders why he seems resistant and asks, did he actually notice something? She brings him soup and he's touched, thinking it's normal for his sister to care so much about her brother, especially since they're not blood related. He asks Sister Qin, why are you so kind to me? She pauses before replying, because I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life. Zhen Hao is shy, thinking this sounds like a marriage proposal. What's she saying? He quickly takes the bowl from her and says he can eat by himself. Watching her, he thinks sister always seems so calm. Maybe I'm overthinking. Maybe she's just a caring sister-in-law. After eating, he goes back to sleep and she stays by his side. He feels a sense of peace with her presence. When he falls asleep, she seems happy, thinking if this was before, this would be impossible. But I really want to know, do you hate your sister? The scene changes to Mr. Wei, who is thinking about Zhen Hao. She can't get him out of her mind. I actually forcibly kissed him because he was so cute, she says. She likes his self-confidence and finds him the most unique guy she has ever met. Then she stops and thinks, why Nan, aren't you thinking too much about that little man? Meanwhile, Zhen Hao is sleeping while all these girls are thinking about him. His cell phone rings, waking him up. He answers, seeing that Wai Nan is preparing to talk with him. She's nervous. It's me. Wai Man, she says. He responds, Mr. Wei, what's the matter? Does someone want to deal with me again? She tells him, I can't sleep. He's confused, and what? He gets up thinking, look at yourself, calling a high school student at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you want me to tell you a bedtime fairy tale or sing you a song? She's angry. Talk to me carefully. He retorts, You want me to be polite when you call me in the middle of the night. What's your business with me? She then asks, did you learn your fighting skills from your classmate Lin Yuha, right? He says, are you investigating me again? She smirks and tells him, Lin Yuha is average. Why did you come to me? I can give you professional training. You have a good base. If you work hard, you can become a good bodyguard. He's baffled. What the hell? First, she wants me to become a star, and now she's asking me to become a bodyguard. God damn it. So he tells her, I'm just casually practicing with her. Don't call me again if you have nothing to say or I will change my number. She's taken aback but tries to continue. Wait, there's no one else around you right now. He says, no babe, and hangs up. That's it. He gets up preparing to start his day. He notices a note beside him. If you go to the bathroom, wear a jacket. He's touched thinking, damn, my sister really cares about me. Suddenly, his sister shows up. How are you awake? Can you help me choose some clothes? He turns to see her in a long outfit, nose already bleeding. Don't come out like this, he thinks. If it weren't for my strong determination, I would have died by now of losing so much blood. He hastily chooses an outfit for her. As she turns around, he notices a tattoo on her ribs. The scene shifts to her leaving for work. She tells him to stay home and recover. Okay, sister, good work, he replies. He's contemplating, I need to go back to my old life, but I also need money. How can I make money faster? He recalls receiving a 50K bonus for reporting Liu Xing's actions and decides to follow up on it. At the police station, the guard informs him that he can't take the money yet. It might take a month if everything goes smoothly. He insists, I am an adult. Can't you just give me the cash directly? She apologizes, explaining that the conditions were set by Mr. Wei and you should go to the Feng Hong group to find her. Meanwhile, Wai Nam receives a call informing her that Zhen Hao went to collect the money. She thinks, you hung up on me last night, but now you're going to have to talk with me. Zhen Hao, visibly unhappy, finds himself back in front of her. Jesus, I just finished talking with her last night and now I came here to ask for the money. This is embarrassing, he thinks. In the elevator, a guard notices him and comments, little brother, are you still a middle school student? And which school do you study at? You're so handsome. He responds awkwardly, wanting to get out of this situation as soon as possible. They arrive at the top floor and Zhen Hao says, oh, I'm going on. But the guard grabs his hand and says, I really like you, little brother. You may not believe in love at first sight, and I didn't either, but that changed when I saw you. I feel like I could never love another man again. As she speaks, someone stares at her. Can you give me a chance? She pleads. Wei Mian, the company president, is there glaring at the guard. Hi, President Wei, the guard says nervously. Wei Nan coldly orders, get out. You don't have to come to the company anymore. The guard falls to her knees, pleading, I'm sorry. What did I do wrong? Zhen Hao interjects she didn't do anything wrong. Why are you firing her? Wei Nan snaps, are you interceding for her? The girl, crying, insists, Mr. Wei, I work hard for the company and never make mistakes. Please don't fire me. Zhen Hao helps her up, saying, all girls have pride. It's not the end of the world to change jobs. She sobs, no, if the outside world knew I was rightfully fired by Mr. Wei, no one would dare hire me. Shocked, Zhen Hao watches as Wei Man grabs him by the wrist and pulls him close. How dare you flirt with other people in front of me, she hisses. He responds calmly, which eye of yours saw me flirting? I was just helping her up. Pushing her arm away, he adds, she was just showing me the way and I said a few words. It's unreasonable for you to fire her over this. Wei Nan demands, what were you talking about with her? He retorts, aren't you a bit nosy? It doesn't matter what I talked about. Annoyed, Wei Man glares at him. You really know how to make me angry, she says. As she stands, Zhen Hao notices her well-toned figure, a result of regular exercise. You can't help but stare, she smirks. You can keep her if you want. Let's play a little game. I'll throw a cigarette upwards. I'll use my left hand and you'll use your right. If you catch it before I do, she stays. Zhen Hao, confident in his reflexes, accepts. Wei Nan is impressed by his confidence. She tosses the cigarette and both of them reach for it. Zhen Hao catches it first. Yes, I won, he exclaims. But Wei Man doesn't stop and falls onto him. You won and I lost, she murmurs. He's flustered, thinking, is she just taking advantage of me? But he decides, forget it. I don't suffer anyway. She teases, you don't know how to be reserved, do you? Rolling up my skirt and touching my leg. What shame. He insists, I caught the cigarette so you can't fire her. Now please get up. You do this every time. I think you really like me. She admits, I don't know if I really like you or not, but you're the type of guy who attracts me the most. I've never met a man like you. Self-assured, brave, and responsible. He brushes off her praise, asking, just give me my 50,000, please. She agrees but says she needs to go to the bathroom first. Zhen Hao thinks she's overly happy and just stalling. He then receives a call from his sister, who scolds him for not staying home. He lies, saying he was helping Long with his homework. She reminds him to come home soon and be careful. As he waits, Wei Nam returns from the bathroom in a different outfit. Zhen Hao, shocked by her beauty, thinks she's not only a boss but also has beauty that rivals my sister. She notices him smoking and chides kids shouldn't smoke. Annoyed by her controlling nature, he explains, I just lit it to smell it, and asks, why did you change your clothes? Were you doing something in there? Wen Man confesses, I'm also a normal woman, so don't tempt me so casually in the future. I had to relax because I couldn't stand your temptation. Jen Hao, exasperated, thinks, this perverted president? Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'm here to get my 50K. But she coolly replies, I don't think I need to give you your 50K. The market price for a cigarette is 60K, so now you owe me 10K. He shouts at her, hey, why are you lying to me? But she tells him, if you don't believe me, you can check it out. He's like, impossible. A cigarette that costs 60K. You want? She's looking cute while laughing at his confusion. He tells her, are you kidding me? But she just says, the price is real, but letting you pay is fake. Here, you can have your 50K. He looks at the money and says, even though you have a bad temper, you are a trustworthy person, so thank you. He adds, damn, but my behavior just now was a bit inappropriate. From now on, we should see each other less or not at all. This way, your work efficiency can return to 100%. Goodbye. She smirks and mutters to herself, I will get you. Back at his home, his sister and her friend are looking at some of his old photos. Her friend remarks, you had way too many photos of your brother, don't you? She's thinking, of course I have. This is my treasure, and in the future, I will have even more. That's when he arrives at home. Sister King King, didn't you say you'd come back later? Why are you here so early? Oh, she's startled, worried he might see the album. Her friend almost says, we were seeing some pho, but Kin Kin pinches her and gives her a look. Kin Hao asks, what's going on? She quickly covers, nothing, we were just reading some literature, that's it. Her friend's like, yeah, we were reading literature. Jen Hao, curious, asks, is that so? What literature? Can I see it? But Sister Chin quickly pretends to be sleepy and jumps on him. He asks her if she's okay. She replies, I am, but hey, how didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why did you go out again? He tries to brush it off, saying, I was just too bored. She tells him, don't you know that you have a face that could bring disaster to the country and its people? He's like, okay, I'll protect myself, sister. Now, I'm going back to my room. After he leaves, her friend asks, what are you doing? Why can't your brother see this album? She just stares at her friend and says, it doesn't matter. If you try to get involved in this, we will not be friends anymore. Her friend quickly responds, all right, I'm not going to ask about it. Back in his room, Jen Hao thinks, why is it that every time I'm with Wai Nan, I feel so tired? But then, looking through his window, he notices someone staring at his house. Could it be that I'm entangled with someone again? Who is that man? Dad and aunt are not at home. Should I tell my sister? He goes back downstairs where his sister's friend is gone. He asks, why did she leave so soon? She brushes it off, saying she had something to do. That's when he tells her, I was upstairs, and I saw a man outside the house who seemed to be sneaking around. I don't know what he's doing, but you should be careful, he says. She pats his head and says she's happy that he's worried about her, but assures him there's no need to worry. She already knows who the man outside is. He questions, I don't think so. She explains that it was the guy who sent her some pictures. He remembers, oh, so it's that weirdo. She smiles and says, you don't need to worry, as she throws herself at him and grabs him by the chin. What's wrong with you, Hao? You're blushing. He stammers, and nothing. I just feel like I don't need to ask for a leave tomorrow. I'll go to school. She doesn't seem pleased. Why are you in such a hurry to go back to school? Do you have a girlfriend there? He quickly responds, no, of course not. I wouldn't fall in love so early. She pulls him closer. Don't lie to your sister. Having a good-looking brother like you is a happy trouble, and I really want to keep you by my side, okay? He asks, what did you say? She quickly covers, nothing. I'll drive you to school tomorrow. The next morning, she drops him off at school. Long tells him that since the incident, Yua has been alone all the time, with everyone staying away from her. They decide to talk to her. Good morning, Yuva. They greet her. She seems happy and Jen Hao apologizes for involving her in the incident. But she just asks him, are you afraid of me? He pats her head and says, how could I be afraid of you if you're so obedient? With that, she looks happy. All the girls in the class comment that they wouldn't mind being isolated if they could get attention from the male god. It's time for lunch break and they're together in their room. She opens her bento box, revealing a variety of dishes. Seeing that he's only eating some bread, she offers, do you want to eat mine? He's pleasantly surprised and says, hey, that's really nice. He grabs something to eat and she stares at his hands. Jen Hao, your hand, can I touch it? She asks. He chokes a bit and asks, why, suddenly? She explains that the girls in the class said that she's never kissed a boy or held a boy's hand and that she's wasting her good looks. They also said she's too naive and would never have the chance in her life. He reassures her, that's fine. There's no need to rush. It'll happen eventually. But she looks down and says, my grandma told me that I should never let anyone belittle me. Then she asks, Jen Hao, can I kiss you? He's shocked. What? She looks at him expectantly and asks again, can I? He thinks for a moment and says, if a kiss can make you feel less bitter about what they say, I don't mind. He's thinking, you're so good. If it's just a kiss, I won't refuse it. She tells him, I'm going to kiss you, as she moves closer. He gently grabs her by the neck and says, for the first time, I'll do it. If you're shy, you can close your eyes. She blushes and they share a kiss. She thinks her heart is beating so fast, while Jen Hao reflects that this moment is perfect. Someone knocks on the door, startling them both, but she quickly reassures him, saying that the door is locked so they're safe. The people outside are probably wondering why the room is locked all the time, questioning what's going on inside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he turns to her and says, "Well, now you've kissed a boy. Haha. No one will tease you about never having kissed anyone in the future. Haha." But then she grabs his hand and places it over her heart, saying, "John Hao, what's happening? My heart is beating too fast. Am I sick?" The protagonist is caught off guard since she placed his hand on her chest. He tries to play it off, putting his hand on his head, and explains it's just dopamine in your brain because you're happy from kissing. It's nothing serious. In his mind, he's worried that she might start liking him, which could be problematic, but she quickly admits that she liked it and wants to practice kissing more. Despite her heart racing, she says it felt comfortable and she's already leaning in. The protagonist tries to downplay the situation, saying that it's not common for friends to kiss each other. Even though he doesn't mind, she shouldn't ask other friends to do this, just him. She agrees. He then says that he'll teach her slowly. The scene shifts to Yuha in her room, watching a video that claps can be heard all the time. She watches it from start to finish, but notices that her heart didn't race. She wonders, Zheng Hao said that Yuan's heart races when she watches these things, but nothing happened to me. Why is that? She recalls that Zheng Hao said he would teach her slowly. She wonders if she can call him now, so she calls him. He answers and they start talking. She tells him she watched the video Yuan sent her, but her heart didn't race. She asks why and if he can explain it to her. The protagonist is shocked, knowing that if Yuan sent the video, it must have been something quite explicit. He hesitates to respond, making Yua feel awkward. She says, "If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I don't want to ask you these things anymore." The protagonist reassures her, saying that these are difficult questions, but that he doesn't mind answering. She can ask whenever she wants, but he suggests they talk about it later because he's going to take a shower now. She says she'll shower too and suggests they have a conversation while doing so. He agrees and tells her to keep her phone away from the water to avoid getting it wet. As they start showering, even Zhang Hao feels a bit awkward. He turns on the shower and she says she's washing her hair. He replies that he's also washing his hair. Meanwhile, his sister is outside, wondering who he's talking to in the shower. Does he have a girlfriend? Should I do something? She sits on the bed, grabs her phone, and starts chatting with Long Long, asking if Zhang Hao is being pursued by many women. Long Long responds, he's very handsome, so obviously he is. She then asks if he has a girlfriend. Long Long says no and she can relax. She gets up thinking, perfect, if he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, I still have a chance. She decides to make her move and lies down on his bed. Meanwhile, the protagonist is having a peculiar conversation. He says he's going to lie down and later find some information on how to improve their exercises and send it to her for careful study. He heads to his room thinking it's better for her to learn things properly rather than from nonsense. When he arrives in his room, he sees a lump under the blanket. He pulls it back and finds his sister, the nicest person on the planet, saying, I was waiting for you to get out of the shower so we could watch a movie together, but I ended up falling asleep. He replies, sorry, I took too long in the shower. Meanwhile, on his phone, there were some peculiar things open. His sister in his bed and him seeing those things. My God, what's happening? He says he'll talk to Yuva later and sends a message saying he'll get in touch. She then asks, what movie do you want to watch? He responds that he likes watching horror movies because they scare him and can cling to someone. However, she says she's sweaty and will take a shower first, asking him to wait for her in the living room. You can already imagine how she'll come out of that shower. I don't need to continue to know she'll come out strong. The protagonist starts thinking that in his world, when watching a horror movie, girls would cling to the guys, but here it's reversed. So in his theory, he should cling to her, and he's already imagining the joy. Then she comes out of the shower in just a nightgown. The protagonist is stunned and asks, oh, my sister, what are you doing here? She ignores the question and asks if he chose a movie. He's thinking, my God, doesn't she realize she needs to choose her clothes better at home? I better start watching a movie soon before I can't resist this temptation. She looks at him and asks, why are you blushing, boy? He brushes it off as usual, saying, no, nothing. It's just really hot in here. Let's watch the movie. She thinks it's better to take things slowly. When he gets scared, he'll probably jump on me. The movie is about a girl coming out of a well, but in this case, it's a guy coming out of the well. The protagonist thinks that with reversed genders, it's not scary. However, she's scared and starts clinging to him. He asks, are you scared, little sister? She replies, oh, sorry, how? You won't think I'm useless and scared of things, right? And in her thoughts, she reveals that she really is scared. She didn't expect to be this frightened. However, he hugs her and says that being scared of ghosts is normal. She thinks, how nice of my how to be so active. Now she's happy because she thought it would go wrong, but it turned out the opposite. The plan was for him to jump on her, but she ended up jumping on him and everything worked out. The protagonist reveals in his thoughts that even though his heart races when she gets close, he doesn't have any improper thoughts. Then he imagines his father coming in and saying that if he does anything, he'll get beaten up. His sister asks what he's thinking about, and he says it's nothing. He mentions that it's getting late, so it's time for them to go back to resting. She grabs his hand and says, let's go upstairs. Zhang Hao thinks it's the first time he's seen her acting so feminine. so he's feeling like a Chad. They go up the stairs, he goes to his room and she asks, how can I sleep with you tonight? The protagonist, all innocent, thinks, oh poor thing. She was watching a scary movie and got scared. That's why she wants to sleep. But then he imagines that the problem with letting her sleep here is that he won't be able to sleep with her next to him, so it'll be difficult. But she gives a little pout and asks, "Do you want me to sleep with you?" Jong-ho responds, "I don't mind, you can sleep." She lies down next to him and says he's brave because he wasn't scared while she was terrified. He says she doesn't need to explain because they're family, and she can be herself. She doesn't need to hide how she feels around him. She gets all shy and hugs him, lying close to his neck, and Jong-ho is petrified. The day passes, morning comes, and she gets up all happy, saying that sleeping next to him was a blessing. She's never slept so well. She looks at Jong-ho, who has wide eyes, looking like he didn't sleep a wink. She asks what happened. Little brother, he couldn't sleep. What happened? He's just remembering how she kept putting her head on his chest, and he couldn't concentrate to sleep, waking up every time. She thinks it was because of the horror movies that he had nightmares and says they won't watch those things anymore. Jong-ho is pretending and thinking that his body is completely exhausted, drained from the night. As he's getting ready and brushing his teeth, Long sends some messages, and it seems like he made some stickers of Jong-ho saying things like, "The baby is angry, don't eat, the male god is angry." Long is saying he's going to post these emojis online, and they're going to go viral. Jong-ho tells him to stop taking pictures of him. He goes downstairs and asks what his sister is doing there. She says she received an emoji from him. Long sent it to everyone. Jong-ho says that it's garbage that Long made and she shouldn't use it. However, obviously, this crazy sister loved it. As soon as they get to school, the girls are all looking at him, thinking he's the guy from the emojis. They approach him saying, "I got your emoji pack. It's so cool. Could you sign here and autograph my backpack?" He runs off, opens a door, and shouts, "Long, you bastard. Come here, you jerk." Long replies, "Do you want more emojis? Relax, come here and pick some." Jong-ho responds, "Are you crazy? Delete those damn stickers or you're getting beaten up." In the midst of this conversation, Yuba asks, "Jong-ho, are you upset?" He says no, that it's all just a joke. Then he notices that she cut her hair a bit and asks if she trimmed it. She jokes saying she didn't cut it, just washed it. Then she admits she cut her bangs to look cuter for him. Jong-ho chuckles, thinking that it's much easier to deal with her than with his sister or Wei because she's much more obedient. She mentions that tonight she wants to show him a new secret base. It seems like they're in an old school, hidden under a desk in a random room. It looks like some people are already making out there while he's under the desk. However, Jong-ho feels like he's in a forbidden place. At that moment, she tries to say something and he covers her mouth. But when he covers her mouth, she blushes and starts licking his hand. Jong-ho is paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Then she looks at him and asks, "You know what I want?" and attacks him with a passionate kiss. Jong-ho, of course, has zero resistance and just accepts it, thinking that she's always close to him and they're basically in the same class. She's always affectionate. The only problem is if his sister finds out about this, he's in trouble. She'll never take care of him again. But the kiss is already happening, and she's completely dazed. He then tells her, "No, my dear, when you kiss, you have to breathe. Hold on a bit." She says, "Okay, I'll keep practicing." He tells her, No, calm down. We need to go back to class. Time's up." A while later, they're holding hands and Jong-ho is thinking, do I want to date her? Do I want to go out with her? Then he remembers his sister and realizes he can't choose. Interestingly, he didn't even think about why. And in the next panel, who's there? Wei herself in her office, talking to her secretary. The secretary is saying that they should capitalize more on Jong-ho's image because just from taking some photos of him at the mall, he became super famous. However, Wei warns, "I don't want his photos circulating on the internet. He's going to be my man." But the emojis are everywhere, and the secretary alerts her. It's too late. The emoji pack of him is selling like water in the desert. Wei is furious. She pulls out her phone to find the emoji pack, seeing several photos of him circulating on the internet and gets furious, wanting to know who did this. She looks at a pile of documents on the table thinking, damn it, I have to take care of my business, but I can't stop thinking about Jong-ho. She says that the more he resists, the less she'll be able to help him. She bites her finger, remembering the kiss, and leaves, saying that everyone should forget about him because he will be her man. On the way home, as he's about to enter, a car is parked outside. Who is it? It's her again. Jong-ho walks over and says, "I've already told you we won't see each other anymore. Erase me from your life, don't talk to me. Didn't we agree not to talk? Did you change your mind?" She says that even though they kind of agreed not to talk, she couldn't control herself and came here to see him. The warrior couldn't resist. Jong-ho scolds her again, saying, "You're the CEO of a company, a trained soldier, and you can't even control this kind of thing." She responds that she saw his photos flying around the internet and a bunch of women talking about him. She couldn't hold back. She grabs him by the collar and pulls him close, saying, "Do they think they can touch my man?" Jong-ho is lost, looking at the door, thinking if his sister shows up, things will get complicated. So it's better to leave quickly. He tells her to go somewhere else, get in the car, and let's go. In the car, Jong-ho explains exactly the type of woman he likes. He prefers women who are cute, act like a baby sometimes, and are obedient, unlike her, who just wants to disagree with him all the time and be bossy. He thinks it's terrible to be with Wei, because when you're with her, it feels like she just wants to control you and you have no opinion at all. She lets out a sigh and chuckles, asking if he likes that type of weak woman and questions if women in his world were like that. Jong Hao says she can imagine whatever she wants, but he won't talk about how his world was. However, she needs to know that she is not his type. Then she asks, how can all these incompetent women compare to me? I have money, status, fame. None of that is a problem for me. If you were my man, you could stay at home and I'd give you everything you want. What's the problem? Jong Hao thinks that it does sound quite tempting, but he responds that he understands how she feels. But if she finds another good-looking guy, she'll forget about him soon. So they just need to give it some time and everything will pass. Then she grabs his chin, leans in, and says that, Yuha, do you think she's like that? You just don't know the kind of woman she is. Jong Hao snaps, telling her not to involve Yuha. However, he accidentally used a pet name for Yuha, which Wei noticed and got a bit angry because it showed their intimacy. Jong Hao notices Wei's anger and gets upset that she's upset, saying, what's the problem with using a different name for her? If you want, I'll call you by a different name too. She feels a bit embarrassed and turns away, saying that's enough of that. However, Jong Hao notices that she got shy just because he said that. He explains that it's just a way friends communicate, and she doesn't need to overthink it. And if she wants, they can even be friends. Just don't follow me around everywhere. Got it. Jong Hao's plan is for her to gradually distance herself, while they grow apart and she forgets about him. However, at the entrance of the house, he encounters the same guy who was watching him from the corner before. The guy says he's a friend of his sister and wanted Jong Hao to deliver a gift to her. Jong Hao thinks the guy looks familiar and remembers that this was the guy who sent semi-nude photos to his sister. He confronts the guy saying, oh, I know who you are. You're the one sending lewd stuff to my sister. Right. Just know that what matters to my sister matters to me too. If I see you here again, I'll call the police for sexual harassment. So scram. The guy leaves but thinks he'll make his sister like him no matter what it takes. When Jong Hao gets home, his sister greets him and says she was too lazy to cook today, so she bought fast food for them to eat. She mentions that it's good to indulge in junk food every once in a while. Jong Hao doesn't know what to do with the temptation in front of him, feeling a bit flustered. He notices she sighs a little and asks her what's bothering her today. She says she's upset because he's too popular on the internet after that emoji pack. She explains that while she was at work, a lot of people were looking at photos of him on their phones and it made her jealous. Jong Hao tells her to stop being silly, saying that all of it will fade away soon because he doesn't want to be an internet celebrity. She says it's good that he doesn't want to be a celebrity because being one is dangerous, especially if you're the type who uses your image to make money. People will start wanting to take pictures of your butt, your arms, and everything else. And those are things only I can see, she jokes. She tells him she's just kidding and for him to drink up. As she looks at him, she thinks to herself that she knows a lot of people will be fascinated by his appearance, so she needs to resolve this quickly before too many people get involved in the future. Time is running out and actions need to be taken. The scene shifts to the evening, and she is knocking on his bedroom door. He seems to be studying programming. His sister asks if she can stay there and work beside him and if it will bother him. He says it won't and she can stay. Looking at her, he thinks that for once she's acting like a real big sister. He says she can sit there and work as much as she wants. It won't affect him. She thanks him, says she's happy, and has a gift for him. She mentions that she spends a lot of her money every day, so today she's giving him her daily salary of 3,000 yuan. Jong Hao thinks about how unfair the world is. In his previous life, he worked a whole month to earn a fraction of that. He asks how she earns so much at such a young age. She explains that although she's not yet a qualified surgeon, she can assist in some surgeries, so earning 3,000 isn't much compared to what she'll make in the future. In her mind, she wants to show that she can easily provide a good life for him. Jong Hao asks if 3,000 isn't too much. She explains that she was accepted because of her talent. It's not normal for people to be able to assist in such operations. She was the top student, so she has some special privileges. As a cardiac surgeon, a field with few specialists, she's in high demand and her salary will only increase. Jong Hao responds, "Sister, you're really amazing. If I could make that much money one day, I'd be happy." Moreover, with all the money she's earning, his father and her mother won't have to work so hard or late. She says it's sweet of him to think that, but they haven't been working much lately, and they're even going on a trip that she's apparently paying for. Jong Hao asks if they're going to be gone for a while, and she confirms it. He realizes that they'll be alone in the house for quite some time, and the look on her face suggests she's planning something during that time. The next scene starts with Jong Hao at the sink, shouting in desperation, not knowing what to do because he can't resist being alone with her at night. He mutters to himself, "Don't look, don't think, don't speak." But as soon as he sees her, the poor guy collapses again. Then he asks why she changed her clothes, noting that each one is shorter than the last. She responds, "Because I wanted to work more comfortably, so I put on some pajamas to feel free," and she's lying on his bed just studying. Hours pass, and Jong Hao notices that she's constantly looking at him. She realizes she's been noticed and says her shoulder hurts a lot, and asks if she deserves a massage. Of course, the poor guy is all flustered, not knowing what to say, but the scene shifts to him helping her relax. She then comments that this weekend they'll be alone, so they could take some time to have fun. John Hao realizes they've never really gone out together, so he agrees. She says, I'll think about it carefully because it's my first date with my brother. He's confused by the word date, thinking it's just two siblings going out, but he lets it slide. Time passes and it's 11 p.m. He tells her it's time for bed. She says she'll go to her room first. A miracle that she's not going to sleep in his bed. They say goodnight and she leaves thinking that she can't do anything more intimate yet. And our boy lets out a sigh. In his mind, he's thinking, I can't wait to spend the weekend with her. At that moment, his phone rings. He answers, and who is it? Wei Nan, and he immediately says, oh Wei, you can't keep insisting like this. If you want to find a man, I'll introduce you to someone else. But she responds, I hate men. Not just anyone can be my boyfriend. I'd only want you, so talk to me now. Then he asks, if you hate men, why are you still following me? What do you mean? She says that ever since she was young, she always saw a bunch of perverted men following her, especially because of the fame and money she has. She saw her mother go out with many of these guys, so she hates delicate men. However, the protagonist is different. She explains that when she was young, she worked every day until she joined the army, so it's not her fault that she doesn't know how to take care of him. She even wants to learn. However, all she knows so far is how to work, run a business, make money, and fight in wars. But she wants to do her best for him. She just doesn't know how, but she'll give him everything he wants. She says that she could literally take him to space in the future because the Feng Hong group is studying rockets. John Hao replies, I'm not interested in going to the stars. He continues, anyway, I'm going to sleep now, so we should go to sleep too. I'm hanging up, and he hangs up. Wow, the guy just shut her down after she poured her heart out. That's cold man. But as he hangs up, he thinks about how she's the kind of person who studied every day and barely had a childhood, which is why she's a bit manic. He feels a bit sorry for her. As he closes his eyes to sleep, he has another flashback of his sister, saying, no, you can't look at anyone else, and clinging to him. The night passes and the protagonist wakes up at school. Ever since the emoji craze started, he hasn't been able to go home alone because his sister has been picking him up every day, worried about his newfound fame. In the morning, Yuha greets him and he asks why she's so late. She says it's because she was thinking about kissing him and suddenly she goes to kiss him. He says, whoa girl, keep it down, okay? That's a secret. You can't just say that to everyone. She gets closer, touches his finger and says, Zhang Hao, let's kiss. He replies, calm down, and tries to explain that kissing is something more intimate and should be done at school or with just anyone. She responds, okay, then let's kiss at my house today after school. Zhang Hao suggests, how about we just focus on classes first, then we can talk about it later. But he notices she looks sad for not getting a kiss and feels sorry for her. He thinks that his body's reactions are different in this world. Once he starts, there's no going back. He can't take the risk. During the break, he calls over his friend Long. As they leave, the girls are all over him saying, oh my god. It's the emoji guy, sign my bag, emoji guy. He's wondering what's going on and why things are getting worse every day. Long shows him a video titled The God Who Appears Once Every 70,000 Years. John Hao is furious. One girl even tries to grab his butt, but Yuha is there and quickly twists the girl's wrist. The girls, knowing Yuha can fight, are shocked. John Hao tells Yuha to calm down and let the girl go. Just then, the principal shows up and tells everyone to leave, and they all scatter. Meanwhile, the two guys who always cause trouble for John Hao are talking. The green-haired one says to the other, man, when you were famous, everyone followed you. Now John Hao is stealing all your fans. The purple-streaked replies, I don't get what they see in him. What's he got besides looks? Can he sing, dance, rap? No, right? The only thing he's got is his appearance. He's useless. Then they hear some girls talking about a fancy car parked outside, and the guy wonders what's going on. In front of the school, there's a lineup of luxury cars. And who is it? Obviously, it's Wei Nan. John Hao sees the scene, and Long exclaims, wow, look at that. A line of luxury cars, what's happening? It's so impressive. John Hao dismisses it, saying it's nothing special. Let's just grab something to eat and get out of here. He's still confused about why he's become so famous. At that moment, his phone rings, and who is it? The legendary Wei. He says, girl, do you have to follow me even to school? She replies, come here, I'm taking you to dinner. He responds, oh, is that you in the car? I'm not going. I'm eating with my classmates. But she replies, I knew you'd say that, so I came prepared. She gets out of the car and orders a feast to be served. The staff literally sets up a table for a whole feast. But as soon as John Hao sees this, he calls her in a panic, telling her to stop and that he'll eat with her. Yuha asks what's going on, and he makes an excuse and runs off, leaving her looking a bit sad. Wei, noticing Yuha's sadness, gives a sly smile. This girl is something else. John Hao talks to Wei and tells her that he doesn't want anyone to find out what's happening between them. If anyone does, he'll never speak to her again. She feels hurt by his words, but thinks he's cute when he doesn't know what to do. She orders the staff to pack everything back into the car and leave. The scene changes to her waiting for him at the corner, wearing a hat. He comes up and asks, so you want to go out to eat? She says yes, and he agrees, but only if he gets to choose the place. She agrees, so he takes her to the most rundown place possible, hoping to make her dislike him. He says, I love this place. It's my favorite. But I know you're a rich tyrant, so you probably won't like it. She really doesn't like it. He thinks, yes, hate me, hate me. They go into the shabby restaurant and she's shocked by how rundown it is. She pulls out her card and tells the owner not to let anyone else eat there while she's around. John Hao quickly intervenes, saying, you may be rich, but if you do that, where will poor people eat? If you're just going to flaunt your wealth, let's leave right now. She thinks, man, you're really difficult. John Hao orders a big bowl of instant noodles with a fried egg. She looks at the menu and wonders if something this cheap is even edible. John Hao, a bit embarrassed, says, I've eaten this my whole life. If it were poisoned, I'd be dead by now. The restaurant owner glares at her and tells her to order quickly because she's holding up the line. John Hao places his order, and Wei insists the staff wear gloves and use only fresh ingredients for her. The owner gets upset but quickly changes her tune when Wei flashes some cash, promising to use all the proper attire and ingredients. John Hao watches and thinks this is getting a bit mean, but then Wei grabs him and says, stop looking at her, only look at me. He thinks, wow, you're even jealous of the restaurant aunt. But she cuts him off, asking if he really eats here. He confirms, saying, yes, this is where poor people eat. She can understand it because she's always surrounded by wealthy people and doesn't realize how her actions are inappropriate. He makes it clear that he doesn't have a Cinderella complex. He doesn't want to be pampered or supported by her. If that's what she wants, she can just leave. The scene shifts and a restaurant lady comes out dressed like a top chef, complete with a mask, hat, and vest. She's almost like a surgeon. The food she brings is impressive. Wei looks at the meal and says, this is actually edible. I had worse in the army, especially considering that I love you. John Hao thinks, this girl is crazy. Wei doesn't want him to eat it, saying it's not clean or nutritious. John Hao is puzzled by her madness, but her words show that she's trying to care for him in her way. Out of nowhere, she asks, why do you kiss so well? Who taught you that? He dodges the question, saying it's not the right time to talk about such things and claims he learned it all from watching TV. Wei warns him, you better not let me find out you have any kind of relationship with another woman. If not, I promise I'll do something about it. John Hao is taken aback. The scene shifts to John Hao talking with Long in the room. Long is asking what he thinks about a particular lipstick and whether it will look good. John Hao, uninterested, says, I don't know, man. I just want to go home. Long insists, saying he wants to see his sister's reaction when she sees it. John Hao brushes it off, and they head to his sister's room where she's drawing something. Long enters and says, sister, are you drawing again? Scared, she replies, brother, what are you doing here? The scene cuts to John Hao holding her book. It turns out she was drawing John Hao being surrounded by several girls. John Hao starts to scold her, but she quickly defends herself, saying, no, it wasn't me. I was forced to do it by my friends. She starts crying, begging him to believe her, claiming she can't even read properly yet. However, John Hao opens a file on her PC, revealing 500 gigabytes of study material, showing she clearly can read. She gets angry, asking, how did you find this? How did you discover everything I was doing so quickly? John Hao cuts her off, saying he has to teach her a lesson since she's the sister of his best friend. He confiscates everything, stating that at her age, she should be focusing on her studies and not drawing such things. He adds that if she follows his rules, he'll grant her a wish. At that moment, John Hao's sister calls, asking what he's doing. He replies that he's leaving Long's house. She offers to pick him up, concerned for his safety. At her office, a colleague asks who she's talking to. She suddenly turns and leaves. Her friend at the office suggests they go to a bar this weekend to hang out and meet some good-looking guys. However, she declines, saying she already has a very handsome guy she's going out with on Saturday. The friend, curious, asks who it is, but she says she'll reveal it once she has the results. Her friend then pulls something out of her pocket and says she's giving her a baby, but the exact item is censored. She looks at it, and her friend advises her to take precautions. Meanwhile, a guy who's been following her, possibly a colleague, overhears everything. He's clearly upset and has learned where they'll be shopping, planning to confront them. She arrives home and hears a voice in the room. Why is he doing a live stream at this hour? She wonders. John Hao is furious during the stream because people have discovered that he's the once-in-70,000 years guy, and he didn't want his personal image tied to the game. He wanted to keep it strictly a gaming stream. To make matters worse, even players in the game have been stream sniping him, recognizing him and asking him to remove his mask. He can't even play in peace anymore. Suddenly, his sister shuts off the PC. Stop playing, she orders. The scene changes to the school, but honestly, if someone shut off my PC like that, I wouldn't be happy either. There'd have to be some compensation for that. They recall what happened the previous night. As soon as she turned off his PC, she grabbed his arm, pleading, stop live streaming. They've already recognized you. Everyone will know who you are and where you live. Desperate, she worried that if he became too famous, he wouldn't be able to stay at home. Can't you just stay home and let your sister take care of you? She asks, afraid that he might be taken away from her. Because if he starts meeting a lot of people, they'll definitely forget about her. He reassures her that he's only streaming for now, it's just a temporary thing. It doesn't matter if other people know about him because she is his family, and he won't forget her. But even though he reassures her, she still doesn't feel well with those words. The scene shifts back to him at school. John Hao is thinking that lately, she's been trying to follow him more than usual. Is it just because they're siblings, or is there something more? At that moment, John Hao sees that from the previous night's stream, he earned 38,000 yuan. Let me translate that for you, it's around $5,000 to $7,000, man, from just one stream. He thinks, wow, I didn't even ask for donations or anything. The platform took their cut, and I still got all this? Seriously? If I keep making this kind of money? This is the power of being an internet celebrity. However, he remembers that the main goal isn't to get rich. The main goal is to return to his own world. Then the scene changes. John Hao arrives at school and finds a crowd of fans there, accompanied by Long Long, all welcoming him. Now the protagonist has a fan club at school. The girls are all saying they'll always support him. The guys who dislike him are discussing, damn, John Hao was already a celebrity at school. Now he's an internet celebrity, and it's ruined everything. However, as always, they claim that the only thing that matters about him is his looks because he doesn't do anything special. It's obvious the guy has a malicious plan. While John Hao is changing in the bathroom, the guy is secretly taking photos with his phone. Long Long walks in and comments, wow, John Hao, your abs are already defined. Meanwhile, the guy keeps snapping pictures. However, he accidentally drops his phone and John Hao notices, asking, man, what are you doing here? The guy checks his phone screen to see if it's broken and realizes he's been caught. John Hao confronts him, dude, what are you doing here? Are you taking pictures of me? The guy denies it, but John Hao takes the phone, obviously finds the pictures, and starts undressing, taunting the guy, go ahead and take as many pictures as you want, while handing back the phone. The guy thinks, wow, this guy is really crazy. John Hao uses this strategy because he can't afford to be scared of people taking pictures of him. If they find out he's sensitive about it, the situation will only get worse. It's better to boldly face it. The scene shifts to John Hao following the guy on the street, thinking he needs to find a way to get this guy to leave him alone and stop taking pictures of him. The guy is looking at his phone, thinking, that jerk John Hao caught me, but I won't give up. Just then, someone grabs him and pulls him into an alley. John Hao turns the corner to see who it is and realizes it's Wai Nan's goons. So he understands that she's the one orchestrating this. One of the goons tells the guy to say that nothing happened and disappear. John Hao realizes that Wai Nan probably has someone watching him at school, knowing what happened and that this green-haired guy was taking pictures of him. So he calls her, asking what she's going to do with the guy. She responds, oh, so you know it was me who did this. John Hao says, well, your goon pulled the guy right in front of me. How could I not see? Wai Nan replies that since the guy wanted to provoke John Hao, he has to face the consequences. But John Hao tells her not to worry about this kind of thing. He'll handle it himself. Even more so at school. However, Wei says she doesn't care what he thinks she should do. She's going to handle things her way, even if it means doing so at school. John Hao, angry, says he's going to hang up, knowing there's not much he can do. All he hopes for now is that the guy shows up at school tomorrow and doesn't disappear for good. The next day, as soon as he sees the guy is visibly startled and acts overly polite, as if afraid. John Hao realizes that the guy was probably beaten up. While they're eating, Yuan notices that John Hao seems a bit down and asks what's wrong. He replies, nothing much, just a headache. Out of nowhere, she gets up and starts giving him a facial massage, saying that when he did that for her at the park, she felt better. So she just wants to help. At that moment, she suddenly hugs him, saying she wants to stay close to him. She says that hugging makes her happy and kissing makes her happy. John Hao, trying to play it cool, responds, I want to make you happy too. He's standing there thinking about how obedient she is and how romantic the scene feels. He just thanks her and gives her a hug, but he realizes that even though he likes the hugs from his sister and Yun Wei, he doesn't feel as relaxed with them as he does with Yuha. Even though his half-sister is very beautiful, it doesn't feel right because she is family. And with Wei, he fears that getting involved even a little could be dangerous. Considering all this, it's only with Yuha that he feels a sense of calm and peace. Suddenly, she starts kissing his neck and asks for a kiss, even beginning to take off her shirt. Wow, she's really going for it. He tells her to calm down and not be so forward. But the truth is, he also wants it. He just doesn't want anyone at school to see. He asks her what kind of movies she's been watching. She says she hasn't watched anything. However, he still thinks that she probably watched something to make her act like this, like a crazy person. He then tells her that these kinds of things are only for couples to do. Only really after you understand what love is and you're actually like dating. She then asks him, so what is love? He gives a generic response saying that love is when you love someone. Wow, a perfect 10-tenths answer, well done. He knows she won't understand anything, so he tries to give a half-hearted explanation, saying it's when you feel relaxed around someone. He asks if that's how she feels around him. Because if they ever start dating, he doesn't want it to be just for physical things, but for love. After giving her all this advice, he says it's time to go back to class. She didn't say anything the entire time. Out of nowhere, Long calls him, telling him to be careful. He noticed that John Hao has been going to lunch with Yuha all the time and she's probably taking advantage of him. But John Hao says it's nothing like that. They're just friends. Then John Hao starts thinking that if even Long noticed, the people watching him, like those hired by Wei, will probably inform her about Yuha, so he needs to distance himself a bit to keep Yuha safe. John Hao is doing another live stream. His sister comes in as usual, takes the microphone and says, "My little baby is going to sleep. See you in the next live, bye." John Hao is like, "Hey, I'm not done here." But she replies, "Every time you play, you get so focused. It's time to stop, let's rest. Come to bed and lie on your sister's lap, and I'll give you a massage." John Hao lies on the bed, thinking, my sister is so nice, always taking care of me, not knowing her true intentions. She's just trying to convince him to stop streaming, saying that many of his viewers probably have bad intentions. She suggests he should stream less. And another thing, no matter how much they ask, he shouldn't show anything. Even if they ask for measurements or other details, he should refuse. He's confused, asking about what measures is she talking about. She laughs and says he doesn't understand the evils of the world and that she'll teach him how to take the measurements of the 4 things. John Hao thinks to himself, hips, waist, chest, and what's the 4th measurement? The scene then cuts to her measuring his chest, lifting his shirt. He's shocked, thinking, what on earth is happening? She comments, "You have great abdominal muscles." He mentions that he's been exercising. She runs her hand over his abs, saying she's a bit envious. Then she remarks that he seems to have a fever and starts pulling down his shorts. John Hao, alarmed, exclaims, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" Realizing what she's doing, she suddenly thinks that she almost lost control and messed up. John Hao wonders if she's really feeling shy, finding her rather cute. The scene changes to the next morning and they're having coffee. She reminds him that today is their date, and he questions whether she understands the meaning of the word date. Half an hour later, she comes down from her room and asks him how she looks. He thinks to himself that she looks even more stunning than the girls on the internet. Not doing a great job of playing the brother role, he just tells her that she looks beautiful and that he'll go change so they can leave. As they walk around the mall, John Hao notices the guy who's always lurking around their house is there too. She comments that it seems like he's found them again and that they were followed. John Hao asks, "Is it that guy in the hat, sis? I'll go deal with him." She stops him, saying, No, don't do anything. He works with me in the same lab. If you cause trouble, it can make things difficult at work, and I might lose my job. She wants to handle it more indirectly and asks him for a favor. He asks what the favor is, and she requests that they pretend to be a couple to make the guy back off completely. John Hao agrees, saying he'll do it for her since she doesn't mind. She feels a bit embarrassed but happy and thanks him. The fun begins as they go to a claw machine with stuffed animals. She mentions that she's heard all guys love receiving stuffed animals, so she wants to win some for him. They enjoy some ice cream and cat ear headbands, just having fun at the mall. Then she suggests they go somewhere else, and John Hao, noticing the guy is still following them, suggests they hold hands to make it look more convincing. The guy has been following them all day like a maniac and isn't leaving. John Hao asks her, does he still not believe we're together? She replies, I guess not. Suddenly she says, oh my god, he's coming toward us. She kisses John Hao, catching him off guard, while the guy behind them is shocked, thinking they kissed in public. John Hao's sister is mentally praising the guy for not disappointing her. She had anticipated the situation and deliberately gave away their location earlier, setting up this whole scene to justify the kiss. She's playing a fourth-dimensional chess game. She apologizes for kissing him without asking and asks if it scared him. He assures her it's okay and asks where the guy went. She tells him it looks like he ran away. She's thinking, this isn't a dream, I kissed him, and he wasn't even mad. He's just a little shy. Does he like my physical affection? Again, she apologizes, explaining that she didn't know how to handle the stressful situation and couldn't control herself. John Hao reassures her that it's okay. He's not mad. However, he points out that kissing in public is problematic. She tells him not to worry about it, explaining that even though they are theoretically siblings, they aren't related by blood. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with it, and since they have such a good relationship, kissing isn't a big deal. And she continues, hey, how are you going to tell me you didn't enjoy kissing me? John Hao is taken aback and wonders why she's asking him that. As a man, he obviously enjoyed it to some extent. However, he knows that if he admits to enjoying it, their relationship could take a step in a direction he's not sure if he wants to go. Moreover, if things escalate, it could ruin the family they have now, driving their parents crazy. He tells her that even though they kiss, it was just a casual thing because they're family. They have to keep things appropriate. She gets excited, realizing that he didn't dislike it, which likely means he does have feelings for her. If he didn't like it, he would have acted differently. She then gives him a look, clearly planning something mischievous with this new understanding. She says, that's fine, but today we're not related. Today we're a couple. We agreed to be a couple for the whole day, and maybe that stalker is still following us. So we need to keep up the act until the end of the day, okay? Meanwhile, two girls in the corner are talking. Hey, could you see that couple over there? The guy's handsome, and the girl's all dressed up. Let's get some money out of them. They approach, trying to threaten them for money. The sister puts her hand in her pocket, ready to pull out a knife, thinking if they take another step forward, I can cut one of their organs. I might try to keep them alive, but they'll probably die. This sister is ready to kill, but she doesn't want to risk her brother's safety. So she pulls out a bunch of cash and throws it at them. The girls warn her to be careful or they'll break her boyfriend's face. But Jong Hao, entering psycho mode, says that's not going to happen. His sister looks at him, confused by his confidence. One of the girls tries to punch him, but Jong Hao easily dodges and lands a hit on her stomach, sending her flying. The other girl is shocked and Jong Hao challenges her. "You want some too? Come on." The two girls run away and Jong Hao turns to his sister, exclaiming, "I will always protect you." She is surprised, thinking, when did my brother become so strong? As far as she remembers, he was always timid and hiding behind her. She starts having flashbacks to their childhood when she never wanted to be separated from him. Even when he stopped talking to her, she kept watching over him to protect him. Since she became part of his family, he used to tell her everything, but lately he seems less dependent on her and less willing to share. Jong Hao notices her deep in thought and asks what's wrong. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and suggests he go take a bath. While he's in the shower, she gets on his computer to check for any information that might explain what's going on. She quickly finds the novel he's been writing. Meanwhile, Jong Hao is enjoying a relaxing shower. She reads the novel, which describes a world opposite to their own. When he enters his room, she's no longer there, but she suddenly appears, offering him a glass of milk. And my friend, what a glass of milk it is. She then asks him, "What kind of story are you writing? Won't you tell your sister?" He downplays it, saying he just writes casually and that it's nothing special. Thinking it's better not to let his sister know about these things for now, he realizes she already suspects he's hiding something. She says, "Are you writing something you don't want me to read? That can't happen. You've been acting so strange lately, practicing Muay Thai, and you even wanted to defend your sister with a punch today. Compared to the how I knew, you're very different now. I'm worried about you." She gives him a dark stare and Jong Hao realizes she might have seen something and is suspicious. He wonders, did she know the previous owner of this body before becoming my sister? He asks her, "How have I changed lately? Did you know me before?" She looks surprised and responds, "Yes, we knew each other from childhood." Jong Hao is stunned. "We've known each other since childhood? What do you mean? What's going on?" He thinks to himself, "Why do I have any memory of this?" She explains that they spent their early childhood together, and she asks how he can't remember anything. He says it's probably because it was a long time ago, and he doesn't remember those memories. Jong Hao thinks my sister seems suspicious that I don't remember. She appears saddened by this, wondering if it has something to do with his trip to the Red Moon. He decides he needs to play dumb to avoid upsetting her and says, "Almost every night I have a dream about a little girl fighting with other kids. The girl's eyes are scary. Since I started having this dream, I felt the need to become stronger to protect myself. That's why I've been exercising and practicing Muay Thai. The only reason I had the courage to face those gang members at the mall was because you were beside me. I knew you wouldn't let anything bad happen, right?" He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying everything she wants to hear. She blushes and says, "Of course, I wouldn't let anything happen." He thinks the best strategy with her is to act weak because she tries to protect me. She wonders if she had scared him so much that he forgot everything from their childhood. But she resolves that it doesn't matter now because she has a chance to change everything. She then says today, How, you scared me. So you deserve a punishment." He asks, "What punishment?" She responds, "Naturally, I'll tickle you." They begin tickling each other, laughing and eventually collapse out of breath on the bed. She tells him, How, don't ever scare me like that again, okay?" He replies, "Okay, sis, okay." She then climbs on top of him and says, "We agreed to be a couple for the whole day, and the day's not over yet." She starts to mount him, and Jong Hao is in shock. He says, "But no one's following us anymore. We don't need to pretend to be a couple." She retorts, "It's just for a day, and since we already kiss, it's fine if we kiss again now." Jong Hao, unsure of what to say, begins to suspect that she doesn't just want to be family. She moves her mouth closer. Is it happening? Just as it seems like it might, their parents return from their trip. "Kinkini, how, are you upstairs?" The sister exclaims, "Damn it, Mom, didn't you say you'd be back tomorrow? Or the day after? What are you doing here?" Jong Hao, equally startled, thinks, "What the hell, Dad? Why did you come back now? What a disaster." The sister quickly says, "I'm just here in Hao's room and I'm leaving now." As she starts to go, Hao notices her face is still flushed. He tells her, "You're way too red right now. You should rest first and then go inside." She says, "So if my mom asks, tell her I have a fever and feel dizzy and went to rest." Jong Hao thinks to himself, it's confirmed. My sister Kin really is his dangerous girl. Could it be? What should I do? The world is so upside down that Jong Hao even remembers that his mother went out to buy cigarettes and never came back when he was very young. That's why his father works like a condemned slave, and it's the reason Jong Hao was raised in a daycare, spending his entire childhood there. It was there that he met the coolest little sister. It seems like no one in the room talked to her until the protagonist came up and said, "Hey, little sister, why are you always alone? You just got here. What's up? Let's play." "My name is Jong Hao, and I'm 5 years old." She looked at him with a death glare, and Jong Hao was shocked. She ignored him and said nothing. She's in her room thinking, "Oh, my plan worked so well. I kissed him. He didn't refuse anything. Does he like me too?" She's even sweating just thinking about it, and she's super happy. "Oh, Hao, I love you." Meanwhile, John Hao is in his room thinking, damn it, she's definitely interested in me. If it weren't for our parents coming home, we would have. He admits to himself that she's nice, really nice. She treats him very well, always takes care of him, is smart, earns good money, cooks, cleans the house. Wow, she really does everything. It's like you just need to exist, an NPC almost. Besides, he confesses, I have a crush on her. Every time I see her, my heart races. My God, what do I do? It's always been my dream to date a beautiful girl. But then, his expression changes as he wonders, but what would my dad think of this? Could I somehow, manipulate the situation in my favor in the future? At dinner, Kim's mom asks, Kim, did you take care of your brother while we were away? They exchange a knowing glance and Kim smiles, saying, of course I did, but he's grown a lot too, so he took care of me as well. John Hao, confused, thinks, what does she mean by that? He quickly says, I finished eating. I'm going to a friend's house. Don't wait up for me, I won't be back early. Kim's mom responds, wow, you have a lot of friends. That's amazing. Do you want your sister to take you to this friend's house? John Hao hesitates and then says, no need. You all can stay here. I'm leaving bye. As he heads out, Kim says, something really good happened. He scene cuts to John Hao in the city thinking, I hope she doesn't say anything to anyone. Who did you go to meet in the city? It's Yuha, dressed a bit provocatively. Why are you wearing those shorts? Come on, put on some clothes, he thinks. The other day, he scolded her for changing her tights, but now she's walking around like this, and he says nothing. Then he asks, what are you doing here, young lady? Didn't I say I would meet you at your house? But she replies, I missed you so much that I wanted to meet you halfway so we could spend more time together. John Hao thinks, this girl, as he pats her head. Let's go home. They arrive at her mansion, and he's thinking, I've been here like 10 times, but I'm still impressed by how big this place is. She says, How, since it's just you and me here, what do you want to play? You can choose. John Hao, already feeling awkward, thinks everything she says can be misunderstood. As she shows him around the house, she points out the pool. John Hao thinks, wow, you have a pool at home. And not just any pool, it's like an Olympic-sized one. Yuha mentioned she thought about taking him to see the new weapons in the arsenal again, but one of her friends said he might not like that, so she brought him here to see if he'd enjoy the pool. John Hao thinks, well, the weapons would have been interesting, but unfortunately, I didn't bring a swimsuit, so I guess swimming's off the table too. She says, no worries, the butler prepared plenty of swimsuits for us. If you want to swim, let's swim. John Hao responds, all right, let's have a little race then, freestyle. The problem is, in his previous world, he wears Speedo, but in this world, guys can't show too much skin. If he wears a Speedo, Yuha might freak out because it'd be like seeing a girl naked in front of her, completely flipped. But then he spots a decent, socially acceptable swimsuit that seems okay. Something falls out from the middle of the suit, but he decides to ignore it, thinking, what is this? Whatever, it probably doesn't matter, and throws it away. He puts on the suit and heads to the pool. Yuha says, wow, you look so pretty. He replies, no, you're the pretty one. But enough chit-chat, let's race. Let's see how good you are. The rule is simple. Whoever reaches the other side first wins and can ask the other for something. 1, 2, 3, go. They dive in and John Hao swims like a pro with his well-trained body. However, the problem is that Yuha just jumped in and sank like a rock. She can't swim. John Hao has to go back to save her, asking, are you okay? Are you okay? She's coughing, trying to play it cool, saying it's nothing serious. John Hao thinks, girl, you have an Olympic pool at home and you can't swim. He asks, if you couldn't swim, why do you challenge me to a race? That's dangerous. She says she saw many people swimming and thought it wouldn't be hard. John Hao playfully flicks her forehead as she apologizes. Suddenly, the girl behind Yuha says, John Hao, your clothes. When John Hao looks, he realizes the suit becomes completely see-through when wet. That's why there was that extra piece, which he discarded. It was to cover up. Now, everything is on display. He quickly changes into a new outfit, with the girls blushing and apologizing. They explain that the suit was designed to become see-through when wet as his sexy feature. John Hao mutters, damn this inverted world. Yuha then mentions there are many more fun places in her house for them to explore. John Hao tells her to relax. Hold on, let's take it slow, girl. Why are you in such a rush? I'm afraid you'll leave before you're happy. I want to make you happy. I don't want you to leave without a smile on your face. Oh my God. John Hao thinks I'm just here for us to have fun, you know? You must be getting the wrong idea. He scolds her a bit. She tightens her swimsuit and says, what do you mean by that? We didn't even have lunch together at school these past days. I just want to know if I did something to make you feel distant from me. You don't seem happy anymore. He reassures her, no, relax. It's not that. He calls her by her full name and says, you didn't do anything wrong. But in his mind, he's thinking it's because Y probably has spies at school, and if he gets involved with Yuha, Y might intervene, which could get really messy. John Hao knows Y is domineering. If she gets involved, it could get serious. She's a soldier and the heiress of a tech empire, practically Elon Musk's daughter. He gives a weak excuse, saying, it's not you. I just have some problems I can't talk about. She asks, what's going on? I can't help you if you don't tell me. Let's solve this together. John Hao, looking sad, replies, I can't. These are my problems. I don't want to drag you into this. She starts to cry. I'm sorry I can't help you. I don't know what to say, but I won't leave you behind. Don't shut me out, please. If we stick together, we can handle it. John Hao interrupts her, saying, it's no use. I can't keep stringing you along. Yua, thank you for caring about me, and I'm sorry I can't see you much. Believe me, once I sort this out, we can hang out like we used to. She begins to cry, saying, I don't want to be apart. I want to be with you forever. They both fall silent. He apologizes, and she says she'll head back to her room first. John Hao is left speechless. As John Hao sits there, sighing and thinking about the mess he's in, her butler approaches and says, John Hao, did my lady upset you? I'm sorry. I overheard your conversation. She can be very spoiled sometimes. John Hao replies, no, it's not her fault. It's just that for personal reasons, I really need to distance myself from her. But I know she's a bit of a complicated personality, and it'll be hard for us to stay apart since we're so close. I messed up by ignoring her feelings. He realizes he made a mistake by kissing her and now feels like he can't see her. The butler continues, sir, she values you a lot. Every time she comes home, she keeps mentioning how do you spend time together at school, and she only talks about you. If you suddenly start distancing yourself, I believe, no matter how oblivious she might seem, she'll feel your absence and be very sad. From my experience, that's the last thing she wants because she likes you very much. The butler then asks if she had been threatened at school. John Hao remembers she had mentioned her friends only asked for money. He replies, she didn't tell me the details, but it has nothing to do with that. The butler explains that because she was rich and didn't know how to make friends, people always took money from her, so she was bullied and beaten every day. One time, she came home badly beaten, and her mother got furious, demanding to know what happened and how she dared to get beaten being from such a family. Her mother then went to the school and humiliated the family of the boy who hit her, making them cry, kneel, and lick the floor and her boots. But because of this, no one wanted to be her friend anymore. Everyone was afraid, and she became even more isolated. And now that you, John Hao, have found her, she's afraid of losing you again and being left alone. The butler apologizes, saying he may have said too much, and is sorry for getting involved in their relationship. The protagonist responds, it's not her fault. I'm just being foolish. He thinks to himself, damn, I'm going to have to talk to her again and explain things since she's feeling insecure about so much. If I leave it like this, it'll be a mess. He then says, I'm sorry, and I'll go and talk to her again. The butler tells him she's likely in the maid's quarters and suggests he go there. A maid leads him there, and when they arrive, she's standing by the window, all alone, looking sad and teary. Before he can say anything, she starts speaking. When I was a child, I always liked looking at the sky. My parents were always traveling, so I watched the planes, hoping to see them arrive. John Hao looks at her and starts talking about what the butler had mentioned about how she was always isolated and how she's sad now. He reassures her that they are still friends and he won't leave her alone. She acknowledges that she knows he can't stay with her because of the dangers he's facing. He confirms, yeah, something like that, but she insists that she wants to help him and isn't afraid of facing those dangers. She's run away a lot in her life and now she wants to get involved, even if it brings problems for her. She recalls a flashback where she used to just give money away without protecting her friends and ended up isolated. Her mother seems to be a big boss type who doesn't like having a failure for a daughter. She tells John Hao, you're my best friend. I don't care if I get arrested or face risks, I will defend you. John Hao is surprised by her determination. He puts his hand on her arm and says that loyalty won't help in this situation. It's going to be hard for her to assist him. He explains that at school they need to avoid each other as much as possible, and that he'll even keep his distance from other friends to not put anyone at risk. But as a compromise, he promises to visit her house frequently so she won't feel alone. She then asks, even if I call you every day, you won't get tired of me. He responds, no, come on, it's normal for friends to hang out every day. How can I get tired of that? You still have to show me the game room and so many other things. A house this big must have a lot to explore. As he talks, she starts to cheer up, throws herself into his arms, thanks him, and talks about how everything changed for the better since he came into her life. Clinging to his arm, she says he's the person she cares about most. But then the scene changes to a war-torn setting, with broken buildings and fire. Someone is lying on the ground, bleeding from the head. Bloody, stabbed, exploded, our boss, Wei Nan. It looks like she was quite a tough soldier. It's a gruesome scene, all bloodied. But then it turns out it was just a dream and she wakes up in bed, feeling relieved. Her secretary enters and asks, are you awake? She asks what time it is. The secretary says, it's 11 o'clock. You've been sleeping a lot lately. Are you not sleeping well? Do you want to call a doctor for a checkup? Wei Nan declines and asks how the blood moon research is going. The secretary says there's been no progress. Wei Nan says, all right then, I'll be to work. She gets dressed, ready to start her day. However, in the bathroom, she begins to question what this kid John Hao is doing. She looks in the mirror, pondering about their relationship. She wants to be friends with him for the rest of her life and never separate. John Hao, meanwhile, is thinking, are we going to be friends for the rest of our lives or something more? John Hao, come on, she just said friends. You're the one getting all worked up. And then she completely breaks down my defenses against her because she gave a little smile, looked down, called him, and leaned in for a kiss. Jong Hao holds back and says, "Hold on, have you forgotten everything? Let's take it slow." She says she thought she could be honest, that she just felt like giving a little kiss, nothing more. Jong Hao responds, "It's not good to be seen doing this here at your house." At that moment, Jong Hao's phone rings and it's Wai Nan on the line. His eyes widen when he hears her voice. She says, "What's up, where are you?" He replies, "At a friend's house. What do you want?" She continues, "I'm inviting you to my house. Come over now." He replies, "No, I'm not in the mood. I'm not free and I don't want to." She retorts, "Well, then I'll have to visit your parents' house first because I have a gift for them." Damn, she even threatened his parents. What a move. Jong Hao shouts, "You're going too far." "Are you going crazy?" She insists, "Then come to my house. I'll be waiting at the door." At that moment, the butler opens the door and says, "There are a lot of people outside calling for you, saying they're here to take you home." When Jong Hao goes outside, all of Wai Nan's bodyguards are there along with her. The two girls face off and it's intense. Jong Hao is going crazy and Yuha tells him, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." But Jong Hao knows that while Yuha can fight, she's no match for Wei, who's trained in the military. If they fight, poor girl could end up in pieces and it wouldn't end well. So he's trying to calm things down, telling them to stop fighting. He turns to Wai Nan and says, "If you have something to say, just say it." Then he turns to Yuha, waves goodbye, and says, "I just came to ask something from my friend. I have to go. Goodbye, Yuha. Don't worry, I have to leave." She insists, "No, this woman doesn't seem friendly at all. I'm not letting you go with her." Jong Hao looks at the butler as if to ask him to make her be quiet. The butler, even more furious, says, "How dare this wretched woman block the mansion's entrance and try to take away my lady's friend?" Wai Nan is just watching, losing her patience. She says, "He's my man. Jong Hao, get in the car with me now." Jong Hao is taken aback, thinking, "Since when did I become your man?" At that moment, Yuha interrupts and says, "He's not your man or your subordinate. You can't just boss him around." But Wai Man is unfazed and says, "I'm giving you one last chance. Get in the car." Yuha lunges to punch her, saying, "You don't mess with Jong Hao." Jong Hao tries to intervene. "Don't do that." Wai Nan barely moves, easily blocking the punch. Yuha, realizing she's in trouble, gets a shock. Wai Nan then lifts her leg to strike, aiming for a headshot. Luckily, Yuha dodges it. Jong Hao, feeling helpless, thinks this is bad. Yuha tries to apologize, saying please just let him stay. But Wai Nan, still composed, orders her men to take the girl away. Yuha fights back, but Jong Hao tells her to stop resisting. Wai Nan, smirking, tells Jong Hao to get in the car, promising that everything will be fine if he comes with her. Jong Hao, with no other choice, complies and they drive off. As they leave, he looks back, feeling guilty and worried for Yuha. Jong Hao exclaims, "Wow, you're really impressive at fighting, doing it right in front of my friend's house." She retorts, "Didn't you say she made a move on you?" Jong Hao quickly interrupts, saying, "You're the one who came here, locked her house, and started a fight. Do you really want to get beaten that badly?" He continues, "Why is your temper so bad? With a heart like that, I don't even know how you managed to become a president. Did you use some underhanded methods to get there?" He goes on saying if the fight had been stopped, she could have been in the headlines tomorrow. President of Feng Hong beats up schoolgirl. Wai Nan cuts him off, saying, "If it weren't for you hanging out with other girls, I wouldn't be this pissed off. It's your fault because I always lose my mind when it comes to you." Jong Hao tells her to stop acting crazy, saying he's not the kind of guy who likes being protected and followed around like the other guys she's used to. She responds, "You're crazy. I've never had a man before." Jong Hao, taken aback, asks, "You've never been with anyone?" She makes a face like, "Yeah, so what?" He's shocked, thinking, what the hell, she's actually single? Never been with anyone? How is that possible? He finds it hard to believe, imagining she had hundreds of men chasing her and that she'd been with several. He's left bewildered, thinking the more he gets involved with her, the less he understands. When they get home, he tries to keep his distance, but she asks Zhang Hao what's up with that girl and her family. He quickly responds, "We're just friends. And why do you keep threatening my friends and everyone close to me?" She asks, "Why are you threatening me?" as she leans in closer. He retorts, "You even said you'd go to my parents' house. What did you mean by that?" She replies, "I was going to propose." Is proposing a threat now? Jong Hao is stunned. Marriage? That's crazy, isn't it? She responds, "Don't you think I deserve you as my man? If I wanted to threaten you, I would have already threatened your relatives and forced you into my bed." Jong Hao is even more taken aback, realizing she's serious and not concerned about his family. He tells her, "This is impossible between us. There are plenty of good guys out there. Why are you only interested in me? And besides, I don't like strong women like you. You need to understand that." She replies, "Life is short, and I'm going to take everything I want in this one." Jong Hao stands up, declaring, "You're crazy. This doesn't make any sense." She pulls him close, giving him a tight hug, and whispers in his ear, "I've been studying the red moon for a long time. Aren't you interested?" She playfully nibbles at his ear. Feeling awkward, Jong Hao says, "I don't care about your studies. You could study until the moon turns green and I still wouldn't care. He tries to leave but accidentally knocks over a porcelain piece. She looks at him and says, I had a certain admiration for that porcelain you just broke. John Hao, panicking, asks, how much? She coldly replies, 2. He stammers, 2 million. She corrects him, 200 million. Now John Hao realizes he's in deep trouble, owing Y-Man 200 million. In the next frame, she goes with her foot towards him, saying, pay up. He says, no, that's impossible. There's no way the thing is worth 200 million. She then tells him that if he can't pay, he'll have to become her husband. But being a responsible person, she'll only make him pay 100 million. If he doesn't pay at least 10 million in the first month, he'll have to negotiate with his body. John Hao thinks, my God, 100 million, 10 million a month, that's impossible. The thought runs through his head, damn, I'm screwed, but this condition from Y-Man isn't so bad. Maybe I can use my body for this. At that moment, the girl from the Red Moon appears and gives him a flick on the forehead, asking, are you sure? John Hao snaps out of it, confused, wondering what just happened. He mumbles, well, 100 million is 100 million, stating the obvious. She responds, as expected from the man I like, you're brave. He replies, a real man was born under the heavens and the earth. How can I be depressed? Suddenly, he finds himself thinking he can't even dream of an easy life. He concludes that he must find another way, he can't do this. Night falls and John Hao returns home to find his little sister waiting outside. He asks, hey sis, why are you out here? She smiles and says, I was just waiting for you. He tells her, you didn't need to wait outside. I would come eventually. She notices something in his hand and asks, what's that you're holding? He replies, just an old antique a friend gave me, nothing special. She offers to buy him an antique if he's interested in studying them, but he declines, saying there's no need to spend her money. Despite his reluctance, John Hao decides to ask, hey sis, how much money do you have saved up? She responds, I don't know, around 3 or 4 million. Why? Do you need money? Are you asking for access to your sister's bank account? I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. Here, let me go get it. He quickly grabs her wrist, saying, no, relax. I'm just concerned because you're spending so much money. She gushes, oh my God, my brother cares so much about me, even worried about my finances. He then heads to his room, saying, I'm going to my room, see you later. John Hao decides to do a live stream. But let's be real, needing 100 million, he's going to have to go all out. So he messages his manager asking, do you have a plan? I need to make money. What should I do to blow up the views? The scene shifts to the chat going wild, people saying, oh my God, the God of Men has arrived, so hot. The protagonist is thinking, I haven't fully planned out what I'm going to do, but I have a few ideas. People in the chat suggest, if you take off your mask, I'll give you 10 super yachts. He's tempted, thinking, 10 super yachts? Maybe it's worth it, just take off the mask for a second. But then a message from his manager pops up advising, don't do it. Wait a bit longer. When you're a top streamer in the future, you'll make way more than that. She plans to reveal later that he's the boy seen only once in 70,000 years and capitalize on that. John Hao tells the stream that he won't be taking off his mask just yet, but they can stay tuned as he might consider it. He mentions that he's tired of the current game and isn't in the mood for exercise, asking, what do you guys want to see? One person says they're tired of watching the same game he keeps playing and wants to see if he knows how to play a shooter game. Another person suggests he spread his legs and film it, and yet another suggests he do a singing stream because it's easy. The protagonist thinks to himself that there's no way he's wearing a short outfit and shaking his butt, not even for 100 million. So he decides to sing a little song instead, thinking that as long as he doesn't sound like a complete lunatic, he'll be fine. He's not a professional or anything, but he sang decently in his past life. He starts the stream singing a little song, and the chat lights up with comments about how wonderful his voice is. He starts receiving super yachts as gifts, and he begins to wonder how much they're worth. At one point, someone requests a specific song, but he refuses, saying he won't sing that one but can sing others. As he continues singing, the donations keep rolling in, and the chat is filled with adoring fans gushing over the delicious guy seen only once in 70,000 years. The protagonist is eyeing the gifts and thinking, at this rate, could it work out? He then announces that whoever donates 3 yachts will get their wish granted. After wrapping up the stream and thanking everyone, he ponders that while he would like to stream more to earn money, he can't stay up too late, as his sister might scold him and his father might stop him from streaming altogether. He realizes that his singing streams bring in more money than gaming ones, making 50,000 in this session. He acknowledges that even if he streams all month and makes 50,000, it won't be enough. He needs to earn much more. Suddenly, his phone rings and Y-Nan is calling. He immediately thinks she's calling to ask for the money back, but she surprises him by saying she just wants to see him and asks him to send her a picture, calling him a silly fox. Annoyed and confused, he agrees but asks for 5 million to deduct from his debt in exchange for a photo. She negotiates down to 1 million, and he agrees, thinking a million less is a million less. He sends her a picture of him thinking, why is she being such a pain? The protagonist then considers asking Yuha for money, but realizes that even with the money from his streams, he still needs to make a lot more. He decides that he can't rely solely on his sister's funds. The scene shifts to the next day with the protagonist writing down his plans to make money, find someone to lend him money, avoid selling his body, sing live, and send photos to Wai Nan. He notes that he's currently in debt for 100 million, thinking he's doomed. Reflecting on his recent singing streams, which have been quite successful, he considers calling his manager for more tips. He calls her and says, "Song, I need to make more money. What should I do?" She replies, "I didn't expect the god of men to take the initiative to call me. You want my suggestions for your streams? Obviously, I won't suggest you act cute or start stripping. I've noticed your singing streams have done well. If you're interested, we could explore new ideas. I recommend trying out a game that recently launched." He asks her to send him the game and she suggests PUBG. He wonders if he can secure a sponsorship or some kind of promotion for the game on his streams. Midstream, his sister enters the room, asking if he's hungry or wants to go to bed. The chat explodes with comments about a possible forbidden love between them. She leans close to him and John Hao quickly ends the stream to avoid more speculation. He checks the stream's results and finds it did well, but it's still not enough. Making money is harder than he thought. His sister notices the stream's popularity and teases him about it. She suggests he should rest and even offers to give him a massage. John Hao, noticing her suggestive outfit, tries to resist but eventually agrees, thinking it's just a massage. As she massages him, he realizes she's being sincere, but he can't help but notice her attire. She asks if it bothers him and he denies it, though internally, he worries he might lose control. She insists there's a reason for her dressing like this, hinting at her deeper feelings. John Hao, curious, asks what the reason is. She internally debates whether she can make him fall for her, believing it's the only way their relationship can work. Then she says that when the time comes, she'll explain everything to him. He just nods, okay, fine, whatever you're talking about, I'll just go along with it. She reveals that she has a new plan in motion, and once it works out, their relationship will deepen significantly. The scene shifts to the next day with the protagonist waking up at 6 in the morning. He's thinking about how her massage was so good that he slept peacefully. But as soon as he checks his phone, there's a message from Wai Nan saying, "Just give up, you won't be able to pay. Just bow to me every time and be my obedient man." That wakes him up with a shock, ruining his relaxed morning. At school, which he had almost forgotten about, our protagonist is slumped over his desk, looking exhausted. Yua comes over and greets him with a good morning, to which he responds in kind. He asks her why her backpack is so huge, and she pulls out a bunch of treasures she stole from her house, saying she doesn't know their worth, but her grandmother said they're valuable. She even tries to give him a diamond ring. John Hao tells her that if she stole these from her family, it's dangerous and he doesn't want anything to do with it. He insists she returns everything to the butler. She feels a bit hurt and says she just wanted to help him. John Hao reassures her, thanking her but emphasizing that he doesn't want her to get into trouble. He then asks her if she can find someone who specializes in antique appraisal. She agrees and says she'll look for someone. The scene cuts to an antique shop where two women are discussing a vase. Our protagonist arrives and one of the women immediately recognizes him as the immortal god who descended to Earth 70,000 years ago. John Hao tells her he's a friend of Yuha and wants her to appraise an antique he has. She agrees but suggests they move to a private room, suspecting that anything recommended by Yuha must be valuable. In the private room, they recognize the plate as the royal plate of Jianyang from the high heavens, previously sold for 200 million. It turns out Wai Nan wasn't lying and John Hao realizes its true worth. The women are curious about how he acquired it. He downplays the situation, saying a wealthy friend gave it to him because it was broken. He asks if it can be repaired. They say it can, but it won't be worth as much as before. The assistant offers her card, suggesting they go out for a meal to discuss everything further, clearly interested in him. John Hao decides to accept, knowing he'll need help selling the plate later. The scene shifts to him leaving with the antique shop assistant, but a guard seems to be watching them. The guard assumes they are a couple, which the assistant doesn't deny, and John Hao is left thinking about her intentions. Inside the hall, other women are looking at them, thinking how lucky she is to have such a handsome guy by her side. She's beaming with pride, while John Hao has no choice but to play along, holding her hand. However, it seems someone is following them. The assistant apologizes, explaining that pretending to be a couple got them a discount. John Hao reassures her it's not a big deal and asks how much the repaired plate might sell for. She estimates a few $1,000,000. Just then, the person following them kicks the door open, threatening the antique shop assistant and demanding to share the handsome guy. The antique shop assistant stands up and asks what she wants. The intruder ignores her and offers John Hao 3 times whatever she's paying him. At that moment, the assistant slaps the intruder, causing quite a stir. However, the gang leader girl didn't take kindly to the slap she received and ordered her people to beat up the antique dealer. One of them landed a punch right in her stomach, knocking her to her knees. The gang leader sneered, "You have the guts to hit me? Now you're going to die." John Hao thinks to himself, "Wait, you can't kill her. I still need to sell my antiques." Just as the leader is about to punch the fallen woman, John Hao grabs her arm. She looks at him in surprise, wondering how this guy is so strong. She dismisses him. "Hey, little man, step aside. This is a woman's business." Zhang Hao sighs and then, in one swift motion, delivers a punch to the stomach of one of the gang members, causing everyone to gasp in shock. He follows up with a blow to the nose of another and kicks a third one, taking them down. But suddenly, everything goes dark for him. When Zhang Hao opens his eyes, he's tied up and gagged, surrounded by rough-looking women. He realizes he's in a trap. The gang leader, who's ugly as hell, gloats about having him at her mercy. They talk about selling him off to someone, mentioning a notorious woman named Mooking who wants to use him. Zhang Hao, desperate, tries to reason with them, saying he's just a student and doesn't know why they're doing this to him. The gang leader explains it's just business. He's been bought. She adds that if he agrees to be her man, she might help him escape. Zhang Hao plays along, saying he likes strong women and challenges her to untie him to see if she really is strong. The gang leader, intrigued by his boldness, agrees. "I love breaking in a wild horse," she says as she orders him to be released. Meanwhile, Wei's secretary informs her that everything is set and they can proceed with the final stage of their plan. Wei signals to go ahead. Back in the warehouse, Zhang Hao is freed and prepares to fight. He notices some metal bars in the corner and thinks if he can reach them, he might stand a chance. The gang leader taunts him, ready to make him comfortable, and lunges at him. Zhang Hao dodges and heads for the bars, impressing the gang with his courage. He quickly grabs a bar and hurls it at the gang leader, who dodges, but he follows up with a blow to her elbow, dislocating her arm. The gang leader, now enraged, admits she underestimated him but warns she can't ruin his face since he's to be sold. Zhang Hao, unfazed, taunts her, "Let me go, or you'll regret it." She sneers, dismissing his threat, confident in her gang's numbers. The scene cuts to the antique shop assistant, now battered on the floor, muttering that messing with Zhang Hao is dangerous because anyone carrying an antique worth 200 million must be connected to powerful people. However, the gang dismisses this, thinking he's just a thief. But then the gang realizes something's wrong. They look towards Zhang Hao and see a shocking sight. He's fighting off and beating up everyone. Zhang Hao manages to deliver a swift punch, followed by a hit to the chin, knocking the gang members to the ground. The leader of the gang is surprised but unfazed, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, someone arrives and Zhang Hao feels the tension rise. Wei appears, looking furious. "I can't believe you had the audacity to tie up my man." The gang leader, shocked, stammers, "He's your man. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess with you." Wei calmly explains that because the gang leader stole from her, all of her gang members now belong to Wei. She also demands that the gang leader drop out of the inheritance dispute, leaving everything to her useless brother. The gang leader, horrified, refuses, stating she'd rather die than let her brother inherit everything. As she pulls out a knife to attack Wei, one of Wei's bodyguards swiftly intervenes, pinning her to the ground. The antique shop woman, now revealed as the gang leader's sister, watches in horror as the bodyguard twists her sister's neck, ending the confrontation. Wei then walks towards Zhang Hao, remarking how impressed she is with his ability to handle the situation. Zhang Hao, realizing the extent of Wei's influence and power, accuses her of orchestrating everything to take control of the Mu family. Wei, clearly irritated, denies planning everything just for him and insists they start getting along better. Zhang Hao, still cautious, warns her not to come closer, brandishing a stick. Wei effortlessly breaks the stick with a punch and orders him to come with her. When he hesitates, Wei picks him up and carries him off, smacking him playfully on the butt. Zhang Hao, humiliated, finds himself in a helicopter looking down at the scene below, where the antique shop woman lays defeated. Concerned, Zhang Hao asks if Wei will get into trouble for killing the gang leader's sister. Wei dismisses his worries, explaining that it was self-defense as the sister attacked her first. Zhang Hao awkwardly gives a thumbs up, relieved she won't face consequences. Wei, pleased with his reaction, reassures him that anyone who messes with him will face severe consequences. As the helicopter soars, Wei begins to question Zhang Hao about the differences between her and the gang leader. She asks if he considers her as bad as the woman who tried to kidnap him. Zhang Hao hesitates, unsure how to respond. Wei, noticing his discomfort, leans in closer, teasingly biting his ear and asking if he holds double standards. Zhang Hao, flustered, struggles to find the right words. And while he's talking, she turns his face and plants a kiss on him. Fast forward to the next scene, Wei is already in the room, taking off her shoes, and Zhang Hao is asking, "What are you doing?" She tells him not to move, and as he tries to protest, she comes closer. Zhang Hao shouts for her to stop, but she moves in, clearly breathless and blushing, and then jumps on him. Wei tells him, "I've saved you so many times, when are you going to repay me?" Zhang Hao, trying to reason with her, says, "I even gave you a kiss. What more do you want?" She licks him and responds, "It's not enough," clearly indicating she's serious. Zhang Hao, flustered, doesn't know how to react. She grabs his neck and says, "I want you." When he tells her to stop, she retorts, "Then why is your hand there?" Zhang Hao, confused, realizes the situation is escalating beyond his control. Wei teases him, saying, "It seems your body is more honest than your mouth. It's time for you to date me officially. Whether physically or mentally, I will satisfy you." Zhang Hao, lost and unable to speak, looks overwhelmed. Cut to the next scene where Yuha learns from the antique store girls that Zhang Hao was taken by Wei Nan. Determined, she decides she must go and rescue him. Back with Zhang Hao and Wei, he tells her, "Okay, you want to date me? I'll consider it if you do one thing." Wei asks, "What?" He replies, "It's simple. Sit on my lap." Wei, puzzled, asks for clarification. "What do you mean? Sit on your lap?" Zhang Hao explains, "Sit on my lap and put your hands on my shoulders for 3 minutes. Don't resist anything I do." Wei, skeptical, asks why he wants this, and Zhang Hao challenges her. "You're saying you'll satisfy me and all that, but you can't do this little thing." Wei smirks, then gives him a somewhat menacing look. She raises her hand as if to slap him, but instead places it gently on his shoulder and sits on his lap. Zhang Hao, surprised by her compliance, didn't expect her to agree. Wei reassures him 3 minutes is nothing. But Zhang Hao realizes even with her on his lap, the feeling is completely different from with Yuha. Wei's dominance is palpable. Just then, the secretary bursts in, and the sight shocks her so much her glasses nearly fall off. Wei angrily asks, "Why did you come in without knocking?" Zhang Hao notes with amusement that they didn't complete the full 3 minutes. The secretary, now on her knees, apologizes profusely, explaining it was an urgent matter requiring immediate attention. Zhang Hao feels a twinge of pity, seeing that Wei has no private life and is constantly interrupted for issues. He reflects on someone from his past life who was similar. Wei dismisses the situation, asking the secretary what was so urgent. The secretary informs her that Yuha, the daughter of the Min family, is at the door wanting to see Zhang Hao. Both Wei and Zhang Hao are taken aback. Wei, now serious, declares that it's time to deal with Yuha once and for all. The secretary advises her not to take drastic actions, reminding her that Yuha is the granddaughter of the great General Min. Wei coldly tells the secretary, "You're suspended for now to think about what you've done. You're not qualified to be my secretary at the moment." The secretary, visibly sweating and nervous, can only accept the order. Wei adds, "Besides, we've retired a long time ago. We're not soldiers anymore." It seems Wei and the secretary were once subordinates to a powerful figure, Wei's grandmother. Then she turns to Zhang Hao and says, "Come with me since she wants to see you. I'll grant her wish." Zhang Hao, worried, thinks to himself, "I've never seen Wei this angry before. I'm afraid a real fight might happen." Meanwhile, Yuya is at the door holding her phone saying she's going to call the police if they don't let Zhang Hao go. As Zhang Hao appears, he asks Yuya how she got there. She explains that her aunt from the antique shop told her he had been kidnapped, so she came to rescue him. Zhang Hao, touched, thinks how sweet it is that she cares so much for him. But Wei interrupts, saying that if it weren't for Yuha's recommendations, Zhang Hao wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. She blames Yuha for all the trouble and warns her to stay away from him, stating that if he wants to learn boxing or anything else, it will be with her. Zhang Hao tells Yuha to ignore Wei and asks Wei to stop glaring at Yuha with a murderous look. However, Yuha starts to take off her coat and challenges Wei to a one-on-one fight, saying whoever wins gets Zhang Hao deal. Wei, furious, agrees, "All right, let's finish the fight we started before." As the tension rises, Zhang Hao, tired of the drama, grabs his phone and walks away, saying, "If you two are going to fight like idiots, I'm out of here." He leaves and Yuha quickly follows him, running to catch up. But Wei isn't one to back down. She catches it up and insists on taking Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao declines, saying that if he arrives home in her luxury car, people will start asking questions. He reminds her that she has a company to run and tells her to go handle her responsibilities because he has to make a lot of money for a certain crazy person. Yuha, seizing the moment, sticks her tongue out at Wei, clearly enjoying the victory. Wei, infuriated, orders her guards to stop a taxi and tells the driver, "I bought your taxi, it's mine now. Get out and deal with the bodyguards." She then turns to Zhang Hao and Yuha and says, "This little car is ready. I told you I'd take you home, and I will." Back at Zhang Hao's house, his sister, always the caring one, is waiting for him. She notices he looks preoccupied and asks, "Why are you home so early, my Hao Hao? You seem so distracted." Zhang Hao replied, "No, nothing happened. I'm just thinking about my streams and stuff." In reality, he was receiving threats from Wei on his phone and was panicking about how he was going to make the money. He remembered that when they left the taxi, Wei told him, "Forget about the money. Just fix the plate for me and return it." Confused, he asked, "Wait, don't you want the 100 million? She suddenly said, "Marry me, you disobedient and mischievous boy. I'm ready for you to destroy my family." Zhang Hao was taken aback, wondering, marriage? What? Meanwhile, Yuha, who had been listening to everything from the back of the car, exclaimed, "Let me out of this car, please, for the love of God." But Wei insisted, "Your family doesn't live here. I'm taking you home." So the two of them went together. The message Zhang Hao received from Wei read, "Be good, don't think about making money, I'll support you." Zhang Hao replied, "You can support me all you want, but I'll pay you back. Thanks for bringing me home, but that's enough, Wei. Goodbye." Yuha then messaged him, telling him not to be afraid of Wei, and that if necessary, she would beat up Wei. Feeling bad for Yuha, Zhang Hao advised her not to do anything, suggesting they keep their distance from Wei and that with time she would forget about them. At home, Zhang Hao was exhausted, reflecting on the chaotic day, being kidnapped, getting into a fight, and being forcibly brought home. At that moment, his sister put her hand on his shoulder and asked, how are you going to stream tonight? You look tired. Do you want a massage? She offered massages every day, and while Zhang Hao didn't mind, he appreciated her attentiveness. As she leaned back, emphasizing her curves, she said, "Lately, I've noticed you're only focused on making money, but you're just a boy. You don't need to worry about these things. Let me take care of you." And there he was just enjoying the massage, saying that her techniques were so good he didn't even want to move. At that moment, Kim Kim's mother called her to her room. Kim Kim turned to Zhang Hao and said she'd continue the massage later. Once in the room, her mother found some magazines with girls making out and she was shocked, saying, "What is this filth, my daughter? What are you looking at?" Kim Kim, embarrassed, stammered, "It's not mine, a friend gave it to me." Her mother questioned, "Why would a friend give you these things? And why are they in the house?" Kim Kim nervously replied, "She thought it would be funny if you found them and thought you'd punish me. It's a trap, Mom. Don't believe it." "Kim Kim, why don't you get a boyfriend? You're all ready." But Kim Kim interrupted her, saying, "No, I don't want one. I don't want one." Suddenly, a pair of panties fell out of the book she was holding. Her mother, shocked, said, "Panties?" Kim Kim stammered, "I don't know how to explain, Mom." And then her mother scolded her harshly, even giving her a smack on the head. "You better find a boyfriend or else I'll come here and give you a beating." Spending some time alone in her room, Kim Kim let out a sigh of relief and said, "Haha, the plan is working. As soon as I ignite the flames of doubt in my mother, things with How won't be able to go wrong. Once again, my little sister is playing chess in the fifth dimension, man. No one can predict her moves." The next day, Zhang Ho was already exhausted because as soon as he arrived at school, a bunch of crazy girls called him the god of masculinity, and everyone wanted to talk to him. He didn't have a moment of peace in school. Long approached him, saying, "Ah, you finally arrived." Zhang Hao was saying he had to take a day off because he was very tired. Long said he was worried and even thought about going to Zhang Hao's house because it was unusual for him to miss school. The protagonist was eating, and it seemed that after the day of all the drama, he and his sister had stayed at home. Zhang Hao was thinking that a day at home was full of benefits. Drooling, Long asked him, "What are you thinking about? You seem a bit distracted, you know." He replied, "Nothing, just some good stuff." At that moment, Long mentioned that he saw him playing and was impressed by how he could dominate the girls in the game, saying it was even better than singing, and that he was a legend. Zhang Hao responded, "Oh, so you like that kind of game, huh? Are you going to keep watching my streams?" Long replied, "It's different when it's you, Brother Hao," and mentioned that he had dragged Yuha into it as well. She appeared with dark circles under her eyes. The protagonist jokingly asked, "Did you see a ghost? Why didn't you sleep?" She explained that she stayed up watching all the streams he had done and ended up forgetting to sleep. Zhang Hao was shocked, telling her that's not how you watch streams. You can't consume 10 hours of content in 10 hours of the day. She said she was just happy to watch him after school. Zhang Hao tells her not to do that anymore and to get some rest. They have a little back and forth about whether or not she should keep watching, and they share a hug. The day goes by, and as they're leaving, Long mentions that there's a swimming class on Friday, so they need to buy some swimsuits. And then the ridiculousness of it all hits. Whoever designed those swimsuits deserves a punch in the face. Zhang Ho's expression says it all. The scene cuts to Zhang Ho's sister on a date. She's glued to her phone, clearly uninterested. The guy is rambling on about how he'd make a perfect husband, staying home to take care of the kids. But she seems completely indifferent, only focusing on her phone and thinking how lousy this is, while glancing at the last messages she exchanged with How. The guy notices and asks, "Are you even listening? Don't you want to know anything about me?" She gives him a deadpan look and asks, "What's the advantage of being with you?" He smirks and says, "My looks are the advantage," striking a pose. She laughs a little and the guy is left wondering, why are you laughing? She's clearly zoning out, obviously thinking about how good-looking the protagonist is. The scene cuts back home and there's Zhang Hao sitting on her lap as she asks why he's so desperate to make money. He responds, even a guy needs to know how to earn his own money. The future of his family can't depend on just one person. This is another thing those guys doesn't compare to, because even though he has a little job, he's eager to quit and stay at home, whereas How wants to work and help pay the bills. So there's no comparison. How is a solid 10 out of 10, she thinks. She's also wondering why her mom sets her up on blind dates with these weirdos if they're so alike. Apparently, the guy had mentioned some figures for car, house, and wedding expenses, and she commented that paying those amounts is quite easy. He grinned and said, "So, but she cut him off, asking if he really deserved it. The scene shifts to a shopping trip, where they're trying on clothes and Zhang Hao is just watching. But what a disaster, right? The classmate mentions that Long's choices are very conservative and that he should show a little more skin. Zhang Hao is taken aback, thinking, no, don't say that. While Yuha is watching, she looks disgusted by it all. Long feels embarrassed and tells her to stop looking at him with that obscene expression. Then she turns to Zhang Hao and says she knows he's looking for a swimsuit, and she has two perfect choices for him. However, the boy is already anticipating something crazy, decides he'll pick his own. The girl, visibly eager, mentions that the choices she has are really incredible. However, Zhang Hao and Long Long leave while she stays behind, feeling disappointed and thinking that she at least wanted to have seen him in a smaller swimsuit. Oh well, she sighs. Yua then looks at her and asks, "Can you help me choose one? I don't really know much about this." She responds, "Sure, I'll help you. Let's go." She then comments, "It's good that you're opening up more and more." Yua responds, "I love the skills you're teaching me. Having a friend is very useful." They share a hug and Yuan, her friend, asks Yuha, "Are you getting better at understanding your own thoughts?" Yua pauses, then suddenly blurts out, "I like Zhang Hao." Yuan is startled and says, "I understand, but I like him too." Both girls blush and look at each other a bit awkwardly. If Zhang Hao realizes that he left his friend in a room with these girls to buy swimsuits, it might cause trouble. He should probably go back. But it's too late. His friend comes out all ready for swimming, really prepared. Thankfully, the artist put a large white bubble to protect my wallet. Zhang Hao is stunned, thinking, "Is this for real? Can she wear this in class?" She responds, "Everyone dresses like this. There's no problem at all." Then she asks, "Didn't you pick out Yui's outfit?" She says, "Yes, I did." He anxiously asks, "Oh my god, where is she?" The friend points, "She's over there, trying it on." Zhang Hao turns to look, and Yuva emerges saying, "I'm fine, Zhang Hao. I just find this a bit weird. Does it make sense to wear stockings for swimming?" The friend argues, "It makes sense. The stockings are designed to protect women from the cold. Recent studies show that men love to see women like this." Zhang Hao and Long Long are left unsure of what to expect next. Then the friend announces, "Here comes the latest trend, Yuha. Show off the beauty of the new era." She steps out, and the scene is covered with sensor bubbles. What did they do here? Zhang Hao wonders, noticing that they made some adjustments. Yua comments, "I feel kind of strange in this." Zhang Hao is speechless, frozen. The friend chirps, "There's another piece here." Yuva, feeling uncomfortable, asks, "Doesn't this reveal too much?" Zhang Hao grabs her hand and insists, "Stop listening to this crazy person, please." She tells him that there's no problem with showing a little skin. The scene shifts, and we get a little flashback of their friend, the blonde girl, talking to Yuha. She says she's going to confess her feelings to Zhang Hao. She knows he probably doesn't like her, but she's going forward anyway, telling Yuha that she wants to finish school without any regrets and that she'll regret it if she doesn't at least try. This plan of hers shook Yuha a bit. In the next chapter, it starts with her confessing. She says she knows she's not pretty enough, but begs him to give her a chance because she's been in love with him forever. Zhang Hao thinks, "Oh damn, so she just called me here to confess." Then she continues, "Sorry, it's impossible for us. I don't like you. Damn, that was harsh. No consideration at all." Then she goes, "Wow, you didn't hesitate at all. You didn't say anything, not even a pause." Zhang Hao responds, "Sorry, it's just that I don't like you." He thinks it's easier to just give the decisive blow and cut her off cleanly, no turning back. She then asks if they can still be friends. The scene changes and the protagonist is back at school, thinking he's becoming a criminal with all the hearts he's breaking. He's getting a bit full of himself. Long Long shows up, saying he's been looking for Zhang Hao for a while. Zhang Hao asks why, and Long Long says he was called to the tree today. Zhang Hao thinks he's going to get beaten up, but it turns out it was a girl who's been sending him letters for years. Long Long asks the protagonist, "Do you think I should go?" Zhang Hao is puzzled, thinking everyone's confessing lately. Long Long continues, "I don't know if I should go. She's so beautiful, but I don't want to fall in love too soon. But she's so sincere. She wrote me love letters. What do you think? Should I go or not?" Zhang Hao, frustrated, thinks, "Go if you want, don't go, whatever, who cares?" Long Long decides to go, and they head to the tree. There's a girl waiting there, and Zhang Hao tells Yuha to help him if the girl tries to hit him. The brave guy goes over, hinting that he's going to reject her. Yuha asks Zhang Hao what he thinks it feels like to like someone. He says, "I don't know. It's different for everyone." He then reveals that for him, if you try to forget someone and can't, you're probably into them. She agrees, saying it's the same for her. At that moment, the girl reveals herself to Long Long and kisses him. But Long Long responds with a slap, even wiping his mouth in disgust. Was that necessary? They rush over to Long Long, asking if he's okay and what happened. Long Long, clinging to Zhang Hao's arm, cries, "Hall, it was my first kiss." Zhang Hao looks at the girl, thinking she's not even ugly, and scolds Long Long for hitting her. The girl apologizes, falling to her knees, begging for forgiveness. It made me feel bad for her. The scene cuts to Zhang Hao and Long Long drinking some beers, with Zhang Hao telling him not to drink more because he's already acting crazy. Long Long insists he's not drunk, then starts ranting about how he's traumatized because he lost his first kiss. Zhang Hao watches, thinking Long Long is nuts. Meanwhile, Yuha notices Zhang Hao's face turning red and thinks both of them are getting drunk together. Zhang Hao checks his phone and realizes his face is really red. If he goes home like this and his sister sees him, he's in for a beating. Plus, they can't send Long Long home like this. He might end up in trouble. So Yuha suggests they spend the night at her place. Later that night at Yu's house, they arrive and the butler is surprised, asking what's going on. She instructs him to make some food and prepare a room for the two guys. The butler is taken aback, thinking, "Wow, she came home late and brought two guys. I underestimated her." The scene cuts to Jean Hao in the room explaining this situation to his sister, saying someone stole a kiss from Long Long. He drank and went crazy, and that's why they're taking care of him there. His sister gets annoyed, wondering who the girl stealing kisses is, and warns him to stay away from her. Jean Hao, of course, says he doesn't know her and that they'll go home tomorrow. But after hanging up, she worries about not seeing him for the whole day. Just then, Yua shows up at the door and asks if she can come in. Jean Hao says yes, and she brings in some snacks. Jean Hao asks if this is her secret room. She asks him why he left her in his secret room. She replies that everything here is hers, including him. In other words, she basically claimed him as her own. She continues, saying she wants to hide him from everyone because only she can talk to him every day, and she wants to be with him. Then she drops the big question, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" Jean Hao is taken aback. He says that, to be honest, he does like her as the opposite sex, but right now, he can't control his heart because he still likes another girl. He calls himself trash, saying he's heartless. She looks at him and says, "No, you're not trash." He explains that she should know that indifferent men are bad and that, unfortunately, he knows it's not right, but he likes people he shouldn't. Despite this, it's hard to ignore his relationship with Yuha. She clings to him, saying she doesn't understand, but she's very sad. She wonders why he can't just like her. He silently apologizes to Yuha, feeling guilty. The scene then shifts to the next morning, where the protagonist wakes up next to her. They were coupled up, which is adorable, but he's startled to find his clothes have changed. He immediately asks her if she changed his clothes while he was sleeping. She reassures him that they just slept together, and it was actually the butler who changed his clothes. Relieved, he quickly gets up, worried that she might have undressed him. She tells him to hurry up and get ready for school. When they arrive at school, Long Long looks utterly defeated, suffering from a bad hangover. Long tells them that they should never drink again because they ended up spending the whole night at a girl's house just because of a few cans. He insists they shouldn't let that happen again. Yuva watches, noting that he doesn't seem to care about the situation. Suddenly, they hear the clacking of heels behind them. It's someone else. Oh no, if Wainan was trouble, this girl looks like she could be even worse for any competitors. She calls out Hao Hao. He turns and sees his sister, Ken Kin. He asks, "Why did you come here?" She replies that she was worried about him and was going to die from the concern. He tells her not to worry because he's not a child. Long abruptly says he's going back to class, looking a bit depressed, which Zhang Hao notices and wonders why he suddenly seems down. Ken Kin then asks Zhang Hao, "Who is this student next to you?" "I don't know her very well." He introduces Ming Yuha, and the sister politely responds, "Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hao's sister." She adds, "I've never heard him mention you before. Do you spend a lot of time together?" Ming Yuha, thrilled to be meeting someone from Zhang Hao's family, happily says, "Yes, we spend a lot of time together." Ken Kin, observing Ming Yuha closely, immediately thinks, this girl is definitely in love with Zhang Hao. Then she steps forward, puts her hand on the protagonist's neck, pulls him close and says, "Tonight, we're going to your room." Whoa, that's intense. Meanwhile, she's glaring at Yuha, who looks devastated, not understanding what's happening. She whispers in the protagonist's ear, "Sweetie, let's have a nice little chat." The protagonist seems to perk up, smiling slightly, clearly getting a bit excited. But he whispers back to Yuha, asking why she's saying that so quietly. But his sister tells him, "This is something only the two of us should know. Now go to your class." The protagonist and Yuha head to class, while his sister stands there, thinking that she can't wait any longer. She knows she'll have to take action soon. In the classroom, both the protagonist and Yuha look exhausted. The protagonist says, "You both seemed fine when we arrived. What happened?" Out of nowhere, Long Long mentions that seeing the protagonist's sister made him think about how he was forced into a kiss yesterday. The protagonist wonders, is Long Long talking to my sister? Does he like her? What's going on? Turning to Yuha, he asks, "And you, why do you look so down?" She responds that she's dying of jealousy. He goes, "Oh." She explains that she knows it's his sister, but seeing them being so intimate made her uncomfortable. Now she's jealous of his sister, who gets to do these things with him every day. Poor thing, she doesn't realize she's just scratching the surface, thinking she's deep into it. Back at the protagonist's house, he seems to be leaving his room, reflecting that today's live stream went well. However, he still needs to keep streaming to pay off Wee's vase. Since he rejected her offer to be her husband, he has to come up with the 100,000. As he steps out of his room, he sees something unexpected. Kinking's mom is spanking her with a belt. Ouch, and he feels bad seeing the state of her bruised backside. He rushes in, saying, "Mom, what are you doing?" But the mom just tells him to stay out of it, claiming she's going to beat Kinking to death. Shocked, he asks, "Why are you hitting her? What's going on?" The scene changes to the aftermath, though it's almost too much to imagine. She's lying on the bed, clearly in pain. And what's the protagonist doing? No, not giving her a massage. The situation is intense. It looks like the protagonist has to clean her wounds with a cotton swab. But seriously, was all this necessary? His thoughts are calm, reflecting on how cruel her mother is and how injured she is. He asks what happened for her to get beaten like that. During the beating, her mother revealed the reason behind it. She was fighting with her daughter because she doesn't like men. At that moment, the protagonist thinks, there's no way Kin Kin could be like that, right? I mean, she even kissed me first. It's impossible. But then his sister speaks up. I'm sorry, how, and I really am. I hated boys since I was a child, and I tried to force myself to like them, but it just didn't work. That's why I kept pushing myself on you. The protagonist feels crushed, thinking, so that's why, huh? You really don't like me then. It was heartbreaking. She continues, I'm sorry, how, I just can't do this. But then she stands up and says she doesn't want to be that kind of woman. She wants to like boys too. He reassures her, saying, no, it's okay. He thanks her for letting him take care of her wounds and tells her to keep this embarrassing secret. He doesn't know what to say and goes back to his room. The protagonist starts searching online for how he can help her with her sexual orientation. He even Googles, is there a way to become straight? He finds an answer with many likes and favorites suggesting using temptation and forcing the person to start liking the opposite sex as a solution. The protagonist thinks, this doesn't seem right. This can't be the answer. I'll ask my sister for her opinion, right? When I get to the room, she's under the covers, calling herself trash, filthy, horrible, and useless. Then the protagonist says, sister, I found a way. Take a look. And he hands her the phone. Right. She looks at it and tells him maybe it could work, but who would have the courage to sacrifice themselves like this and cooperate in something like this? Can't be a stranger. I don't want someone I don't know. I don't even want to go to work anymore. My future is ruined. If I step in that place and people find out about this, I'll be trashed to society. I'll just stay here at home forever. Damn, how? Leave your decaying sister here. She doesn't deserve anything. Girl, it's like playing 10th dimension chess. The protagonist is just lost. Poor guy. It's a tragedy. He thinks on how difficult this situation is to solve, and he never imagined things would turn out like this. But setting that aside, he's the only person who can help her. So he turns to her and says, there's no other way, Kinkin. Let me help you. She responds, no, how can you? You're already too mature. This kind of sacrifice isn't worth it for you. Then he moves closer, puts his arm around her, and says, let's take it step by step. Besides, we've already kissed and cuddled all night. Sister, do you feel anything? She replies, no, man, she's playing hardball here, isn't she? He moves closer and she says, no, nothing. Do you not feel anything when I do this? Nothing. It's useless. I don't feel anything for a handsome guy like you. And the protagonist thinks, still no answer. It seems Sister Kinkin is in a worse situation than I thought. But she's over there, practically dying, thinking she never imagined the plan would work so well, and now the temptation is killing her. He then says he'll go to his room to get ready and tells her to come over in a bit because he needs to find a cure for this. No, it's going to be too hard for you, she says. The night arrives and the protagonist is thinking about trying on some sexy dresses, gloves, and lace lingerie. I hope it's not for him. Wait, is for him? Oh, and a false alarm. He said he's not going to wear those things. Phew, that was a close call. He decides not to use anything too extreme, but some shorts should be enough, right? He read somewhere that if he wears black and white gloves, it will surely drive the girls crazy. It's like the equivalent of girls wearing stockings. The protagonist is lying in bed just hoping that all this will really help. The clock ticks, time passes, and the protagonist falls asleep. Then he hears, how, good night, and look at how she comes in. God help us. He immediately thinks, Sister Kinkin, what are you doing here? Our parents are sleeping. He's thinking maybe she's a spy or something as he didn't hear her coming at all. He was fully prepared. He tells her, lie down here first, and let's just cuddle and pretend we're going to sleep as usual. However, in his thoughts, she's already looking beautiful. Even in the moonlight, I can see how wonderful she looks in that outfit, and she's starting to sweat a little. Despite this, she switches to her monk mode, remaining stoic and still. Lying there together, he asks her, tell me, how disgusting do you find this situation? Are you feeling uncomfortable? We can take it slow if you need. She responds, it's just a little uncomfortable. But I like the warmth of this moment. In her mind, she's thinking, oh my God. She's biting her lips and says, I'm still not very used to this, but let's do this. Hold me a little tighter and gradually, I'll get more accustomed. She pulls in closer and adds, if you're not comfortable either, you don't have to force it. He reassures her, no sis, it's all good. Thinking to himself, what am I reading? He says, we have plenty of time so it's okay, while internally noting how strong his sister is even in a situation she doesn't want to be in and she's still considering his feelings. She's so kind. They touch noses and for a moment, it seems like a kiss might happen. But it was just a fleeting thought and she thinks to herself that she didn't expect everything to go so smoothly and for him to be so cooperative. The protagonist is already thinking that the scent is too good and he won't be able to hold out much longer. However, he doesn't want a small mistake to ruin the family. However, out of nowhere, he stops caring about the family and can't hold back any longer. He suggests, hey Kinkin, do you want to touch my arm with this glove? I heard girls like this. She starts to drool a bit, clearly liking it. He quickly says, no, it's fine. If you don't like it, sorry. But she replies, no, it's good. I'll try to get used to these things, while staring intently, thinking this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity she can't miss. She begins to touch his arm. She continues to run her hands over his arm, thinking that her entire life is now worth it. My goodness, she's practically melting. Someone get a fan. The protagonist reassures her, saying, you don't need to force yourself, it's okay, thinking that her sweating is due to nervousness. He even feels her fingers trembling, not realizing how deep the issue was. Okay, he says, you made a great sacrifice, you can relax a bit. She moves to the side, putting a hand on her nose, thankful that she didn't get a nosebleed. She tells the protagonist that she still can't get used to the feeling of a man's hand. It feels weird. The protagonist moves closer behind her while she's trying to calm herself using a meditation technique, attempting to control her heart. He gently touches the back of her neck and asks, "You want to try a kiss to see how it feels? Our last one was with a lot of resistance." She's taken aback, a kiss. "My goodness, my brother is so wonderful to make a sacrifice like this." He says, "I want it too. And you still think I'm such an innocent boy. You're so beautiful. I just want a kiss from you." At this, she feels like she's about to explode. She punches the ceiling, her sanity dropping to zero, and then she grabs him. The protagonist is stunned, thinking, what just happened? She quickly tries to cover up, pretending she didn't enjoy it, and says it was really weird, that she needs to prepare herself mentally for it. The protagonist begins to question if she's okay and wondering if she really didn't like it. The situation seems strange. She then says she'll try to be more proactive and things escalate. She kisses him again, pushing him onto the bed. The protagonist is bewildered, needing to calm himself down. She starts talking about her dream of possibly being with him and says if things continue like this, she'll have to make it a reality. She doesn't even care if her plan gets exposed. In the middle of everything, she accidentally calls him Xiaoyang. The protagonist is shocked, asking, "Who's Xiaoyang?" But before he can finish, she kisses him again, holding his hand and pulling him closer. He's out of breath, wondering what's going on as she becomes more intense than ever. She's practically drooling. Then she responds that despite everything, she still feels a little uncomfortable. It seems like the name she let slip was the name of a girl. The protagonist asks, "Did you call me a girl?" She explains that she used a girl's name to disguise the situation and not feel worse. The protagonist asks if this Xiaoyang is the girl his sister likes the most, and she confirms, saying yes. The protagonist thinks that if she called out that name, her situation must be really critical, even in a moment like this. She says she needs to go to bed because she has to study and wake up early. The protagonist, now very suspicious, asks, "Are you really?" She replies, "A sister would never lie to you. If I lie to you, I'll be your slave." Wow, what a promise. The protagonist thinks, slave, like as she starts singing a little song to help him sleep. The next day, Shezel's staring at him, thinking, "Sorry, how, I didn't want to lie to you like this, but I don't want you to hate me either. Given your past and traumas, this is the only way I can achieve the result I want. In the future, I promise to be more careful and make up for all the harm I'm doing now. So please forgive your little sister." The protagonist wakes up, thinking that the previous night was too exciting. He's at the pool. It's Friday, the day of the swimming class we talked about, and everyone is staring at him. The girls are practically barking. Long appears behind him and says, "I want to go home. I'm too shy. This outfit shows too much." The protagonist, surprised, says, "It's the same outfit as always. It doesn't show anything." He tells Long to stop being silly and be a real man, the worst advice ever, but okay. The girls continue complimenting Long, saying the outfit looks perfect on him and that he looks amazing. The protagonist, getting tired of the situation, says he understands why girls hate these kinds of guys. Then he turns to Long and says, "Out of nowhere, I lost the desire to stay in this class." Long suggests they pretend to have stomach aches and leave. The protagonist agrees and decides to help Yuha learn to swim since it's better than staying there with all the crazy girls around them. She's preparing to jump in and asks the protagonist if the best way to swim is just to jump in and start paddling hard. He tells her that's not the way and that he'll teach her. They do a little warm-up, and for some reason, the protagonist is staring at her armpit. Dude got that weirdo desire. He looks at her and says he didn't see her put on that swimsuit, the one she bought last time. She asks, "Do you want to see me wearing that?" He says, "Well, it's not that I don't want to, but yeah, I do." The protagonist is up to no good either. He caused all this mess with his sister last night. Yuna mentions that after the protagonist and Long left, she went back and bought a few more pairs. And if he wants to see, he can come to her house and she'll show him, as she doesn't want anyone else to see. The protagonist says that since he promised to teach her to swim, he will have to go to her house to teach her. He can't break his promises, but for now, he'll just teach her at school. He tells her to take a deep breath, prepare herself, and then he pushes her into the pool. As expected, she starts to drown again. The scene cuts to her, traumatized from almost drowning. The protagonist tells her to be careful, that she needs to breathe deeply and gradually. However, when he touches her, he notices that she's shaking, completely desperate and scared, and she says she wants to give him a hug because she's in shock. The protagonist, feeling sorry for her, says it's not a good idea since it's class time and everyone's watching, so it's not the best moment to be hugging. She then shares a childhood trauma, explaining that once she ran off without her parents noticing, and when they found her, she was almost dead, having nearly drowned. Moved by sympathy, the protagonist offers to give her a hug. She immediately jumps at the opportunity, clinging to him tightly, while everyone around them comments on the situation. The protagonist tells the teacher that Yuha is having cramps and that he'll take her away to help her. Later, when they're alone, he asks if she's feeling better. She says that she hates the pool and thinks she'll never get used to it. She apologizes, expressing that despite the protagonist's attempts to help, she just can't manage. Jang Ha feels a bit awkward but reassures her, saying there's no need to apologize and that she'll get the hang of it with practice. To compensate, he offers her a massage. Here we go again with the massages. He starts with her calf and then moves to her shoulders, giving her a firm but soothing massage. She immediately comments on how comfortable and calming his hands are, but she hints that she wants more, asking him to go for other places. When he asks where, she points to her upper body. Realizing the implication, Jang Hao tells her to stop joking around, insisting that he's a serious masseur and won't engage in anything improper. However, she kicks his hand away angrily, saying she wanted a serious massage, not a joke. He firmly tells her to stop talking like that, especially in public, and to give him her leg again so he can continue the massage. She questions why she can't talk about these things, and he explains that such talk is perverse and is something only couples should do, and it should be kept private. No one in the class should know about it. Do you want to be known as a pervert? She looks desolate and confused, then starts crying. Completely distraught, she says she doesn't care and wants to be known as a pervert. The protagonist is shocked, thinking, where's my innocent Yue? What's happening? He tells her, you're only saying this because you don't understand how dangerous perverts are. You don't want to be an abominable person, do you? She replies that she doesn't care since he gave her that massage and she no longer wants to learn how to swim. The protagonist makes a deal. If she learns to swim, he'll do anything she asks within reason. She agrees eagerly, clearly ready for something more. Back in the office of our dear Wei, we haven't seen her for a while. It seems she couldn't finish her work because she was busy looking at photos of the protagonist. She thinks to herself how exhausted she is and how she can't focus because of that damn goblin. She glances at her phone thinking, why don't I just take one more look? She sees a picture she took in the helicopter and blushes. The scene shifts to someone pressing the elevator button and a man appears, asking if she's the general manager. Wei makes a face as if she's ready to scold her mother. Her mother says, do you think I'm the kind of mom who hits on her daughter's boyfriend? For heaven's sake, I'm just curious. With so many handsome men chasing after you, why did she choose this Zhang Hao specifically? Wei responds that there's nothing special and that she wants to get back to work. Her mother leaves, telling her not to sleep at her desk. As her mother leaves, she thinks this is a real problem. It seems my daughter is in love, and that's a weakness that can exist. The scene shifts again, showing the protagonist observing Wein's secretary, who had been expelled. He thinks, wait, isn't that the secretary who got kicked out? Let me go have a chat with her. He walks over, introduces himself, and asks if she has some free time. She's caught off guard, not expecting this. He gets straight to the point, mentioning that he noticed in their last argument that it seemed like they were both subordinates of Minwera's grandmother. So what's the deal? The secretary interprets this as him showing interest in Wei. He quickly clarifies that she's just a stalker and he has no interest in her. He just wants to know why she's so fixated on him. Didn't she hate men? The secretary explains that it's not that she hates men, but she despises weakness. And since our protagonist is a total Sigma Chad, she couldn't resist. It seems she developed this hatred because of her father. He always obeyed her mother, did everything she said, while the mother would go out drinking and seeing other men. In the end, he caught a disease and died alone in the hospital, and the mother didn't even visit him. He died as a lonely, forever alone guy. That's why she despises weakness and clingy men. The protagonist thinks that maybe the best way to make Wei hate him is by pretending to be weak. Could that be the plan? The secretary suggests that he should join her, because Wei would never treat him badly. Even after everyone left the army, she hired everyone who had been at the base with them and gave them much higher salaries. So it's guaranteed that if he joins her, his life will only get better. The protagonist says it's not possible because she wants to dominate too much, and he's the kind of person who doesn't like that. If they were together, one of them would always be mad. At that moment, someone appears and says, young man, I finally found you. The secretary is shocked and the protagonist is confused. It seems she's already closed the cafe and only the security guard is left, having sent everyone away. She's staring at the protagonist, saying, you look good, but how long have you two been dating? The protagonist tries to explain, saying she's overreacting and they're not even dating. She retorts, not dating? For heaven's sake, is it possible that my daughter still hasn't managed to win you over? This is a disgrace for the family. The protagonist asks why she's looking for him. She says it's inconvenient to talk here, suggesting they go inside. She's taking the protagonist to a private room. The secretary senses something bad might happen. She tries to rescue the protagonist, saying that we just call it Zhang Hao, and she's just there to fetch him, so let's leave. But the woman beckons her closer with a finger, and when she hesitates, she gets a sharp elbow to the chin. The protagonist is utterly confused by the turn of events. The woman apologizes, saying it's been a while since she had to land a blow like that, so maybe it came out too strong. The protagonist stands there, stunned, wondering what's going on. Am I caught up in some mess again? The woman remarks, oh young man, you're quite calm. Any average student would be intimidated by now. The protagonist says that ever since he got involved with Wei, these situations have become common, so he's somewhat used to them. Now that he knows she's the mother, he's thinking, she's the gang leader, so I better not mess up. The mother then comments, it's obvious my daughter doesn't like delicate men. What I don't understand is why it seems like you don't like her. Don't you want to be my son-in-law? Don't you want to join the Wei family? The protagonist tries to deflect, saying he's just an ordinary citizen, and doesn't deserve her daughter, claiming there's nothing special about him. He also says he needs to leave because his family is probably looking for him. She says, since you're in a hurry, I want to make a deal with you. The protagonist is surprised, asking, a deal with me? I'm just a high school student, I can't help you. She insists that only he can do it because, according to her observations, her daughter is obsessed with him. If he asks her for something, she probably won't refuse. The protagonist, still confused, listens as she tells him to invite Wei on a trip to a specific location. Once there, he is to set up a situation where her people can arrive and capture her daughter. Then she promises to give the protagonist a lot of money, enough for him to move to another country and live an easy life. And then he says, wait, you want me to help you take down Wei? Isn't she your daughter? How am I supposed to take her down? She responds, it's simple. I want my title as the head of the family back. There hasn't been a mother-daughter relationship between us for a long time. The scene shows a panel indicating that Wei had beaten her mother, taking control of the family. The protagonist, feeling awkward, says, with all due respect, isn't Wei already the head of the family? Since she took over, the family's status has become more significant and relevant in the entire city. So why do you want to fight her? It seems like she's doing a good job. The mother explains that the only thing she has left is money, and she wants to use it to do whatever she wants. I have no family, no one left, she says. So why not stir things up? She asks, what do you think? You don't even like her, do you? Let's take advantage of this situation. The protagonist is shocked, unsure of what to do. The scene shifts to the secretary, who is semi-conscious, looking around and thinking about how her training helped her withstand the blow. Otherwise, she might have been done for. She realizes she needs to alert Wei as soon as possible. She subtly taps her wristband, sending a silent signal. The scene cuts to Wei's phone, where she receives a message indicating that Madam had contacted John Hao in a private room. Wei is startled and orders the car to be prepared immediately. The scene shifts back to the protagonist and the mother. The protagonist says that even if she manages to defeat Wei, managing the family won't be easy, as many people support her. He suggests that despite the issues between them, they should try to talk things out. The mother dismisses this, saying, Wei is a cold-hearted person. It's better to have a dog than her. She's been against me ever since her father died. There's no way to talk to her. If I had known what kind of woman she would become, I wouldn't have given birth to her. The protagonist, knowing the truth about the father's death, thinks the mother is lying because he knows the father died because she neglected him and he was left alone in the hospital. Trying to deflect, he says, that's a lot to deal with. I understand why Wei resents you because of her father, but all you need to do is show a little more care for the family, and everything will get back on track. The mother retorts, oh, are you trying to convince me to give up on this? I came here because I sensed you didn't like her, but it seems like you're trying to protect her. She points out that the punch she gave to the secretary was a declaration of war. She insists, all you have to do is take Wei to the location I specify and I'll give you the money. You won't have to worry about anything else. The protagonist asks, and if I don't agree to help you? The mother rises, you don't want to help me or take the money? Fine, then your family and you will become my hostages. Simple as that. The protagonist, with a serious expression, responds, it's one thing to threaten me, but to bring my family into this? I can't let that happen. I'm sorry. You made a mistake by not bringing any bodyguards with you. She looks at him, intrigued, and says, do you think you can defeat me physically? He challenges her, come and see. As the scene shifts, a car pulls up and Wei orders the driver to move aside. The secretary spots Wei and tells her, finally, you're here. John Ho was taken by your mother a while ago. I'm afraid something might have happened. Wei asks which room they're in and sends her guards to untie the secretary, intending to confront them. As she approaches, she hears the conversation. The mother is saying, it's common for everyone who gets close to my daughter to have some kind of agenda, but it seems she likes you, and I wanted to know what you're like. The protagonist asks, is that why you went to so much trouble? Does Wei know you came to see me? The mother replies, I don't know, she might be furious if she finds out. That child has always insisted that I stay out of her relationships. But this is the first time I've seen her like someone, so I was curious about you. She continues, now that I've seen you, I understand why she isn't wrong. Besides wanting to see you, there's something else I want to ask of you. The protagonist asks what it is, and she explains that Wei's birthday is coming up and she wants to give her a present. However, she knows Wei won't accept it if she gives it directly, so she wants the protagonist to deliver it. Meanwhile, Wei is listening to everything, feeling perplexed. The protagonist and the mother continue, with the mother explaining that the Wei family is large and prosperous, requiring multiple heirs. The problem arose when her father couldn't have children, leading the mother to push many men toward her, hoping to produce an heir. The mother didn't want to, but she had to. Over time, she distanced herself too much from Wei, and by the time she noticed, Wei was already grown. Now she hopes the protagonist can help her resolve this mess. The protagonist responds that he can't help with that. If she wants Wei's forgiveness and understanding, she needs to earn it herself. Moreover, she needs to understand that no matter what she does, she can't make up for lost time. The scene changes to the protagonist leaving the room, where he sees Wei Man. He asks, what are you doing here? She switches topics, asking, did you hear everything we talked about? Wei apologizes, saying she told her mother not to do this, but she came on her own. The protagonist asks if she plans to reconnect with her mother. Wei replies that she'll keep things as they are and nothing will change. She then asks the protagonist what he would do if his mother, who had abandoned him for years, suddenly reappeared wanting to talk. The protagonist reflects on his family with his sister and parents and says he'd prefer if his mother didn't return because his family's fine as it is. Wei asks, "So you're good with your family? How's your relationship with your half-sister?" He responds, "It's fine, really good." "Why are you asking?" She reveals she's considering moving his family so she can protect them more easily. The protagonist refuses, asking why she keeps insisting on this. "Since when am I your man?" he asks. She confidently states, "Sooner or later." The protagonist insists it's not going to happen. Suddenly, she stops the car and he asks what she's planning. She explains that her father gave up and surrendered, just like her mother did, pressured by her grandmother. But she won't give up on him and won't let him be with anyone else. She'll keep pursuing him until he accepts her completely. The protagonist warns that this is too extreme, but the scene ends with a close-up of her lips, and he can't help but be charmed. Covering her mouth, he was being all cute. But our boy gave her a little tap on the hand and said, "Stop pushing things, girl. We're on the road here." She looked at him and said, "Wanna go to my place? Let's go." He told her to just take him home. But just then, his sister called. He picked up and she immediately scolded him. "It's super late. Where are you? Why aren't you home yet?" Our boy tried to cover it up, saying he was at Long Long's place and lost track of time. But Wei was watching him lie the whole time. He turned to Wei and said, "You've heard that? I gotta go home now." She called him Fox Boy again and asked, "So you know how to lie, huh?" He responded, "I'm only lying because of you." She then asked, "Does your sister care about you that much?" He confirmed, "Yes, because we're family." She just said family, but Wei was already thinking it might not be that simple. When he got home, his sister greeted him and he started apologizing, saying Long Long had held him up or something. But she stopped him and said, "Why are you lying to me?" Yikes. He was caught off guard trying to play dumb. "Sis, what are you talking about? I'm not lying. I'd never lied to you." But then she revealed, "I called Long Long. He said you left his place a long time ago." Busted dude. He didn't expect her to have Long Long's number. She continued, "I've always been alone, just like you, with single mom working all day. I only learned what family warmth was with you. I consider you my favorite brother. But it seems I was too sentimental. To you, I'm just a stranger. Ouch, bro. You screwed." She shed a tear and said, "If you don't want me involved in your life, fine. I won't bother you anymore." She turned to leave. The protagonist tried to grab her arm, asking her to listen, apologizing and explaining that he had gone out to dinner with a friend, but was afraid she'd worry. He reassured her it was just a friend and nothing more. Desperately, he continued apologizing. But she shook off his hand and said, "You just need to understand that I care about you." And then she walked away, leaving him defeated. Our boy collapsed, lamenting that he was a terrible person, feeling awful for disappointing her despite all her kindness. Back in her room, obviously in shock, she thought, "Oh my god, I can't believe I had the courage to slap his hand. What if he's really mad?" But then she told herself she needed to be confident. She couldn't just let him walk all over her. Maybe slapping his hand was too much though. Should she apologize on her knees? She fell to the floor, lost, unsure of what to do. But then she regained her composure, thinking, wait a minute. He said he went out to dinner with a girl. Who is this girl he felt the need to lie to me about? She's ready to investigate. Is there going to be an honest showdown between the two? Cut to the night and she's sniffing his clothes in the laundry, trying to detect a perfume. She remembered it was the same perfume she had smelled before. Could it be the perfume of that girl, Yuea? She's left pondering. The next day it seems they're going out. She offers him a chance to rest and sleep in the car if he wants. But he's just thinking he needs to find a chance to talk to her and explain the situation. They're apparently going to his father's cousin's house, and he's curious about what it's going to be like since he remembers the guy being pretty cool and handsome. However, his father suddenly says, "Who's that kid staring at us?" When the protagonist looks, it's Yuha, looking all cute in her outfit. His dad asks, "Who's that bold girl here, son?" He responds, "A classmate." He goes to greet her and asks if something's wrong, why she's there. She says she came to invite him to an art exhibition together. Meanwhile, his parents are thinking she's probably a potential girlfriend, impressed by her boldness to come to the door like that. And Big Sister is watching, ready to kill Yuha. The protagonist introduces his mom and dad to Yuha, who is visibly happy, apologizing for the inconvenience and introducing herself. She seems delighted to meet everyone, feeling that things are going well. Then the protagonist's sister steps up and bluntly asks, "Are you trying to date Zhang Hao?" Without hesitation, Yuha says yes and admits she likes him a lot. This shocks everyone. A sister starts to explain something but gets cut off by their dad, who advises Zhang Hao not to fall in love because he's too young. The protagonist tries to clarify that Yuha is just a friend from school. The father then turns to Yuha and insists that his son is too young to fall in love and that she should not come around anymore or follow him. The protagonist tells her that they have some family coming over and suggests they discuss this later. Yuha, pretending to be naive, asks, "So I can't fall in love with him?" The protagonist's mother responds that she can fall in love, just not with Zhang Hao. The protagonist is unsure how to end this situation. His sister steps in, saying she'll handle it. She gets close to Yuha, making the protagonist's mother worried, thinking she might be hitting on Yuha. But the sister is just trying to smell Yuha's perfume to see if it's the same as the one on the clothes. To cover it up, she puts her hand over Yuha's mouth, saying, "It's okay, you can still love me, please." At this point, the protagonist's mother pulls the sister away, alarmed. The protagonist asks Yuha to leave, promising they will talk later. She apologizes and leaves. The sister is left thinking, if it isn't the same perfume, then who is this other woman constantly around my Jean Hao? The scene shifts to the protagonist's father greeting the cousins. When they arrive, the cousin, who used to be quite a player, now was in short shorts, looking very dainty. The protagonist, despite all the chapters, still isn't used to it. Later, during a conversation in the garage, the topic shifts to the situation with Yuha. They talk about understanding how Zhang Hao, being so attractive, is likely pursued by many. The cousin then comments on how beautiful the protagonist's sister is, and the protagonist's mother agrees, saying Qin is also very beautiful. The protagonist, looking somewhat disappointed, tries to escape the conversation by offering to help his dad in the kitchen. However, his cousin stops him, saying Zhang Hao is so good-looking that he should just take care of himself like a flower and everything will work out for him. He advises Zhang Hao to find a rich woman and relax. The protagonist insists he likes helping his dad when needed, but his cousin keeps insisting that women nowadays are learning to cook just to please men, so he doesn't need to worry about that. Realizing his cousin won't stop bothering him, the protagonist suggests they go to his room to continue talking. In his room, the cousin notices how plain it is and asks if they're sure it's not his sister's room. The protagonist explains he likes his simple lifestyle, but the cousin says he needs to learn more about cosmetics and beauty. Immediately, the cousin asks if he has a girlfriend, to which the protagonist replies that he doesn't. The cousin then stands up and says, "See this outfit I'm wearing? My girlfriend bought everything." The protagonist seems unimpressed, obviously recognizing that his cousin is someone who sells out for easy money. The cousin then asks if his sister has a boyfriend. The protagonist replies that she doesn't, but a lot of people are after her, mentioning that she even had a stalker following her at one point. The cousin comments that he's heard she's not only very smart, but also quite attractive. The protagonist is shocked considering the cousin just mentioned having a girlfriend. At that moment, his sister enters the room and tells them that lunch is ready, so they should come down. The cousin winks at her, trying to be charming, and says they'll be right there. As they leave the room, the sister apologizes for her earlier behavior and expresses a desire to talk privately, with the protagonist later to apologize properly. The protagonist, sensing something is up, agrees, saying he also wants to talk. They agree to chat after lunch. She urges them to eat quickly, showing her eagerness. The scene shifts to them finishing their meal, with the protagonist declaring he's done eating, and she responds similarly. However, just then the protagonist's phone rings and he answers. It's the woman from the antique store, informing him that the plate he had requested to be repaired is ready. He asks about the condition and the cost, and she informs him that his girlfriend already paid for it. Confused, he wonders who could have done this and quickly excuses himself, saying he has urgent business to attend to. His sister doesn't seem too pleased, though she tries to hide her frustration, reminding herself to keep calm and not push him away. She tells the protagonist not to be late or they'll worry about him. He assures her he'll be back soon and leaves, relieved that she doesn't seem too upset. After he leaves, the cousin makes a comment about how attractive the protagonist is and suggests he might be going on a date. This only irritates the sister, who stands up with a murderous look, agreeing that she needs to keep a closer watch on him. At the antique store, the protagonist receives the plate with a note on it saying, "I paid for your repairs, so come see me when you get this." It's from Wai Nan. Clearly, she's the one who paid for it, and the protagonist doesn't look pleased. Back at Feng Hong, the company, Wai Nan is looking stunning as the protagonist walks in, asking for permission to enter. She immediately questions why he did knock before coming in. He starts to leave, but she stops him, saying he's staying because once she finishes her work, they're going out for dinner. The protagonist tries to decline, saying he's not available, and then pulls out the repaired relic, asking her how much she would deduct from his debt for it. He suggests that if it's not much, he could sell it elsewhere and bring her the money. However, she seems uninterested in the monetary value and more concerned about where they'll eat. The protagonist finds it challenging to deal with her as she always has a response that he doesn't want to hear. Trying to change the subject, he suggests taking the relic to an auction and informing her of the amount it fetches. But she walks over, grabs the plate, and smashes it. The protagonist is left speechless, as the item was worth millions and involved so much trouble, including death, just to repair. Even though she didn't want it, he asked for it because it was worth a lot of money. Apparently, it fell into the trash can, and he ran to retrieve it. She told him to stay away from it because it was dirty and broken antiques weren't worth much. At that moment, she grabbed his wrist to lift him up and ended up breaking it. His wrist literally snapped. The protagonist and Wai are both confused by the situation. The next scene shows him wondering why he has such a fragile body. Wai examines him and says there's no major damage. It was just a tendon strain and he'll be fine soon. However, she advises him to see a doctor. Out of nowhere, the protagonist asks her, "You retired from the military and you're still so strong. Did you really see combat?" She confirms she did and almost died. She offers to tell him the whole story if he stays the night. The protagonist declines, saying he wasn't that interested, he was just curious. He starts to leave, but she insists he stay for dinner. He retorts that she's too persistent. She mentions that she read all the novels he wrote and they seemed too real. She wants to talk about them over dinner. The protagonist wonders about her connection to the girl from the moon and flops onto the couch, surprised that his novels had such an impact. He considers staying since he hadn't eaten much earlier with his sister and was still hungry. Wei quickly orders dinner for two and teasingly asks what made him decide to stay the night. The protagonist, embarrassed, clarifies they only agreed to dinner, not the whole night. She then teases him about looking at her legs and accuses him of being dishonest with his eyes. He awkwardly explains that he was just admiring her expensive-looking clothes since he's from a poor background. But she quickly moves in and pins him to the couch. The protagonist, shocked, asks if she can't control herself. She insists she doesn't need to, as he's destined to be hers. He tries to laugh it off, saying she's reading too many novels and playfully squats her behind. She gets annoyed, accusing him of teasing her without following through. She questions if he's afraid. The protagonist, offended, retorts that he's not afraid of anyone and threatens to teach her a lesson. However, when he tries to push her off, she doesn't budge. He then notices the significant size difference between them. She relents, telling him not to get angry as he might hurt his hand again. As she stands up, the protagonist grabs her by the shoulder, throws her onto the couch, and tells her to stop annoying him, saying they don't match. She suddenly changes the subject, saying she's studying the reason behind the red moon and will explain it to him. The next chapter shifts to the protagonist's house, where his cousin wonders why the protagonist's sister doesn't like him. At that moment, Yuba shows up at the protagonist's house, and his cousin is contemplating making a move on her. She greets him, but he steps aside, giving her space to pass. The protagonist's parents appear and see her, expressing surprise. However, she immediately hands them apology gifts, saying the first is for Zhang Hao, the second for the father, the third for the mother, and the fourth for the sister. The father continues, insisting that she should stop hanging around Zhang Hao as he won't fall in love anytime soon. The mother chimes in, telling her to leave. Meanwhile, the cousin is shocked to find out that she might be a suitor for Zhang Hao. Yuva clarifies that she doesn't want to fall in love with Zhang Hao. She just wants to spend the rest of her life with him as great friends. The parents look at her skeptically, clearly thinking she's not being truthful. Yuna pleads, asking them to let her be friends with Zhang Hao and hands over a briefcase. The mother, feeling the need to set boundaries, decides to play the role of the strict parent and tells Yuha that she doesn't want to see her around Zhang Hao anymore and that she should stay away from him. The cousin, overhearing this, thinks he'll have a chance to comfort her after she leaves, but Yuna firmly states that Zhang Hao is special to her and she'll remain friends with him regardless of what they think. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist and Wei, she's recounting a story about being on a mission and receiving a fatal injury. Just as she was about to die, she saw the red moon and somehow survived. The protagonist is puzzled, noting that her experience seems entirely different from his. He asks if she might have been hallucinating due to her severe injuries, but she insists that wasn't the case. She explains that her wounds were beyond modern medicine's ability to heal, and that's why she's been studying the phenomenon of the red moon ever since. She mentions that during the second appearance of the red moon, she noticed the protagonist whose behavior didn't match anything she'd seen before. She found his novel similar to some dreams she had, leading her to believe that he might have some connection to the red moon. The protagonist, surprised by her experiences, watches as she begins to unbutton her clothes, stunned and asking why she's undressing. She points to her abdomen, explaining that it was there she received the fatal wound which destroyed all her internal organs. However, as you can see, she has no scars. She wonders why so many died that day, yet she survived, and asks him if the world in his novel truly exists. Realizing the only way to handle her is to cooperate, the protagonist agrees but sets conditions. He must be free to contact his family whenever he wants, and she can't isolate him for her studies. She gets upset at the suggestion she might imprison him, but he retorts that capitalists have a cold heart. With a sigh, he resigns himself to the fact that he'll have to deal with her for now and reveals, "I'm not from this world. When I saw the red moon, I woke up in this body." The scene shifts back to Yuha, standing under the sun, waiting for Zhang Hao's parents to accept the gift. It seems she's determined not to leave until they do. The father finally relents, saying, "Okay, since you seem to have no bad intentions, I will allow you to be friends." She responds that Zhang Hao is her best friend and she would never have any ill intentions. He observes that she appears sincere and accepts the gift, then tells her to return to her family. Later in the living room, the family examines the gifts she brought, gorgeous jewelry. Naturally, they suspect it's fake because nobody gives such expensive gifts. They're trying on the pieces, commenting on how realistic they look, almost like the real thing. The sister then enters and asks who gave them the jewelry. The mother explains that it was a friend of Hao Hao's who came by and they didn't know what to do, so they accepted the gifts. But they all believe it's probably fake. The cousin agrees, but the sister picks up a sapphire and upon examining it, says it doesn't seem fake. Judging by the cuts and details, it likely is a genuine sapphire worth tens of millions. As everyone stood in shock, especially the cousin with ulterior motives, the scene shifted back to the office. It seemed the protagonist had finished explaining to Wei everything that happened with the Red Moon and how he ended up in this world. Wei was lost in thought, contemplating the existence of parallel worlds. She asked, "So, in your world, do men chase after women, and is it normal for them to walk around shirtless, showing off their chests?" This led to the protagonist wondering what would happen if he went to the beach here. Would it be strange? He didn't dwell on it much, but thought about it briefly. He confirmed that everything she said was true, and that he's a normal man. When he sees a beautiful woman, he can't help but look a little longer. In his world, he wears shorts to the beach. Here, he's considered a wild man, so he's probably not a good match for her. Moreover, he might return to his world at any moment, and since she's a great woman, he doesn't want to hurt her. He suggests she finds a normal man. Ignoring his concerns, she asked if it would be normal for him to take off his shirt now and show everything since he's from that world. The protagonist replied, "Of course, in my world, if it's hot, guys take off their shirts." We imagined the sight, seemingly stunned, thinking about men walking around shirtless and how daring they must be. She then challenged him, "If that's the case, take off your shirt now. I want to see how it is. If you're telling the truth, you won't feel anything about it." Reluctantly, he started taking off his shirt, thinking he'd show her what a man from his world is like. But as he did, he noticed her intense, almost soul-sucking gaze, making him hesitant. At that moment, he recalled the goddess and wondered if he was assimilating into this world's norms and if his thoughts and behavior were changing accordingly. Meanwhile, Wei was clearly flustered, her hand between her legs, hearts in her eyes, trembling as she urged him. "Well, are you going to take it off or not? What's wrong? You said it was easy. Why are you hesitating?" The protagonist, wanting to prove his manliness, pulled off his shirt, revealing his chest to her. She trembled even more, thinking it was too much for her, and awkwardly asked him to put his shirt back on, admitting she couldn't control herself. The protagonist felt defeated by the situation, especially by his hesitation to take off his shirt, which should have been a normal thing. Wei, wiping her face, stated that from now on, they would work together and express pleasure in getting to know him. However, the protagonist, firm in his decision, told her not to contact him unless necessary as he was busy and got up to leave, insisting that next time if there's any meal involved, he would be the one to invite her. He had things to take care of, so he bid her farewell. Wei, still flustered, asked if he really couldn't stay, offering anything he wanted as long as he stayed. The protagonist firmly refused, saying not to even think about it, as he wouldn't agree to anything. Upon returning home, his sister was staring at the sapphire, thinking about how sapphires symbolize loyalty and perseverance. She pondered whether Wei had the financial means to give such a valuable gift to her brother. In that moment, she eyed the protagonist's cousin and thought, if that's the case, I'll have to use this guy. Sometime later, Zhang Ho was back home. His father, all worried, asked why the hell he took so long. That's when he mentioned all the jewelry Yua had left for our boy. Ken Qin commented that besides being very wealthy, the girl seemed to come from a rich family. The father made a serious face and told the protagonist that he couldn't like the girl just because she was a millionaire. Meanwhile, the cousin was fuming because he wanted to have received that necklace himself. Thinking about Yua, he swore to himself that he would win her over after all. She was his ticket to wealth. However, he was already imagining the wrath of someone and thought that at least he had her waiting for him. The boy was daydreaming, thinking he had options to choose from, even though he believed that Zhang Hao, despite being handsome, wasn't very seductive. Sometime later, someone said they were arriving. Zhang Hao apologized, saying they couldn't accept the gift because it was too expensive. Suddenly, his cousin appeared, saying they had met again. Zhang Hao remarked that it was quite a coincidence that they had already seen each other. In the cousin's mind, all he had to do now was create a little physical contact and stumble like an idiot. Yuba seemed scared as he approached and promptly kicked him in the chest. She apologized, saying she acted instinctively while the boy was coughing. She asked if he was okay as his legs seemed wobbly. Zhang Hao suggested they should be more concerned about others for now, while the cousin realized his plan had completely backfired. Zhang Hao once again stated that he didn't need those gifts, and Yuha asked if he didn't like them. The father intervened, saying that such gifts were too expensive and somewhat intimidating. Zhang Hao replied that he didn't need such things to improve their relationship, returning the gifts and stating he would accept a kindness, but she could keep those things. She asked if he hated her because of this. The parents, embarrassed, reassured her that she didn't need to worry about it and that their relationship hadn't changed. The sister stepped in, saying they were just friends, so there was no reason for him to hate her, and suggested she return the gift if she wanted to remain friends with him. Ken Qin was furious that the damn cousin hadn't accomplished anything. Then Ken Qin turned to Yuha and said it was getting late, so she would take her home. However, the mother insisted that she would take the girl, already suspecting that the daughter was trying to hit on the girl in the car. In the end, Ken Qin's plan to have a conversation with Yuha failed. Everyone was leaving together, and she couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, Zhang Hao's cousin asked to add Yuha to his contacts. However, Zhang Hao, feeling possessive, quickly said that she wasn't that casual and wouldn't give out her number. The cousin realized he didn't stand much of a chance, and Yuha agreed with what Zhang Hao had said. Ken Qin, upset, told them not to get too close because it was dangerous. Zhang Hao noticed that his sister wasn't hiding anything anymore. However, the fool thought his sister was also in love with Yuha, already imagining that the girl was amazing for winning everyone over around her. Now he was motivated to make peace with his sister because she seemed very angry. The next day, his sister woke him up for breakfast. He arrived all sleepy, saying good morning. When he asked where everyone was, since it was just the two of them, she told him that the cousin and the others had left, so it was just them there. Our boy already knew that life at home wouldn't be easy. Embarrassed, she asks what he's doing, and he apologizes for lying lately. Meanwhile, the sister thinks her plan was to make peace, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. Now, feeling completely better, she says it's even better when he takes the initiative. She acknowledges that something sad happened, but emphasizes that the future is more important. She asks Zhang Hao never to hide anything again. He hesitates for a second, knowing he's hiding a lot of things, but simply says okay because he's not about to reveal any of it. He thinks to himself that after everything is resolved, he will confess the secrets. With that, the poor girl feels completely relieved, thinking he's so kind. At this moment, Zhang Hao says she no longer needs to hide that she's in love with Yuha. The poor sister is utterly confused. She starts laughing, thinking he's acting this way because he's jealous. She takes advantage of his foolishness to ask him not to bring Yuha around anymore. Otherwise, she won't be able to control herself at home. Strangely, he says it's been a while since they did a special training and asks for help. Kin, who has a problem with her sweat glands, agrees to help him. So she puts lipstick on her boy. And with that, she says that these events make all the sadness irrelevant. The scene shifts to Wei's secretary in front of her nursery. She thinks this must be the right place. Inside, a woman is on the phone and tells her to come in. As soon as she appears, she introduces herself and says she has some questions. The woman welcomes her and tells her to sit down. The secretary hands over a sheet of paper and says she wants to know everything that happened with these two people during their time there. She's trying to find out if the girl abducted the boy, and more importantly, what she did to make everyone in that place cover up the events. The woman starts trembling when she sees the photos of Zhang Hao and Kin. Hesitantly, she asks the secretary how she found out about this. The secretary responds that she doesn't have to explain anything and demands to know everything that happened. The woman, frightened, seems to hesitate but explains that she will never forget this person in her life. She recalls once asking Kin where she had taken Zhang Hao and, more importantly, what she had done with him. Kin replied that they were just playing together and questioned if that was a problem. The teacher said it was indeed a problem because she couldn't just take other students out of there as she pleased. She warned that she would have to speak with Kin's family to take action. But Kin asked if that was really the best option. The teacher was a bit confused, but the girl advised her that it might not be wise to escalate the situation. She explained that no one saw them return, and no one knew she had taken the boy. So she suggested that everyone would probably believe her if she said the teacher was just making it up, or worse, that everyone would blame the teacher for letting it happen. If it were proven that something happened as a teacher, she would be held most responsible. Kin then asked the teacher if she really wanted that to happen. The poor woman stood there frozen while Kin urged her to answer quickly. Back in the present, the secretary asks if she really gave in to that. The woman responds that she contacted the family to ask how the boy was. That's when the family said the boy would never return there, and they were moving away. The secretary asks if that resolved the situation, and the woman says yes, since no one returned. She then asks if the woman knows what Kin did when she took Zhang Hao. The woman says she doesn't know but discovered how Kin referred to Zhang Hao. Curious, the secretary asks her to explain quickly. The woman explains that Kin called Zhang Hao her little toy. Back in the moment, Zhang Hao says he will show the strength of a man. She is there, very sad and clearly not saying much. She then says she wants to tell him something and grabs his face. She tells him he is amazing, thanks him, and says she is ready. He asks if she really wants to continue with the strength training. Suddenly, she is caught off guard and confused. He says that if they keep practicing, she'll soon like men again, while the boy, like a bull, declares that now that he's here, he'll go forward. She's a bit scared, not expecting him to be so forward, especially since he had such an innocent appearance. Our boy starts sweating cold, realizing things are getting serious. He gave her a simple foot massage. Time passed, and the boy had put in a lot of effort. He then asked her to check if his heart was racing. That's when she thought that the training they did when they were younger hadn't been in vain. Now she knows she just needs to complete the next step to fully win over Zhang Hao. Our boy says they will continue. She sees that he's standing there preparing for something and asks if he's talking about this. He tells her not to be nervous and to relax. But now she's the one who's scared because there's unlikely to be anyone else intervening. She's panicking, not knowing how to react, while Zhang Hao thinks she's cute when she acts like this. He then smiles, saying that he's finally going to do it, but obviously, he feels something strange. His stomach starts hurting and he doesn't know what's happening. She asks what's wrong, and he says he's feeling some strange discomfort. As he suffers, wondering why it hurts so much, she tells him to wait there while she gets some hot water. Going to the kitchen, she thinks it's a shame she almost won the game, but she's excited because this confirms the boy's intentions. She decides that when the time is right, she will confess to him. While later, she brought some milk and a few eggs for him to eat. She asked our boy, who was lying down, if he's okay. He says it didn't help much and asks if she knows any medicine since she's a doctor. She says that medicines have side effects, so it's better for him to rest for now. Then she says she has an amazing idea. Suddenly, she climbs over him, lies next to him, and says she's going to give him a belly massage to help him relax a bit. She also puts on some relaxing music, and the notes fill the room. While our boy thought she was amazing, he began to think that maybe staying in this world forever wouldn't be so bad, as having someone take care of him like this every day wouldn't be bad at all. The scene shifts to someone banging on Kin's paper. It's the president pounding the table, saying she knew something was wrong. The secretary asks what they're going to do, but then she remembers that John Hao had set a rule that she couldn't contact his family. She hesitates for a second, unsure of the best option, and says she'll have to make a call first. A while later, John Hao was sleeping and Kin said he was very cute like that. Suddenly, he received an unknown call. She immediately hung up, relieved that he didn't wake up. She picked up the phone thinking she had to be careful because it could disrupt things. But then she got scared. The message included records from when she was younger. She immediately realized someone was investigating. Grabbing John Hao's head, she gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying she wouldn't let anyone take him away. The scene changes to a restaurant. Someone calls out to Wei, asking why she's investigating. It's obviously the big sister. Wei tells her to sit down because she ordered her favorite flavor. Shin quickly asks who she is. Wei immediately says that she likes John Hao and that it's best for the sister to stay away. Kin says she didn't expect it to be John Hao's stalker and warns that, unfortunately for Wei, John Hao prefers her. But Wei pulls out the photos and warns that the boy would be very sad if he saw all that, indicating she has proof that she's been stalking him since he was younger. However, the psychopathic Kin just asks if she really thinks that's an effective threat. She explains that she's simply been taking care of him since he was younger and declares that, in the end, he'll be hers. Wei laughs in her face and warns that John Hao will find out that she made her mother marry his father just so she could become his sister. She threatens, saying that John Hao was a different person and not her toy. Now Kin fell silent and sighed, saying that if she discovered all this, she must be rich and powerful. However, she says she understands that Wei probably tried to win over John Hao with money, but it didn't work. She adds that it's a shame, but John Hao will never truly like her. The two stand in silence, staring at each other. Wei claps her hands, saying it's expected from the girl who threatened teachers when she was 7 years old. She then decides to introduce herself, saying her name is Wei Man from the Feng Hong Company. Shin immediately recognizes the name of the company. Wei informs her that she called her there because she had promised John Hao that she wouldn't hurt his family. But if she crossed the line again, the family matter would be set aside. Kin realized she had just received a death threat. As Wei walks past her, she asks if she really knows the Zhang Hao she likes, leaving the girl in silence. Kin punches the table in a fit of rage. The scene shifts back home. Zhang Hao is slowly opening his eyes. He gets up and sees his sister beside him working on the computer. He asks what's going on, and she just wants to know if he's still feeling uncomfortable, mentioning that she brought a hot water bottle for him. She then says that while he was sleeping, she read the entire novel he wrote. She found the world he described to be quite interesting and realistic. Embarrassed, he says he only wrote those things to stand out among others and make more money. His sister remarks that it felt too real, and that the protagonist really seemed like a real girl. She warns him not to confuse fiction with reality because real life is different, handing him the hot water bottle and saying it will make him feel better. She then hugs him, telling him that if he has any problems, he can always tell her because she's worried about him. The scene changes to the next day at school. Standing next to Yuha, he's thinking about how strange his sister was the day before. During the day, she seemed normal, but when she came back at night, something had changed. Yuha hands him something and he thanks her, saying he'll keep it instead of the jewelry. She immediately says she has another gift and offers him some lunch. Embarrassed, he tells her she doesn't need to be so considerate. However, she says she just wants to be nicer to him. He tells her it's okay as long as she doesn't keep giving him expensive jewelry. She then asks if his family hates her now because of it. He reassures her that's not the case and she doesn't need to worry. But she expresses that she often feels like she makes people's lives worse when she interacts with them. She questions whether she's just a friend who brings problems, but he tells her not to worry because he values their friendship. She then says that even if his family doesn't like her, it won't affect their friendship. Zhang Hao explains that his family likes her, they just don't want them getting romantically involved. Yubat explains that she feels like his sister, on the other hand, doesn't like her at all and seems to want to keep them apart. Zhang Hao has no idea what happened, so he just thinks she's being insecure. He stands up, telling her she doesn't need to change or try to please anyone. She will still be his friend, and she doesn't need to rush to prove anything. This cheers her up a bit, and she explains that recently she at least learned to swim. He says if that's the case, they can have fun of the weekend. The scene changes to a sunny day. Our boy was walking around the city when someone called out to him. It was Yuva, all dressed up. Our boy felt better, wondering why she had dressed up so much. He tells her they can start their outing. With that, she pulls out a giant notebook full of things she wants to do with him. Our boy wonders why she seems so prepared, and she starts listing a bunch of things they need to do today, mentioning she even bought tickets for a movie called Season of Love. He says he's confused because he expected her to want to watch a war drama. However, she says no, she chose this because she's sure it's his favorite. With that, he takes her hand, saying it's okay, and that he'll be happy no matter what she chooses, thanking her for being so thoughtful. She just holds his hand in agreement. With that, they head to the cinema. Yuva stands there, a bit lost. Jong Hao asks what's wrong and tells her to snap out of it. She brings the popcorn, looking a bit awkward, saying she didn't expect there to be so many people there. The scene then cuts to the two of them watching the movie. Our boy hands her a juice. Jong Hao comments that she seems happy, and she explains that despite the crowd, there's plenty of space. As she enjoys the juice, he receives a call. That's something, huh? Our boy makes a face, clearly not pleased, and without a doubt, he declines the call. Yua asks what's going on, and he says it's nothing important, thinking that since she's so happy, he'll make the most of his time with her. Our boy is just watching, thinking the movie is awful because it's clearly upside down. Then a little hand grabs his. He asks if she wants popcorn. She says no, so he hands her the juice, saying that must be it. But the girl is nearly exploding with embarrassment. She says she saw in a guide that this is the step before a kiss and asks if he agrees. Jong Hao plays it cool, asking if she learned this strategy from Yuan Yuan. She says no, it's just that they haven't done this in a while. And now our boy is about to explode. She says she likes him a lot and that they could be a couple. Our boy tries to explain that he likes her too, but not in a romantic way, and she can't be so dependent. She explains that she's just following the guide she read, which said girls needed to take more initiative. With that, she pulled his face, while he was worried because it was a public place. She said she would save money and leaned in to whisper something to him, who was about to explode, unsure of what to do. Then he held her hand and suggested they focus on watching the movie. Time passed, and I'm not sure what happened, but she looked exhausted, talking about the guide. He said he had to see this guide and her strategies, then grabbed her hand to read it. She was a bit confused. He glanced at her plans, then lightly hit her head, asking why she didn't just ask instead of acting like this. Embarrassed, she said she just wanted to be there with him, and he could do whatever he wanted. Jong Hao thought she was always extremely careful, but then confiscated her little book, saying it was time for some real fun. The scene changes to a sports internet cafe. The poor girl stood in front of the computer, unsure of what to do. He asked if she'd never been to an internet cafe before, and she said her family doesn't allow it. He then asked her not to tell anyone or he'd get in trouble. With that, the boy started playing, already scoring a pentakill. She said she was trying to understand, but it was too difficult. He explained that he just wanted her to have fun, saying that since she already had good grades and a good family, the only thing he could do was help her be happy. He then opened another game, apparently a shooting game, and explained the controls for moving the character and aiming for a headshot. He congratulated her, thinking her family must be very good for someone who just started playing. He also thought that given her interest in weapons, this type of game was obviously a good fit for her. After a while, he said their time was up. She asked why he didn't put more money in so she could play more, but the boy warned her not to get addicted or she'd spend her whole life on it. As they walked down the street, they were chatting until he mentioned that her phone was ringing. She answered and seemed to agree with something. It seemed like she was talking about leaving, but in reality, she wanted to keep playing with our boy. He thought to himself that he would help her have even more fun today. With that, they played the drum game, the dance game, and the shooting game. Later, as they were heading back, she said it was one of the happiest days she ever had. Jong Hao told her not to take it too seriously because it's something they could do anytime, and she was all smiles, saying she understood. As they were walking, a car suddenly passed in front of them. As soon as the door opened, he knew trouble was coming. He thought it might be Anao, but it was actually Yuya's butler, who turned to our boy and said her parents wanted to meet him. Her mother, it seems, was looking into information about Jong Hao, smiling, though it wasn't clear if it was out of joy or anger, knowing that her daughter had been ignoring messages while having fun. Meanwhile, Jong Hao had no idea they had planned a party for her at the mansion, but she preferred to stay with him. At the door, the butler told him not to worry, as the master was not someone who regretted visits. As soon as Jong Hao entered, he saw the mother standing there, or perhaps the father, as it wasn't clear who was who, and was asked to sit down. Our boy thanked them and realized it was the father, as he thought the man looked very young. At the table, the father asked if Yua had fun, and she said yes. He then told her to go take a bath because her clothes were dirty, and he turned to Jong Hao, saying they could have lunch together. He mentioned he'd heard that our boy had been making her very happy and wanted to thank Jong Hao as her father. Our protagonist, very polite, said it was just a matter of friendship, but he noticed the thank you seemed somewhat insincere. It seems Jong Hao wasn't very well liked there. The father then asked how much money he wanted to stay away from Yuha. The boy wondered why the plot always seemed to take this turn. He told Jong Hao that she had missed a family gathering because of him, and our boy was confused by the sudden change in attitude. He apologized, saying he had no idea she had a family event that day. The father said he was misunderstanding, and in fact he wanted to thank him for that. He offered a card, but Jong Hao refused, saying he didn't want money in exchange for friendship. The father asked if things weren't obvious enough, saying it would be rude to spell it out further. Zhang Hao, now at a loss for words but growing angry, explained that everyone seemed to think he only cared about money. He told her father that he was mistaken, saying that he was getting to know Yuha gradually and realized she was a good person, just not good at expressing herself. He became friends with her because of her honesty and kindness, not because of money. He acknowledged the difference between their families but insisted he was only interested in being her friend, returning the card to her father, who gave a small smile. The man placed his teacup on the table, saying it was good to be young and mentioned he'd heard that Yuha had brought Zhang Hao over for a night. He assumed the boy was selling himself. Our boy felt devastated, knowing that if he revealed who wanted to destroy whom, the father would go crazy. At that moment, the father, slightly crazy, commented that the boy had a face that could destroy countries. Embarrassed, Zhang Hao complimented him back, saying he was very handsome. The father thanked him, saying he was an interesting boy, and then asked him to continue being a good friend to Yuha. Zhang Hao agreed, saying it would be easy. A scene changed to the exit as the father was leaving. He mentioned that he would prepare another banquet for his daughter, but advised her to be more careful. Yuha said she understood, but noted she was out with Zhang Hao, who was her friend. The father smiled and said that if that was the case, she should value friendships. In front of Yuha, he asked Zhang Hao if they were really just going to remain friends and never be a couple. Poor Zhang Hao fell silent, unsure of how to respond. He turned to the father and said he understood perfectly and would avoid any contact. The butler then appeared and told Zhang Hao that it was time to go. The father told Zhang Hao that it seemed there was nothing to worry about, but before leaving, he instructed the butler to keep an eye on the two. Our boy was exhausted, and Yuha asked if her father had caused any trouble. He says everything's fine and that it must just be fatherly love. And he checks his phone and is startled. He has a series of missed messages. The scene changes to his home. It's nighttime as he's returning. Kin, who is soon going to have liver problems, is, as usual, a bit drunk. Embarrassed, Zhang Hao approaches and asks why she's drinking alone. She simply asks why he hasn't been answering his phone. At that moment, he knows he's in trouble for ignoring those calls. He starts making excuses, saying he had it on silent. But she ignores that and just asks if he had fun with his classmate. Embarrassed, he says he did but shouldn't have ignored the calls. Kin says it's fine, but he'll have to make up for today by spending time with her tomorrow. She tells him that he has to talk to the platform people tomorrow. She says it's perfect because they can go to the mall together and can sort out that issue. She tells him to take a shower and just agrees, while Kin thinks that with these two competitors, she'll have to be more aggressive. The scene shifts to the next day. Someone says they're embarrassed to have asked to meet him on the weekend. Our boy responds to Song, saying it's no problem. She says that his fan base isn't small anymore and that he needs to appeal to his new fans. She hands him a tablet with a streaming auction for him. As soon as he sees that it's for him to act like a fool in a kimono, he says he's not that type of streamer. She then shares a second photo of a night cosplay, saying he won't have to show much skin. He agrees, saying the second option is more acceptable. But he's shocked when she says that, in that case, they're doing it now. Before he can react, she's already got the camera in hand, telling him to take a look. With no other option, he's soon dressed as a knight, posing for the photo. What he didn't expect was a crowd watching, and apparently, this video was already recorded and shown to someone. During a meeting, the girl comments that it's a great place to invest because that cosplayer alone attracted a lot of people. However, people are thinking that the cosplayer is very handsome until he realizes he's being filmed by a drone sending footage to the meeting. At that moment, the signal is disconnected. She apologizes, saying she'll send someone to investigate, but someone in the meeting says they'll handle it themselves. It's Wainan, who says that since he destroyed the drone, he'll have to pay the price. Later, our boy is exhausted because it took forever to take all those photos. He hears someone knocking on the door and asks if it's his sister. But when he opens the door, it's Wainan, arms crossed. He tries to close the door, but she blocks it, saying it seems like he's really trying to ignore her. She glares at him, asking if she has to break into the house. He reluctantly invites her in. Sitting on the couch in business attire, she asks why he hasn't been responding to her for the past 2 days. Embarrassed and trying to cover it up, he says the day was very busy and offers her some tea. She just laughs in his face, asking why he's dressed like that, and if he really thinks it's good to earn money this way. He says she wouldn't understand, thinking to himself that she once wanted him to be a streamer for her company. She asks why he wants to continue streaming if she already told him she'd pay much more. But our boy, tearing up, says a man has to earn his own money. She just laughs, saying she agrees with that, and pulling him by the collar, says they need to resolve the drone issue. He's flustered, asking if that was her company's drone. As he's about to talk about money, she says she knows a better way to compensate. Before he can respond, she kisses him. She helps him catch his breath and tells him that the outfit suits him well. Our otaku boy jokes that she would look good with cat ears. She asks if he wants to see her wearing them and warns that he'd have to kill her first. Out of nowhere, the boy becomes energetic and gives a playful drum tap. She looks confused, and with 50 kilograms of muscle, he lifts Wei. She comments on his courage to lift her in such an embarrassing way. He admits he has courage but can't hold her up for long because he's already trembling. He asks her to get down and she says he might collapse to the ground. She then remarks it's a shame he failed the counterattack. Our boy is disheartened, realizing his body is indeed very weak. Wei tells him that in terms of strength, he stands no chance. She helps him catch his breath once more. Half an hour later, our boy is exhausted and worn out, while Wei Nan, still radiant, talks about the red moon that only appears after a solar eclipse. Zhang Hao is curious, knowing this phenomenon occurs only once every 14 months. She explains that there's another type of lunar eclipse influencing the red moon, and that her investigations suggest this new eclipse is related to the red moon. Zhang Hao becomes intrigued, thinking this might relate to how his body ended up in this world. As his sister arrives back home, the two of them look back and Zhang Hao is startled. Kin's groceries fall to the floor and she, surprised, asks Zhang Hao what he's doing. She thinks to herself that she must be going crazy to see him like this. She questions why he's dressed that way, and he explains it's for a stream he's doing. She understands it's work while thinking he looks amazing. He says he's going to take a shower because he's tired. She offers to give him a massage later. He suddenly stops and calls her, saying it'll be difficult to remove all the tied-up clothes and that he needs help. Of course, Kin doesn't refuse such an offer. He's suffering, dying of heat, asking her to take it off quickly, while he thinks to himself it's good that Wei didn't try to escape. As she helps him undress, he remarks he felt like a canned tuna. She notices his sweaty back and feels a bit uncomfortable. He says he smells bad, but she says it's a pleasant smell, hugging him and saying he looks handsome in that cosplay. She teases that if he did more cosplay, she might stop liking women. She's excited when he mentions he'll have to do make cosplays for live streams. With that, he goes to take a shower, thinking it would be good to make her like men. But then someone coughs in the bathroom. When he looks back, Wei is not standing there staring. Poor guy. As he's about to say something, his sister asks what the problem is. He quickly tells Wei not to stay silent and turns to his sister, saying he stubbed his toe, but is okay. She asks if he needs help, and he insists he's fine and she doesn't need to come in. He asks Wei why she didn't use the chance to escape. The warrior isn't paying much attention and just asks how he can be shirtless without any change in expression. He calls her weird for acting like a pervert hiding in someone else's bathroom. As he leaves, Wei remarks that it's interesting he has a sister who wants to try various cosplays and reminds him that his sister isn't so simple. Zhang Hao tells her not to worry. On the other side, Kin calls him to come quickly to drink some milk and get a massage. Wei stands up angrily, saying he indeed has a very caring sister, now certain this woman has some evil plan. She storms out, saying it would be good for him to visit her tomorrow afternoon, otherwise she'll have to come back to deal with things. The scene shifts to the Wei family villa. The usually stern boss is cooking this time. Our boy is already there, complimenting her, saying she's impressive. He approaches, offering to help her cook, saying she doesn't need to do it alone. She tells him not to worry because it's normal to cook for the boy one likes. He blushes and tells her to stop with the subtle hints. She gets closer and says it's rare to see a cute boy like him who knows how to cook. He replies that unfortunately he had to live alone for many years, so he learned. Just then, his pan starts burning. She pulls his face towards her, telling him to be careful. Embarrassed, he apologizes, saying it's been a long time since he cooked. He steps back, thinking he never imagined she had this side. A while later, the banquet was ready. She says she wanted to see his reaction when he tried it. Our boy was hesitant, unsure of what to expect. He tried the food and said it was very good. The competitor then asked if it was better than Kin's cooking. He said there was no comparison because Kin was family. Wei Nan questioned if he really thought they were family. Zhang Hao affirmed that he did and was very happy to be her brother. However, Wei Nan remarked that if Kin were so good, she wouldn't pretend to like women just to get close to him. Zhang Hao argued that it didn't make sense for her to pretend that, given how much she cared about what others thought of her, and that he genuinely liked Kin. Wei then questioned if he liked her, to which Zhang Hao firmly responded that he did. We started getting angry, calling Kin a formidable competitor. She leaned back and told him to go ahead and eat. He asked her to stop getting involved with his family if they were to continue their cooperation. Wei was convinced that while he considered Kin family, she saw him as a toy and the place he called home was nothing but a lie. We then see some things the secretary discovered. It appears that Zhang Hao's father's marriage to Kin's mother was orchestrated by Kin herself. In other words, it was all a tactic to get close to Zhang Hao. Upon hearing this, Wei Nan was certain she couldn't let someone like that stay by his side. A while later, she watched him leave through the window and grabbed her phone with a wicked plan. She made a comment about Kin in the conversation, saying things would change when Zhang Hao learned she wasn't really his sister. The scene shifts to Kin at home looking up at the sky. She says the time is coming. A while later, Zhang Hao arrives and asks why she left work early. She says their parents aren't home, so she wanted to arrive first. However, she feels disheartened when she sees that Yuha is also there. Yuha greets her, and Zhang Hao says she doesn't need to be so formal. Kin wants to know why he brought someone home without informing her. He apologizes, explaining that he's doing this because of Yuha's social difficulties. Excited, Yuha says she even changed her shoes. Zhang Hao invites Yuha to go upstairs, and Kin says she'll bring some food, though she's fuming inside, thinking that this girl is ruining her plans. In the room, Yua compliments the smell, which confuses John Hao. John Hao offers to give her whatever she wants. At this moment, Yuna starts rummaging through a drawer, pulls out a pair of smoking Pikachu underwear, and says she'll take that. Just then, Kin enters the room with some juice. She sees the underwear and looks disheartened. Poor John Hao tries to explain, saying she shouldn't misunderstand. Seated with both of them, Kin says she understood perfectly what was happening. John Hao tries to explain that Yuha is just socially awkward and not a pervert. Kin decides the best plan from now on is to reduce the amount of time the two spend alone together. She invites Yuha to her room, saying she wants to show her something cool. Yuha thanks her, saying she's very kind. But when Kin suggests watching a movie that girls love, John Hao gets a bit confused. He pulls Yuha aside, saying it's not a good idea to teach her those things. Kin reassures him, saying she will only talk about girl stuff, then tries to pull Yuha along, saying she will teach her what a girl needs to do. John Hao, confused, asks if Kin is interested in Yuha. Suddenly, Kin falls silent and insists that she definitely isn't. John Hao was a bit confused, and suddenly, Kin threw herself onto him, putting her hand on the back of his neck. She noticed he was out of breath and gave him some air, while Yuha was almost crushed. A moment later, he pushed Kin away and asked what she was doing. Poor Yuha had nearly suffocated. Then Kin suddenly admitted that she lied to him. The scene shifts to a taxi in front of the house. John Hao says goodbye to Yuha and apologizes for his sister. Yuha says she just felt a bit breathless. A little embarrassed, John Hao explains that it's his sister's way of showing she cares and considers mentioning what she had seen. However, Yuha doesn't seem to fully understand the situation. He dismisses it and tells her to be careful on the way home. As the taxi drives off, Yuha rummages through her bag, finds the gift John Hao gave her, and wonders if he really prefers Kin, who is now standing at the door, just staring at him. John Hao, a bit startled, turns and calls out to her, but then he remembers that Yuha didn't say anything and realizes she might not have lied. He asks Kin if she really doesn't like women. She stands there in silence without responding until, a bit embarrassed, she admits she doesn't. She then shockingly confesses that she lied because she likes him too much. She tries to explain that she likes him so much that she knew no one would understand, so she acted this way. Now that he's discovered the truth, he's a bit confused, saying it's a bit strange. She steps out into the rain, saying she understands it's weird, but just wanted to be close to him, and reveals that she doesn't want to lose him again. John Hao tells her to calm down or she'll catch a cold and asks if she's referring to their childhood. She says yes, but knows he doesn't remember much, while thinking to herself that she'll do anything to stay with him. She then reveals to him that she has secretly always been close to him, from elementary school to now, and has never left his side. She admits she likes him so much that she has been doing foolish things. Just then, Wai Nan appears, saying she arrived at the right time. She calls Kin and informs John Hao that, as he can see, Kin was never really his family. John Hao is shocked to learn that Wai Nan knew about this and had this conversation with him. He feels downcast as Wai Nan says Kin has been lying from the beginning and urges him to come with her, warning that he might forget who he was in the past. Kin yells at Wai Nan to get away from their house, but John Hao calls out to his sister. Kin turns and tells him not to worry, assuring him she'll handle it. However, John Hao hands her the umbrella, looking disheartened, and tells her to go inside first. He says he'll leave for now and give her an answer later. Kin stands there, confused and unsure of what just happened. The scene changes to Wai Nan's apartment, where she tells John Hao not to catch a cold. She hands him a towel, but he's just standing there in silence. The two stand quietly for a while before he asks if she really needs to reveal his true identity to his sister. She dries his hair and asks if he truly believes his sister is innocent. Wai Nan goes to a book and says if he really wants to know the truth, he should take a look at it. John Hao looks at all the records they gathered on Kin and starts to get scared by what he finds. When they were younger, she would hit any girl who talked to him. This behavior continued as they got older. Even though she was accepted into a much better university, she chose to stay in the city to stay close to him. It turns out that her mother's marriage to his father was orchestrated by Kin to get closer to him. Sun Hao asks how this is possible. Wai Nan, a bit unhinged, comments that she admires how far Kin's love has gone. The poor boy sweats coldly, not understanding what this crazy woman is saying either. Wai Nan approaches and says that normally those being pursued never really understand. She takes out a cigarette and says she'll try to explain clearly, noting that in his world, it's usually men who pursue women. In this case, all she did was try her best, going to great lengths to follow and interfere in his life, affecting his social status and even his family. Wai Nan asks if what she's done is perverse or not. Sun Hao stands there, poor thing, unable to say anything. Wai Nan extends her hand, saying that if he comes with her, he can forget these problems and study the red moon. Sun Hao, scared, says he can't think straight and needs to go home first. She offers to take him, but he insists that it's okay and he can manage on his own. With that, he leaves without saying anything more. On his way home, he keeps thinking about how strange and frightening his sister is, having done all those things. What he finds odd is that fragments of his memory suggest she's not that kind of person. He has no idea which version of himself she likes, and this kind of thing can only be discussed face to face. The boy returns home to find her standing in the rain. She is desolate, still unable to recover from the shock. Even when he approaches, she can't understand anything until he offers her an umbrella. Confused, she looks up, and the boy, all cute, says he's back. Her expression changes, and she welcomes him back warmly. Once inside, she says she'll warm up some tea for him. She starts talking about a lot of things she wants to do, but he tells her she doesn't need to try so hard and says there's something he wants to ask. She trembles, asking if there's a problem and if Wainan said something about her. He mentions that it seems like in her childhood, what she did was more than just staying close to him. Kin realizes her past has been revealed and turns away, startled, saying it seems he knows everything. Zhang Hao explains that even though Wainan might not be unscrupulous, all the evidence seemed too real. Kin starts trembling, unable to speak, and collapses to the floor, not knowing what to do. She calls his name and says she needs to tell a story. She talks about a girl who was happy until one day her parents divorced and all the joy disappeared. The father soon found another family, and she lived with her mother for a while. But life in that new family wasn't enjoyable, and her former family couldn't complain about anything. The girl had to live on the streets for 2 weeks before her mother came to pick her up again. Since then, she began isolating herself from everyone until a boy invited her to play. She ignored him, but he kept following her, suggesting they have lunch together. She remembers the other boys telling him not to talk to her, but whenever he saw her alone, he approached and invited her to play, always cheerful and smiling. That's how the boy entered her heart. But then an accident happened, and the girl made a mistake that caused the boy to lose his memory and be sent to another school. The light in her life disappeared again. However, instead of giving up, she decided to secretly protect his life. Eventually, she realized that the distance wasn't enough, and that's when she began the plan of using her mother to become his sister. Crying, she admits she knows it was wrong and that the plan was a disaster. Zhang Hao wonders if this is how she feels about the real owner of this body. She apologizes, calling herself possessive, and reveals that she is, of course, the girl in the story. She says she expects him to hate her for this, but all she ever wanted was to have him to herself and not share him with anyone else. The boy starts to think that even though they aren't related by blood, she really takes good care of him, and he also likes Kin. She says if he really thinks she's disgusting, she'll stay away and never bother him again. But then the boy says she doesn't need to apologize. He understands how valuable she is, and that's enough for him. He tells her they can be together because he likes her too. What a thing for him to say. Now she's going to go crazy. She hugs him, saying that no matter what happens, she still loves him. And our boy, awkwardly, tells her she's getting snot all over his shirt. With that, she gives him a UFC-style hug. She threw the boy to the ground and, as always, helped him catch his breath. As he lay there, he thought to himself that this felt like a first love. The time they spent together was sweet. Being around her always made him happy. She always wanted the best for him. She mentioned that her life felt like a dream, and she was incredibly happy. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly guilty, knowing that her connection was with the past Zhang Hao, not with him. She then said she would go downstairs to prepare dinner and call him when it was ready. He was left deep in thought, realizing that he was taking advantage of her feelings. He wondered how she would react when he told her the truth. He called out to her, and she turned around to ask what it was. He hesitated, especially when she smiled and asked if the baby was having a problem. Feeling foolish, he said it was nothing important and told her she could go make dinner. Obviously, he lacked the courage to tell her the truth. The scene changes to Fenghong Enterprises. Zhang Hao is there again, and Wainan comments that their meeting was very good. Zhang Hao doesn't seem very enthusiastic and asks her to get to the point. She crosses her leg and says she wants to ask him something. She asks how the conversation with his sister went. Zhang Hao uncrosses his leg and says they're doing fine. Wainan questions what he means by fine and accuses him of deceiving her since she knows the person his sister likes isn't the current Zhang Hao. She suggests that eventually Kin will discover he isn't the person she truly fell in love with, and who knows what she'll do then. Hesitant, Zhang Hao says he can't predict the future. Wainan, observing his troubled mental state, thinks that if things continue this way, she'll have to take matters into her own hands. She changes the subject and talks about his career as a streamer, presenting a proposal. She mentions that he's in the top 3 on the platform and should realize there's a limit to being an internet celebrity. She hands him a paper, suggesting that if he really wants to make money, he should have his own products. It's a clothing brand idea. He asks if this is just her idea. She says she doesn't care about other investors, but she has never lost money. She explains that her research on the Red Moon has been costing her, so this is the least he can do to help her recoup some losses. Zhang Hao agrees not to pay with flesh and blood, but if it's a matter of time, he can help a bit and promises to repay her for all the help she's given him. He then asks what style of clothing she has in mind, and she tells him to be independent and create his own style. Later, as he leaves, she thinks to herself that with her strategies, it will be easy to manipulate him. Her plan for now is to keep him busy with his career, as he's the type of man who enjoys making money. This way, he'll be more independent from Miss Kin, and she can use her influence to pull him away from his sister. Later, Jong Hao returns home. Kiki asks if he's busy and tells him not to spend too much time on that clothing company. Jong Hao reassures her not to worry because they're helping him a lot. However, she knows very well that this clothing company is undoubtedly connected to Wai Nan. She calls him over and says that now that they're together, he doesn't need to work so hard because she will support him. Just then, their mother appears and says it's time to let her brother sleep, starting to notice that something is strange. Jong Hao thinks that lately she's been taking good care of him. Even though they've been spending less time together, she always cheers him up. If he wanted, this life he's living could last forever. The scene changes to the next day. Jong Hao is exhausted, sitting in his school chair, when Yuna comes over to ask what's wrong. He says he's fine but seems down. He explains that he's just tired because he's been working on creating a clothing brand. As he was about to mention needing a professional model, he sees her standing there and gets a perfect idea. He tells her he'll need a favor after school. The scene changes to a photo shoot session where they're taking pictures of Yua for the clothing catalog. Someone comments that the girl has potential and could even join the company. Suddenly, Kin shows up, complimenting Jong Hao on his good work. He asks her what she's doing there, and she says she brought some treats for her favorite person. The people around think she's very beautiful and friendly. Then someone else arrives, questioning why there are so many people there. Kin wants to know who invited this person. It's obviously Wai Nan, who claims she's there as an investor to supervise. Kin retorts, calling Wai a capitalist here to oversee her slave. Wai Nan retorts, saying it's better to be a boss than a fake family member. Jong Hao watches from afar as the two bicker. He tries to calm them down, but Yua invites him to eat something. At that moment, both women stop and turn angrily, asking why Yua is the model for his products. Embarrassed, he tries to explain that it seemed like the best idea. Suddenly, the women start competing, with Wai Nan putting on lipstick and Kin donning another outfit. Clearly, both wanted to compete for the role of his model. Confused, Jong Hao, with the camera in hand, asks why he has to do this. Wai Nan insists that only he has the honor of photographing her. Once again, the two start arguing while Jong Hao doesn't know what to do. He asks them to stop so they can finish early, and now even Yuho wants to pose for the photos. Kin sits and tells Yuha to put her hand in her hair, excited at how photogenic she is. He tells Wai Nan to sit in the chair and smile, feeling excited. Seeing why, he decides it's best not to give her any instructions, fearing backlash. However, seeing that she's not posing properly, he tells her to stretch her leg, feeling thrilled to be ordering a CEO around like this. Time passed as he took the photos, while Yuha watched the competition between the girls. At the end, he thanked everyone and offered to treat them to dinner later. Once again, they were competing for his attention, leaving him unsure how to handle it. He decided to let them figure it out and not get involved anymore. Later, back at home, the product link and the page were working well. He felt a bit insecure since it was his first business venture, but with everything set up, he had no choice. He started the live stream and there were 17,000 viewers. He mentioned the shopping cart in the right corner and invited those interested to check out his products. What he didn't know was that most of the women watching weren't pleased with this. Even his biggest fans started saying that the image of the perfect idol was breaking. Some commenters mentioned that this move was a misstep. While some in the chat supported him, the majority criticized him. A few people recognized Wai Nan, and even at Kin's workplace, she was also recognized. The boy's popularity was growing, reaching 125,000 viewers. People were looking at the designs, noting they were unique and asking if he had created them. Of course, he had borrowed all the ideas from the world he came from, which is why he decided to launch fashionable women's clothing. As viewers saw the prices, public opinion started to shift positively. Wai Nan was excited, noting that it seemed like it would be a success. Wei, eager to help, planned to buy a ton of products to boost sales. In no time, sales went from 1 to 123,000 in total. Jong Hao was confused by what was happening. He knew there was a chance for things to go well, but this was over the top. Later, he was online and noticed many posts about him. People were even sharing the clothes he wore, claiming it was the new fashion trend. He just wanted to watch some videos to relax, but all he saw were ads for his own products. He couldn't believe that in less than a day, everything had sold out. He concluded that the girls had probably done something. The atmosphere wasn't great when the three were together. Someone approached and asked what he was complaining about. Jong Hao, embarrassed, wondered when she had arrived. She gave him a hug and guessed he was confused because his company had done well and he wasn't sure what the next step should be. He turned and said he wasn't prepared. She reassured him that he didn't need to work so hard and that she would support whatever decision he made. Embarrassed, our boy thanked her and mentioned he was planning a celebration party and invited her. She accepted but said she would take a bath first. In the bath, she pondered why he was throwing a party to celebrate. She was sure that Wai Nan and Yuha would definitely be there. She realized she needed to clarify her relationship with Jong Hao to keep the others away. She knew this would make things harder for Jong Hao and decided she might follow a more aggressive plan. A scene changes to the celebration banquet. The girls are all there waiting for our boy, who arrives with his sister, saying they didn't need to dress up so much. The three women immediately start to dislike each other, and he suggests they find a table. Even while serving food, they compete, likely to see who would serve him first, leaving Jong Hao unsure of what to do. He decides to drink a bit while the two are at each other's throats. Eventually, he was outside to throw up, realizing his body is weak and sensitive to alcohol. Someone brings him a towel. He thanks them while wiping his mouth, only to be shocked when he sees the girl from the Red Moon, who says it's been a while since they've seen each other and calls him Dear Zhang Hao. Surprised, he asks if she is the goddess of the Red Moon. She confirms and pulls him by the chin, commenting on how well he's adapted to life in this world. She praises his successful business and a partner who loves him dearly. However, she asks if he hasn't noticed that he's becoming more like a native of this world. She warns him that he will assimilate at this rate and reveals a secret. Human souls can merge. Confused, he asks what she means by merging souls and insists that he won't assimilate. She says the choice is his and that they'll meet again when all this is over. As he yells for her to wait, she disappears in front of him. Now he's confused about this merging of souls and assimilation. Yue appears and asks if he's okay. He says he is, and she informs him that the two women are fighting inside. He suggests they go back inside before the two kill each other, but he doesn't mention the Red Moon or another world. A while later, Zhang Hao's life had returned to normal. He didn't have as much time to spend with Qin, but their relationship was more stable. 2 months later, autumn arrived. Yu and Yuwon complained that it was too cold like winter. Zhang Hao was nearby, just looking at his phone, when she approached and asked which girl he was talking to. He told her to respect his privacy and long said that as a celebrity, he wouldn't talk to just any girl. Yue then arrived and greeted Zhang Hao. Later, back in class, the teacher announced the school's 50th anniversary was coming up. She said there would be a dance involving a boy and a girl, and everyone would have to participate. After the pairs were formed, they had to practice for 2 weeks. The teacher informed Zhang Hao that he would be the leader since he had experience dealing with the public. Immediately, all the girls in the class wanted to be invited to dance with him. Within a second, a discussion broke out and he was surrounded. Frustrated, he shouted for everyone to step back. He went to the bathroom, thinking how exhausting it was to live like this. He thought about who to ask and Sue decided on Yuha. However, she turned him down. He was taken aback as it was the first time this month he'd been rejected. Feeling down, he sat in a corner. Yuha tried to explain, saying she didn't want to draw attention and feared being too uncoordinated, causing him embarrassment. Suddenly, he called her name and told her she couldn't live like that. He said that people who give up without even trying will never succeed. He admitted he didn't know how to dance either, but was willing to learn and asked her to trust him one more time. The scene changes to their first practice. Someone, likely the teacher, told them to relax. The teacher, sweating, instructed Yue to put her hand on Zhang Hao's waist and stop being so shy. He reassured her, saying there was no need to be so nervous. She apologized for not being very good, but he told her it was fine as long as she kept practicing. The tired teacher said that was enough for today and that they would continue the training tomorrow. Zhang Hao observed her, exhausted, thinking it was funny how flexible she was in fighting, but he felt like someone was always watching them. Yue then called him, saying her locker seemed stuck because it wouldn't open. They found that something had been put in the lock to prevent it from turning. Later, they called a school employee, but Zhang Hao realized that someone had targeted Yuha. The next day after physical education class, Long praised Zhang Hao and asked how the dances were going. Then he noticed something in Yuha's shoe. He pulled her aside and a bunch of tacks fell out. Seeing this, he knew she would have hurt her foot. He shouted, asking who had the nerve to do such a thing. His two friends were furious, calling it ridiculous, while everyone around remained silent. Zhang Hao wondered if this was related to the dance. He knew someone's intention was to make Yuha quit, and he was determined to find out who it was. The following morning, he approached Yuha and asked if she had offended anyone recently. He advised her to be careful. Suddenly, he saw a bucket heading towards her head. In a heroic act, he put his head in the way, taking the hit himself. A drop of blood fell on Yuha's face, but Zhang Hao, seemingly unfazed, asked if she was okay. He turned to shout at whoever was above them, but Yuha warned him to be careful. Ignoring her, he ran upstairs, determined to find the culprit. He opened the door to the upper floor and found a girl crying, saying she didn't want to hurt him, she just didn't like Yuha monopolizing him. Zhang Hao said nothing as she continued shouting that Yuha didn't deserve to have him all to herself. The girl seemed to go mad, lamenting that she shouldn't have hurt him. Immediately, Zhang Hao ran to her, grabbed her arm, and pinned her to the ground, telling her to stop this nonsense. He sternly told her to stop getting involved, saying it was up to him to decide who deserved to be with him. The girl stayed silent, just listening. Then Yuha appeared, crying and running towards him. However, Zhang Hao's vision began to blur. He couldn't understand what was happening or why he couldn't see clearly. At that moment, he seemed to recall various situations. It wasn't clear if these were alternate timelines or perhaps memories of the body's previous owner. A while later, he slowly opens his eyes in the hospital, wondering if the scenes he just experienced were hallucinations. Yue calls out to him, saying that he finally woke up and apologizes for causing him to get hurt. However, she assures him not to worry because she will take revenge for him. She even says that the other girl will pay dearly. At that moment, Zhang Hao sits up, insisting that he's in good health and that they should get back to practice. He advises her not to seek revenge as it would only cause more trouble, reminding her that she promised to impress everyone. For the next 2 weeks, they continued practicing. Zhang Hao even hired a professional dance instructor. Yuha gradually became more confident. However, during one of the training sessions, she received a call from her mother. Zhang Hao pondered over it since he had only met her father so far. During the call, her mother revealed that she had already spoken to the teacher to prevent Yua from participating, urging her to quit to avoid embarrassing the Min family in front of important people. Yua tried to explain that people depended on her and that she had been practicing for a long time. Her mother insisted it would be better not to disgrace the family. The poor girl was at a loss for words until Zhang Hao took the phone from her hand. He first apologized for his behavior and then pleaded for her to let Yua participate, explaining that she had been working hard and would not embarrass anyone. Suddenly, Yua grabbed the phone and shouted that she would not give up, saying goodbye to her mother and ending the call. She turned to Zhang Hao and apologized, insisting that he had to participate. He thought to himself that she was impressive when she was serious. The scene shifts to the day of the performance. The announcer declares it the school's 20th anniversary. Yua's mother is present, as is Wei Nan, attending as a renowned entrepreneur from the city. The school representative announces the start of the event. The curtains open and a tango tune plays. The two participants exchange a quick glance and start their dance. Yua's mother watches while Zhang Hao feels confident about her performance. The audience praises them, and Wei Nan looks displeased. Yua's mother begins to wonder what caused such a change in her daughter, who she remembered as not being so confident. Suddenly, the stage lights go out. Zhang Hao is confused because this wasn't part of the plan. The audience questions if this is part of the performance. The school representative calls out to Zhang Hao. He asks what happened, and she explains that there was a problem with the circuits, which would take 20 minutes to fix. He protests, saying it would be foolish to leave the audience with nothing to do for 20 minutes. They would all leave. He worried that Yua would lose the chance to impress her mother. A friend next to her mother remarked that her daughter seemed lost in this emergency, while the mother just watched to see what would happen. The teacher was about to announce a 20-minute intermission, but Zhang Hao grabbed her megaphone and confidently declared that they were always prepared for anything. Meanwhile, backstage, Long Long was trying to come up with a solution. Then Wei Man appeared, asking if they needed help. At that moment, Wan called for Zhang Hao, who saw that Wei Man had found a light for them. Though it wasn't perfect, it was the best auction at the time. Without power, the instruments weren't working, so they had to perform without them. The situation suddenly turned into a slice-of-life scene. As Yuva danced, the audience was impressed. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao seemed to be singing, with Wei Nan watching him closely. A while later, the performance ended. Yuva's mother approached, asking if he was the one who had taken her daughter's phone. Awkwardly, he confirmed and apologized. Yuva turned to her mother, thanking her for coming, and her mother silently observed. She reached into her pocket for something but paused, then called for Yuha. After a while, Yua's mother said she did well not to embarrass the family and that next time she could bring Zhang Hao to their home. The two stood there, not quite sure how to respond. Yua simply thanked her and ran to hug her mother. Zhang Hao thought that all the effort over the past weeks was worth it for this moment. He felt that although the performance wasn't perfect, it was enough. He was feeling proud when someone pulled him by the shirt. It was Yuva, asking if he had time now. They went to the physical education room. He asked why she brought him there, considering they usually practice there. She said she wanted to bring him to that place because she wanted him to listen. She said she had been very happy since she met him. Every day during recess, she wanted to talk to him more, and every weekend, she wanted to go out with him. She even said she learned a lot from him. But because of his appearance, she felt she was losing control. She said that when she saw other girls talking to him, her heart ached and she had nightmares. She began to approach him, saying she thought it was some kind of illness, but then she took his hand and said she was certain about her feelings. She asked if they could be together. Now he was in trouble because everything she said was extremely serious. He considered her a good option because of her personality, but there was someone else on his mind and he couldn't deny his feelings. He thought to himself that this wasn't a very manly way to be decisive and he couldn't act like this. So he called out to Yuva, apologized, and said he couldn't accept her love. She was devastated for a second. He started to say that he already had someone else when she interrupted and hugged him. Confused, he asked what was going on. She said that even if he didn't like her, she would continue to like him, regardless of what he did. This didn't seem very healthy, but she said she would wait for him, and holding his face said she had been waiting, so nothing would change. With that, she helped him catch his breath, apparently for a long time. Near the window, Wei was there, noticing the situation and thinking instead of feeling jealous, wondering what was happening. Later, Zhang Hao told himself that he needed to be more honest with his sister, Kin. He threw his clothes on the floor, complaining that no one was making things easier for him. Suddenly, Wei opened the door forcefully, greeting him. Startled, he asked how she could invade someone's privacy like that. She approached him, asking if Yua had confessed. He replied that she probably heard everything. The president said she was satisfied with his response. Zhang Hao asked what she meant by satisfied. The president explained that she had to take things out of her car to help him with that dance, so now he had to repay her. He told her to ask instead of doing these things and promised to help somehow. She said that in this world, good husbands always help their wives dress. Seeing what she was doing, he asked what kind of craziness this was. She informed him that he would have to help her put on her stockings again. He tried to pretend he didn't like it, but he was clearly flustered. He began to help, thinking it was an easy way not to betray his sister's trust and still calm this crazy woman. But the angel on his shoulder said it was clearly a betrayal. The devil, on the other hand, said it was his duty to help people. They started arguing, calling each other names. John Hao thought it wasn't very manly to owe people favors. He began helping and asked why we like wearing those stockings so much. She said her social status required her to always look presentable and asked if he liked it. He continued helping, saying that even in his world, this would be considered a bit wrong. Suddenly, he stubbed his toe and she trembled a bit. This girl clearly wasn't right in the head either. She apologized while thinking about why she was acting this way. John Hao, on the other hand, noticed that she seemed different. She blushed, unsure of what to say. Then she asked about the incident at the hospital. He explained the situation with the bucket, saying it was accidental. However, Wai Nan was already eager to punish the person responsible, and he told her to forget about it. He said she could finish dressing herself since he wasn't very confident with that part, but she seemed to notice something. She adjusted the rest and thanked him for his hard work. Outside, while waiting for Wei to finish dressing, she asked why he was still shy since she had already seen everything. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from her secretary. When she answered, the person apologized but said it was urgent. The secretary informed her that they had found what they were looking for. Wai Nan was startled, asking if it was true. She said she was going immediately. She waved goodbye to John Hao, saying she would treat him to a meal later. However, he noticed that something had happened because she changed suddenly. A while later, John Hao was back in bed, exhausted. But there was no peace in that house as Kin Kin came to check on him. She asked what was wrong, mentioning that he seemed very talented in dancing, referencing the performances with Wai Nan that were recorded. She acknowledged it was a school event but admitted she felt uncomfortable. She hugged him, saying she didn't like how popular he was becoming. She asked if she wasn't enough for him, wondering if he needed other things. John Hao thought to himself that making the woman he liked cry wasn't something a real man should do. However, the more she depended on him, the guiltier he felt. She kissed him intensely, while he thought that, in the end, he needed to tell her everything. After she had metaphorically sucked his blood, he asked what the problem was. She told him not to worry, saying it wouldn't happen again, but this time she wanted him to remember it clearly. Just then, a plate crashed to the floor. John Ho's father entered, asking what was going on. Both of them suddenly became nervous. They tried to explain, but it was clearly difficult to get out of the situation. A while later, someone demanded they speak up. It was Kin Kin's mother, saying she wanted to know what was going on. Kin Kin tried to downplay it, saying they were just playing around. But her mother slammed the table, saying family doesn't play like that, asking if Kin Kin had forgotten she became John Ho's sister when she moved in. Both stood with their heads down, unable to respond. The mother called their behavior disgraceful. Kin Kin remained silent, unsure of what to say. John Ho's father suggested they might not need to take it so seriously, but the mother insisted that Kin Kin had always been peculiar and never spoke up when things happened. She regretted letting Kin Kin live with her loser of a father. At this, Kin Kin's expression changed and she said she would tell everything. But John Hao interrupted, saying they were practicing for a vampire play coming up at school. He was going to be the lead actor and asked his sister for help. Their mother looked confused, asking what this was about. Kin Kin just watched quietly. Their mother, believing John Hao to be an honest person, thought he probably wasn't lying and told them to be more careful in the future. John Hao knew that if he hadn't stopped Kin Kin, she might have started a war at home. The problem wouldn't go away until he resolved everything. In the following days, John Hao focused on his live streams and work. Using the memories of his past life, he excelled in school. With all the support he received from Wai Nan, he became a top streamer. Everything was going well except for one thing. He began to remember the past when Kin Kin was pulling his arm. He recalled her promising him the stars and the sky, asking if he liked her too. And the current Kin Kin being startled, asking if he wasn't the real John Hao. With that, he woke up. It was obviously a nightmare. He started to realize that the memories of the previous owner were becoming clearer. All of this started happening after he last saw the goddess of the Red Moon. He even went to a psychologist who ran some tests because he might have had a problem after that accident. However, his mind was found to be perfectly fine. In the middle of it all, he receives a video call from a red-haired girl who says it's something urgent. She is the operator of the platform where he streams and tells him they have a problem due to short videos. Because of this, they are launching an offline campaign and need someone who can attract a lot of fans. She explains that he is the only male god who could turn the situation around. Our guy already knows they're asking him to do something he doesn't want to do again. However, she assures him that he doesn't need to worry because it will be easy, and it's an offer he can't refuse. If he accepts, he would earn an 8-figure salary per year at these events. He gets excited and asks what activities will be involved in this event. The scene shifts to a beach. His friend informs him that it will be a reality show, similar to a Mr. Beast survive on a deserted island for 7 days video. And of course, Kin Kin is there as his assistant, so he won't be alone. Seeing this, our guy says the island doesn't seem so bad. Then someone calls him, it's Yuha, who found out about the event and obviously came to see him. But where there are 2, there are 3. Naturally, Wai Nan is also there, asking why everyone is watching the show she set up. As they start arguing again, John Hao stands there, unsure of what to do. The organizer calls everyone to a meeting to explain the rules. The group gathers around a table, and a blonde guy announces that he will be the host of the show. He explains that Miss Y Nan will be a special guest. He goes on to say that participants will pair up and compete to see who is the strongest. The first round will have 2 events, volleyball and capture the flag. In the second round, everyone will be taken to survive for 5 days on a deserted island. Those with the best rankings in the first round will be able to select the best survival items. Some papers with the rules are handed out, but Y Nan tears them in half, saying there's no need to worry about that since it will be easy. The blonde guy tries to explain that it would be better if she read them, but she just asks if he's really going against her word. Not wanting to offend her, he quickly says no. Of course, several streamers from the platform want to pair up with Miss Wei. John Hao thinks it's obvious since she's probably one of the organizers. Then someone calls out to him. It's 3 other girls from the platform who say they would make a great pair with him. He feels a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, a blue-haired guy comments that John Hao has nothing but a pretty face. He approaches John Hao, saying he looks like a beauty from 1,000 years ago, and points out that as a gamer, he earns much less than John Hao, who sells his face and body every day. Our guy decides to ignore him, simply saying that the blue-haired guy has a lot of fans too. But the guy continues, saying he heard John Hao ruin the career of one of his friends. John Hao wonders if this is another idiot seeking revenge. The guy then proposes a bet to John Hao, stating that the loser has to stop streaming for a month and put loser and subordinate of the other as the title of their live stream. The guy was confident, thinking for sure that Y Nan would partner with him. At that moment, Y Nan approached and called for her teammate. The fool, blushing, thought she meant him. However, Y Nan grabbed John Hao, saying she would partner with him. John Hao asked why she got involved in the competition, to which she replied that she was there to help him. However, he said that he was a man who didn't need anyone's help to win. But she just called his name and mentioned that call she had received earlier. She said they found another person who, like him, came from another world. John Hao was shocked because he had no idea about this. Wei Nan explained that this person knows Yuha from another world and seems to have something special. But first, they would verify the authenticity of everything this person said. John Hao wondered what would happen if there really was another person like him. Then she caressed the boy, telling him not to worry since she was taking care of him. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat nearby. It was, of course, Kin saying that the sun was very hot and he needed sunscreen. So he left with his sister, telling Wei Nan to prepare for the competition. Wei Nan watched as Kin once again led him away. A while later, the blonde announced the start of the competition. The first event was volleyball, and naturally, John Ho's team would compete. Both teams were on the field, and he told them to get ready. Our guy was up against the blonde and the baldy. Wei Nan tossed the ball up and served with such power that the ball twisted. The poor guys on the other side didn't stand a chance. A few plays later, they were on the ground admitting defeat. The blue-haired guy from earlier, who had also made it to the final, commented that John Hao had been carried by his team. He approached asking if John Hao even knew what volleyball was and warned him that now he would learn the difference between them. With everyone on the field, the match began. The blue-haired guy threw the ball up and jumped about 30 meters to serve. John Hao was shocked, and Wei Nan realized it was almost professional-level skill. The ball came crashing down, and Wei Nan told John Hao not to try anything. However, the ball hit him square in the face. The announcer remarked that it seemed the blue team's strategy was to injure John Hao. Wei Nan asked if he was okay. The guy on the other side was laughing, saying accidents happen. Of course, Wei Nan told him to shut up, but he responded that he would show them what cruelty really was. The game continued with the scores staying close. Wei Nan tossed the ball up, and this was their chance to win. She aimed at the exhausted guy on the other side, who accidentally managed to block it with his arm. Both teams jumped to intercept. Suddenly, John Hao, channeling a scene from Haikyuu, told her to trust him. Instead of spiking, she gave the ball a light tap, and John Hao awkwardly jumped 30 meters. Though clumsy, he managed to hit the ball with his face, at least landing it on the ground, thus winning the round. A while later, everyone was attending to the worn-out John Hao. As usual, they were competing for his attention while he was unsure what to do. While they fussed over him, the blue-haired guy recorded the scene, stating he would embarrass John Hao. Later, while John Hao was walking around, everyone seemed to be talking about him. He sensed something was off and wondered what was going on. A girl beside him suggested he check the search results. The top result mentioned Anchor and John Hao winning 1-3. He wondered how this had happened and saw a photo from the previous day, realizing that someone from that place was sabotaging him. This would obviously damage his online image. The blue-haired guy approached, saying it looked like a paparazzi had caught him and that people like that should be jailed. Then Wei Nan bumped into him. She got a list of everyone who had arrived on the island and warned that whoever it was, she would make them disappear once she found out. The blue-haired guy trembled. John Hao thanked her, but said it was trivial and reminded her that it was a public place, so she couldn't threaten people like that. She blushed, saying he was being too presumptuous. Meanwhile, the others wondered why Wei Nan was acting that way. Then Kin and Wei entered the room. John Hao turned to ask what they wanted. Kin ran to him, asking if he was okay and saying she would handle it. She said she already had a good idea of who it was and would investigate it by tonight. The guy seemed scared, wondering why his sister was there. Then Wai Hao mentioned calling her grandmother to bring in some people from the military. Zhang Hao, alarmed, said it was an exaggeration and unnecessary. He thanked them for the support but thought he couldn't rely on them like this. He already knew who the troublemaker was and just wanted to let him date his own grave a bit more. And so the second day of the event arrived. Reporters were all eager to interview Zhang Hao, obviously wanting his opinion on the leaked photos. He decided to explain and said it wasn't as complicated as everyone thought. He clarified that two of the people in the photos were Yuha and his sister, who were there as his assistant and camera woman respectively. The other person in the photo was Wai Nan, who was also participating. He explained that they were discussing the day's game and showed his phone, explaining that their faces were hidden because the intent behind the photos was clear. However, he had no hesitation in clarifying the situation and said he believed the only way to combat these rumors was by being honest. Beside him, Wai Nan remarked that he was really boosting the show's popularity. Qin Qin appeared, saying that Wai Nan should pay more attention to the situations she put him in. However, Wai Nan simply said that lately he could lie without even blushing and asked Qin Qin if she didn't think he had changed a lot recently. In the bathroom, the guy who took the photos knew he was in trouble. His plan was to deny everything and hope they couldn't pin it on him. Just then, Qin Qin appeared and said she knew it was him. He turned startled and asked what she was talking about. She told him to confess, saying she had proof. He claimed ignorance, but she informed him that she had hacked his phone, restored the backup of the photos he took, and found other things from his past. He panicked and asked what he needed to do to keep her from leaking it all. She simply approached and told him to disappear. Grabbing him by the collar, she said he was lucky she wanted to grow old by Zhang Hao's side. Then she threw him to the ground, leaving him crying like an idiot. She turned with a smile and told him to take care of his own life, leaving him there snotty and abandoned. Outside, she met Yuha and told her everything inside had been resolved. She said that if Yuha had any questions, she could ask her. Later, during the capture the flag competition, a guy ran out as soon as it started. Zhang Hao, surprised, told Wai Nan to be careful. But the guy slid on his knees to Zhang Hao, grabbed his foot, and said he was quitting the competition, praising him. Zhang Hao was confused and asked if the guy had some other trick up his sleeve. But the guy just begged Zhang Hao to forget everything that happened. The organizer tried to explain that the event had already started and asked what the guy was doing. The guy then revealed to everyone that he was the one who took and posted the photos of Zhang Hao. Wai Nan simply watched and the guy cried, saying he just wanted to go home. In the end, his team quit and Zhang Hao's group advanced. But Zhang Hao knew the guy must have been threatened somehow to quit like that. When Zhang Hao opened the door to his room, he saw something unexpected. His sister was there, waiting for him as usual. He asked why she was there, and she immediately hugged him, saying she came to this place to take care of him. Embarrassed, he said he understood and asked what she wanted to do. She was silent for a moment, remembering when Wai Nan had said he seemed different. She laughed, thinking that apparently Wai Nan was losing to his sister. Yuha, who was nearby, said that no matter how much he changed, she still wanted him. But Wai Nan told her to shut up. Qin Qin thought to herself that even if he changed, she still liked him and that no one was better for him than her. She then said she wanted to confess their relationship to their relatives. Zhang Hao hesitated, wondering why she was bringing this up now. He approached and hugged her, saying it was a promise then. It was the last day of the competition, where they had to carry supplies across the island. In that place, finding food, water, and shelter would be the biggest challenge. In the jungle were Zhang Hao and Wai Nan, who seemed ready to take on a wild adventure. Zhang Hao couldn't stop thinking about how strong she was. She looked back and asked if he was scared or what was going on. He said it was nothing, and they could start right away. With that, she entered the forest, telling him to stay close. She grabbed some mint leaves and said they would be essential for surviving mosquitoes. Zhang Hao was impressed, remarking that she really was a soldier before. She handed him some and told him not to worry, as with her around, this challenge would be easy. All they needed to do was reach a nearby lake. When they arrived, she said she would try to catch a fish and told him to gather some berries. However, she reminded him to use the walkie-talkie or signaler if he encountered danger. Zhang Hao assured her that there was no need to worry, and everything was fine. She told him to hurry and come back to eat the fish. As Zhang Hao wandered, he thought that after this event they needed to distance themselves. A while later, he returned and called for her. He explained that he didn't know which berries were edible, so he brought them all. She praised him and said she had also found something useful. But then her expression changed and she told him not to move. He was confused, unaware that there was a snake near his hand. Unfortunately, he ended up touching it. The snake turned towards him, ready to strike. Wai Nan immediately jumped in to protect him. Taking the bite herself, she quickly pulled the snake off and threw it away. Zhang Hao asked if she was okay. Her knee was bleeding and she had been bitten on the arm. Zhang Hao thought she was in serious danger and knew she needed treatment. He pushed her down and told her not to move. A production crew member informed the organizer that it was a non-venomous snake, so there was no serious concern. The organizer suggested sending support but not to arrive too quickly, as the bite was on her shoulder. Zhang Hao saw no issue with helping to remove the venom. However, Wai Nan was confused by his actions. It was too late though, because the boy was a professional lifeguard. She wanted to tell him that wasn't the proper treatment for a snake bite, and the event crew even had to cut the live stream temporarily. Nearby, Kin was observing everything, clearly not happy. John Hao spat out the blood he had sucked, determined to find some bandages. However, Man, out of breath, told him to wait and asked where he had heard that this was the way to treat a snake bite. She explained that if it had been truly venomous, he shouldn't have tried to suck it out, as he could get infected. She clarified that the snake wasn't venomous, so all they needed was some clean water. A doctor was being sent over, and the organizer reminded her not to interfere with the game. Then someone called out saying they would come too. It was of course Kin. Being well known in the medical field, people recognized her. She announced that as Zhang Ho's sister and a doctor, she wanted to check on him. The other doctor said it would be an honor to have such an incredible doctor as her. As night fell, the two were in a cave. Zhang Hao mentioned that he was starting to feel awkward with how much she was staring at him. The camera was on the ground and he asked if it was okay, as they were supposed to be filmed. She simply said that she was the boss, so it wasn't a problem, and explained that what was about to happen couldn't be broadcast on TV. She began to approach Zhang Hao, who asked why she was acting like this all of a sudden. Seeing her expression, he joked that it seemed the snake had some other kind of venom. However, she was 10 times stronger than him and threw him to the ground. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. She was too strong for him. She then commented that her clothes were a mess because of the wound, but mentioned it might be very convenient. Outside, someone said they should be close. It was a group of doctors, one of whom commented that they had lost the walkie-talkie signal. Kin started to get worried. Then she heard some noises beside her. When she looked, she asked who it was. It was, of course, Yuha. This guy couldn't go a second without having all three around him. When the doctors looked back, Kin had disappeared. Kin then asked Yuha how she was in the jungle. Yuha said she had been following them. Kin told Yuha that even though she liked Zhang Hao, it was impossible for them to be together. Yuha simply said she knew that. However, all she wanted was to stay by Zhang Hao's side and make him happy. And of course, if she found anyone who made him unhappy, she'd explode that person's head. Kin just observed quietly. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was telling a certain person to stop. Our boy had been immobilized, and the president warned him that this time he couldn't escape. He said he didn't want anything, but she replied that his body was more honest. Just then, they heard someone shouting his name. He immediately recognized the voices of his sister and Yueha and told Yuan to get everything in order. The president was furious, once again annoyed that the others had ruined her fun. A little later, the two of them entered the cave. Zhang Hao immediately asked his sister why she had followed them. He was making excuses when she noticed some marks on his neck. Furious, she immediately called out Yuan, who told them they shouldn't be there since it was a competition area. However, Kin lunged to punch Yuan, who easily defended herself and asked if she really wanted to go down this path. She then landed a solid punch on Kin's stomach. Zhang Hao was shocked as they started to fight seriously. The president approached and asked Kin who she thought she was to try to teach her a lesson. But then they heard something. Yuan was also coming in to try and punch the president. Yuan easily blocked it, but Yuan didn't stop, saying that anyone who hurt Zhang Hao was her enemy. She managed to land another kick, declaring she would fight anyone who caused him trouble. This time, Yuan was pushed back, and like a joker, she started laughing, her expression soon changing. Kin got up, saying she didn't think the president of the Hongfeng group would be so shameless. Yuba told her to shut up, but Kin retorted that she was just an old woman trying to get with younger people. Enraged, Yuan approached, saying she would make Kin shut up, and slapped her across the face. Zhang Hao couldn't believe what was happening. He stepped forward and apologized for his sister, asking Yuan to control herself because no one there could match her. She only replied that his sister did everything to satisfy her desires with him. From the ground, Kin told Hao that he didn't need to apologize. Slowly getting up, she said it was all Yuan's fault. Zhang Hao noticed that his sister's mouth was bleeding and was alarmed. But Kin declared that woman would never touch Zhang Hao again. Yuan, feeling provoked, said it seemed Kin wanted to die. But just then, Zhang Hao told her not to do anything because he was already Kin's boyfriend. The two women were shocked, and Kin, of course, gave a little smile. He explained that this event was just a farewell and that he would never speak to Yuan again after this. He added that they were never compatible, and now that he was with Kin, it was all over. The scene shifts to the doctors walking through the forest. They discuss among themselves why Kin seems to be acting alone, but the blue-haired guy notes that from the tracks on the ground, she isn't alone. They see a fire in the cave ahead and assume that's where the group is. Back with Zhang Hao, he told Yuan once more that he wanted her to stop interfering in his life, but Yuan just told him to shut up. She didn't care about the spells Kin had used on him. After dealing with Kin, they would talk. Zhang Hao tried to reason with her, saying this did make sense. Kin admitted that Yuan was strong, but insisted she wouldn't give up on Zhang Hao. Just then, they heard a sound behind them. When they looked, they saw two doctors hiding behind a pillar. Embarrassed, one of them awkwardly commented that they seemed to have arrived at a good time. Outside, she said that if Yuan was okay, they could take her back to the starting point of the island. but the president warned them not to talk about anything they had seen there. The doctor agreed, saying she wouldn't tell anyone about it. But at that moment, her expression changed. An arrow struck the back of the doctor, passing through and startling Wei Nan. Someone was approaching from the side, and she had no idea who it was. The person nearly slashed at her, but she dodged just in time. It was the blue-haired guy from earlier. Zhang Hao came in with a kick, telling Wei Nan to back off, and he sent the guy flying. At that moment, she sensed another arrow coming and threw herself to pull Zhang Hao aside. He was in shock, realizing he had almost died. From the shadows, someone emerged, saying that Miss Wei Nan had grown rusty. It was a woman in camouflage clothing with a tattoo on her waist. Wei Nan asked why they were alive, and Zhang Hao wanted to know if she knew them. She confirmed, saying they were a group of extremist terrorists and that the snake tattoo represented the Ouroboros organization. She mentioned having had fun with them once before. The woman replied that that wasn't the case, and that because of their past, they would have to fight to the death. She explained that they had been waiting for the perfect opportunity, and this event in the forest was just what they needed. Of course, they weren't going to miss this chance. Qin shouted, telling them to wait, and announced that she was surrendering. She said that if their issue was with Wei Nan, the rest should be let go, and she promised never to speak of this incident, even offering the large sum of money. The woman acknowledged Qin's intelligence in trying to remove herself from the situation, but said they were professionals and couldn't leave any witnesses behind. Wei Nan told them there was no negotiating with these people and said that when the fighting started, she would protect them, and they should try to escape. However, Zhang Hao thought that escaping wouldn't be easy. They had 4 people, but the attackers were well armed and might have others hidden. With that, the order was given to advance. Everyone rushed towards Wei Nan, and Qin threw herself at Zhang Hao, telling him to follow her. However, the blue-haired guy came up behind Qin, asking where she thought she was going. Zhang Hao jumped in front to protect her, punching the guy's hand before he could slash. Qin wondered how he had such skills, and Zhang Hao told everyone to stop fighting and flee with him. The woman seemed impressed. Meanwhile, the organizers were relaxing with drinks, talking about the man getting promoted to director if everything went well. Unfortunately, the group was still surrounded. As they were about to enter the cave, Wei Nan questioned if Zhang Hao thought this was a good plan. He said he wasn't sure, but it was better than guaranteed death outside. The woman told her team to finish them off as they were done for. Wei Nan turned and told them to go in first, warning that it would be dangerous if everyone turned their backs. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, but she urged him to stop wasting time and get inside. One of the attackers lunged at her, and Wei Nan went to face them, telling the others to flee. Inside the cave, Zhang Hao found the supplies they had missed earlier. He found the passage that was part of his plan and thought it was a good idea. He turned to the 2 women and told them to go ahead while he went to rescue Wei. His sister insisted it was too dangerous, but he replied that even if Wei was a difficult person, he couldn't abandon her. He started heading toward her, telling his sister to flee. She just watched in silence, feeling a strange emotion she couldn't quite understand. Outside, Wei Nan was taking down the first attacker, warning that anyone who continued would die. The woman realized that none of her plans were working. The entrance to the cave was so narrow that they had to face Wei Nan one at a time. Wei Nan declared that their fight would be endless and stepped in, saying she would bring an end to their organization. The woman had no choice at that moment and shot an arrow without knowing what else to do. They entered the cave, but no one knew what happened. She told the woman beside her to watch the exit while she called for reinforcements. Running through the cave, Zhang Hao just hoped Wei was okay. But when he arrived, he saw something unexpected. Poor Wei had been hit with an arrow in her arm and wasn't doing well at all. He approached, asking what had happened, and she wanted to know why he came back. He simply said there was a passageway and he was going to take her now. However, she told him to flee because they could still be caught. Ignoring her, he picked her up, saying he was getting her out of there. She blushed, questioning why he came back if he wanted to end contact with her. He shouted that was nonsense and told her to forget it, saying he was going to take her alive out of that place. For the first time, Wei Nan felt the sensation of being protected. On the other side of the cave, Qin and Yueha were anxious because they weren't returning. When they finally approached, Qin called out his name. Zhang Hao said he was back, but Wei Nan wasn't in good shape. Yueha looked happy, but Qin seemed somewhat desolate. He turned to Qin, asking her to check Wei's wounds. Hesitant, she diagnosed that it was bleeding a lot but wasn't fatal. Qin tore off a piece of her shirt, and Wei asked why she was saving her like this. Qin replied that Zhang Hao had worked so hard and she didn't want to waste that effort. She said that since they weren't out of danger yet, once she finished the bandages, she would get Zhang Hao out of there. Wei Nan agreed that was the best option since she was the target of those people. She mentioned the Red Moon research and told Zhang Hao to talk to Secretary Jin. Qin noticed something but said nothing. Zhang Hao insisted it wasn't time to talk about that and that they needed to escape. But Qin shouted his name, asking why he was willing to die for Wei Nan. She told him he should go back home and return to their life together. Zhang Hao simply replied that maybe he wouldn't be able to return. Wei Nan had saved him, and as a real man, he couldn't leave her alone. Thought to herself how amazing he was. He mentioned that he learned this from Brother Long, clearly from his other life. He He told Qin Qin to return, saying that Yuho wanted to save Wai Nan. But Qin Qin didn't want to give up, saying he shouldn't leave the two of them alone. Zhang Hao apologized, saying he wasn't the Zhang Hao she knew, and if he had the chance in the future, he would explain everything. He asked his sister to be obedient and leave with Yuha. Qin Qin seemed to insist, saying she wanted to protect him, but Yuha said she wanted to be as masculine as he was, or maybe a masculine woman. She wasn't sure what to say. Zhang Hao thanked them for their kindness, but warned that everyone would die if they didn't escape soon. He told them to stop and flee. Qin Qin said she could go back alone, but life didn't make sense without him, so she didn't want to leave him there. She wanted to stay with him. At that moment, someone asked what kind of romantic drama was unfolding. It was the woman from earlier, who asked if they were tired of the cat and mouse game. Zhang Hao realized this time they had brought many more people. The production team was waking up after drinking a lot and began wondering what all the noise outside was about. Looking at the sky, they were shocked to see a lot of helicopters approaching the forest. In the middle of it all, Zhang Hao was lying on the ground, everyone having been immobilized. The moon was red, and the woman questioned why everyone liked that boy. She began to draw her weapon, saying that if they had more time, she would try something else. But just as she was about to end the boy's life, the blade stopped a second before. She turned and commented on how wonderful Wai Nan's expression was at that moment. She said it was ridiculous that such a cautious woman was in this situation because of that boy. Poor Zhang Hao was unconscious on the ground, unable to do anything. Wai Nan began to cry, saying that if the moon hated letting him escape, she would do anything it wanted. The woman laughed, asking if she really would do anything. She mentioned the brother Wai Nan hadn't let leave alive and declared that this time, no one would escape. And then the ketchup was spilled. At that moment, Zhang Hao fell lifeless to the ground. But something appeared in front of him. He saw red hair and asked why she was there. It was the goddess of the red moon, just watching him die. She laughed and asked who he was. Suddenly, he woke up in shock. He got up from the bed, wondering if he was dead. But then someone beside him called him husband. The woman asked if he was having nightmares. Sweating, he didn't understand who was being addressed. It was Wai Man wearing an oxygen. The scene shifted to the middle of the city. Zhang Hao had really returned to his own world. It was the place where he used to work, and beside him was Wai Nan, who had always been the CEO of his company. He was sure this was the work of the goddess of the red moon. Wai Nan asked what he was thinking about so much and questioned if he had thought about the proposal of bringing his father to live with them. She mentioned that it would be hard for his father to raise a child alone and that their house was very big, especially since when their child was born, they would need help. He quickly noticed her hand on her belly and felt confused. Apparently, he was going to be a father. She then pulled him by the tie and reminded him that when they were alone, he should call her wife. He hesitated, and she asked why he was acting so strangely. Zhang Hao thought to himself that she was still identical to the Wai Nan from the other world. So he called her wife, and she thanked him. They arrived, and she said she was going to work, but told him to send a message. Zhang Hao didn't expect to return to his world in this way. If he ended up there because he died, what happened to Qin Qin and Wai Yuan? He wondered if, in the end, he hadn't been able to save anyone. But then he asked himself the most important question. What were Qin Qin and Wai Yuan doing in this world? He knew that in the past life, Qin Qin was a famous doctor. He searched for her name on the internet but found nothing. This made him question if her entire life changed because she didn't meet Zhang Hao. He then decided to search for Wai Yuan. Strangely, instead of a military family, it now seemed like an entrepreneurial group. This made him realize that he no longer had any connection with either of them. And worst of all, he had no idea how they were living. The most inexplicable thing was that he returned to this world and became Wai Yuan's husband without any explanation. He then wondered how he had managed to seduce the CEO. After that, he left the office and wandered aimlessly. The world seemed familiar, but it was very strange at the same time. He went to where his house was in the past life. He didn't know how his father was living. And then Wai Yuan appeared and asked why he had returned before the end of the workday. She approached, saying she was planning a surprise, but he had already arrived. She asked if he remembered that today was his birthday, and that she had planned a party with his father. Zhang Hao seemed confused and asked if it was really his birthday. Wai Yuan just stared at him and asked if he was having some problem. He just said he wasn't used to her being so kind. Zhang Hao found it strange that he had no relationship with her and now had to live as if they were husband and wife. So he asked how a woman as ambitious as her ended up with a common guy like him. She said he was acting very strangely and didn't seem like the guy she knew. She put her arm around his shoulder and said that if he was anxious about the marriage, she would take care of him. She gave him a kiss and told him not to worry. Then she said they would discuss this more later and asked if they could go to the party. Obviously, Zhang Hao was just observing everything. His father was there normally in front of him. He asked his father if Wai Nan was really going to spend the day with them at the house. His father said yes, and Zhang Hao said he only had 2 beds, so he would have to sleep with his father. But his father just told him to learn to resolve couple issues together with her, saying that he should always speak the truth to his wife. Zhang Hao tried to protest, saying that his father didn't understand anything. However, his father just got up and said he was going to rest. He closed the bedroom door and wished him a happy birthday. There was silence, except for Wai Nan in the kitchen. With nothing else to do, he approached her, saying he would help. She then mentioned that last Meg had been great, so why didn't he want to continue today? Embarrassed, he realized she had overheard the conversation with his father. She asked if she was pushing him so hard that his body couldn't keep up. At that moment, he felt dejected, not realizing things had gotten to that level. He just observed her, wondering if he had really experienced all this before. The problem was that he had no memory of these events. Ignoring all that, he decided to ask her a question. He wanted to know how their first date went. She explained that it was during a company event when a guy tried to put drugs in her drink. Being an important person involved with the company, she was hesitant to refuse and potentially ruin business relations. Then Zhang Hao stepped in, grabbed the guy's arm, and pretended to be her husband, saying he would drink it instead. She never imagined he would be brave enough to pretend to be her husband and drink it. A second later, he fell to the ground like an idiot, foaming at the mouth, and told her that it was very dangerous. She turned to confront the guy who accidentally admitted it was just supposed to be an aphrodisiac. With that, everyone at the company found out about the guy's plans. He was taken away by the police, and the two of them stayed behind. She asked if Zhang Hao was okay, and he explained that he had lost all his strength and collapsed. She then asked how he knew something was wrong with the drink. He said he had been watching the guy and saw him put something strange in the glass. Knowing the guy's reputation, he was afraid he might do something to her. She then asked why he went to such extremes for her. Was he in love with her? Zhang Hao replied that he wasn't. He just found it amazing that a woman like her had reached such an important position. Since his desk was near hers, he often saw how hard she worked. He was afraid that if this incident happened, people would think she got her position because of her looks. She said he seemed very concerned about her. Embarrassed, he said he just wanted to do the right thing. She said it seemed he was her hero of justice. He felt shy and asked why she was using those expressions. She laughed and asked if there was someone he liked. After that day, they started talking and gradually got closer. Suddenly, Zhang Hao hugged her. As he leaned in, she asked what was wrong. He thought to himself that he could tell all this was true and felt good about it. He realized that having one man in this world was amazing. However, he then called her name and asked if she believed in parallel worlds. She was taken aback for a moment and asked why he was talking about that. He explained that she might not believe it, but he had a dream so long it felt like he was in another world. In that place, she also existed, but their relationship was more like friends. What connected them was his biggest secret, but there were also two other people who were important to him. Because of him, these people went through various dangers and might have even lost their lives. He failed to help them and couldn't tell the truth, leaving him confused. She suddenly turned, grabbed his face, and said it was okay for him to tell her because she was the person he should trust. But she didn't worry about other worlds because she wanted to live the rest of her life with him in this one. However, she said she didn't want him to live with regrets because that would make him happy. If he needed time to resolve those issues, she wouldn't mind. At that moment, he noticed a red light around her, but she leaned in and said this was the first time he had shown interest in others. Then, she attacked him before he could respond. At that moment, he seems to remember something. She tells him that he must understand that no matter what world he's in, she will always find him. He starts to question what is happening and why he feels the presence of the red moon. Suddenly, he feels something strange and disappears in front of Wai Nan. She comments on how quickly it happened, but now it's her turn. A voice asks if this is her choice. Approaching Wai Nan, it remarks that it believes she was the most possessive of them all. It touches her shoulder and says she should have chosen to stay there with him forever, but now she'll have to compete again. Wai Nan replies that if he returns, she believes he will make the same choice as she did. Furthermore, even if she has to compete, she will give her best. The goddess says she likes this attitude. She warns that it's a rare trip to come to this world, but they will never see each other again. With that, she disappears. Wai Nan thinks to herself that it might have been nice to stay there, and then she too begins to vanish. I don't know what's going on, but everyone is disappearing and reappearing. Once again, our protagonist wakes up in another place. He asks his wife why they can't leave. That's when someone covers his mouth. This time it's Yuva, who says the pervert is dead. He's confused, wanting to know where Wei has gone. However, Yuva just tells him not to move and to be honest. He asks why his classmate is on top of him. A while later, observing Yuha on her phone, he realizes it's another trick of the blood moon. This timeline is many years after the previous one. He knows everything is extremely chaotic, but he must stay calm. Clearly, he is being teleported between lives he could lead only to be sent back to despair. At this moment, Yuha extends her hand, apologizes, and says she accidentally restrained him. He says it's fine, noticing that now she's a police officer. However, it seems that in this world, she doesn't know him. She tells him to hop on the bike because they're going to the station. Our protagonist thinks she looks older and cooler. At the police station, she apologizes to the captain, saying she caused problems for their department. He scolds her, reminding her that their job is to serve the public. However, she's always anxious and disrupting operations, so she needs to learn to stay calm. She continues apologizing, promising it won't happen again. In the office, everyone comments that it seems she only got that position through connections. Zhang Hao thinks that, just like in her previous life, she's living in an isolated environment. He turns to the guard and says he never felt threatened. In fact, it was good to know she was trying to protect him. He feels much safer knowing she's an officer who doesn't let criminals escape. He then asks her if she agrees. Before she can respond, he raises her arm and declares the case resolved. She doesn't quite understand what he's doing. The scene shifts to another location. They're sitting in a building, analyzing some newspapers. It seems he's helping her find a criminal who takes photos of women. She says this person must be around 25 years old and stays near the district where he was passing through. When she saw him freeze when she called out, she suspected it might be him and apologizes for throwing him to the ground. He says he's already told her he doesn't mind at all. When he pats her on the head, she asks what he's doing. He changes the subject, saying her methods for fighting crime are really clever. However, he starts giving some tips, suggesting she should disguise herself before watching that area. He also suggests they should use some method to lure the person instead of just waiting for someone to pass by. Another thing they could do is visit websites where this person might be sharing these photos. He quickly covers her eyes, saying that's something a child shouldn't see. They soon find a person who assures them that all the photos are taken without anyone knowing. Jong Hao then turns to Yuha and says it's time for the final step. They just needed a trap. The next afternoon at the train station, Jong Hao expressed his discomfort with using someone else's bait. That's why he donned a woman's cosplay, feeling embarrassed about walking around like that. But he told himself that being a real man, this was just a piece of fabric to help a friend. Then Yuha came over, grabbing him and telling her friend to come along. Jong Hao wondered why it felt like she was testing him and missed the old, calm, and obedient Yuha. The problem was that everyone on the train was staring in shock. Yuha was glaring at everyone around, and Jong Hao knew this wouldn't work if she wasn't discreet. They'd been on the train for a while, and it was strange that no one had tried anything. He saw a school kid talking about playing a game and figured it wasn't them, a guy complaining about the stock market, clearly preoccupied with other matters, and a calm old man who didn't seem suspicious. Frustrated, Jong Hao wondered why no one had taken the bait. Yuha tried to reassure him, saying they could try again if needed. Suddenly, the entire train car jolted. Yuha stumbled and fell into Jong Hao's arms, wrapping herself in a pile of fabric. He told her to stay still and be careful, but the men nearby, seeing the situation, were instantly smitten. Yuha, still acting odd, commented that he was impressive even as a woman, leaving Jong Hao confused. As people began commenting on the minor accident, Jong Hao felt someone touch him. Realizing there was a person behind him, he noticed a partially open suitcase underneath, suspecting there was a camera inside. He stepped on the person's foot, who yelped about his expensive shoes. Jong Hao turned and accused him of being overdressed for a pervert with a hidden camera. The man, realizing Jong Hao's voice was male, questioned the absurdity of the setup. Jong Hao demanded he open the suitcase, sure there was something incriminating inside. The man tried to leave, claiming they were crazy and attempting to walk away. But Yuha grabbed him by the shoulder, threw him to the ground, and identified herself as the police. The man, stunned, was told he was under arrest. Jong Hao hoped this would at least work out. The scene shifted back to the police station. In the end, Jong Hao successfully helped her, and their work was acknowledged by the department. Later, they were at a shopping mall, where Jong Hao was frustrated that pictures of him dressed as a woman were spreading online. Yuha joked it was his fault for not being ugly and thanked him again, saying that as expected, she couldn't do anything without his help. Jong Hao tried to reassure her, saying she was smart and just needed to work on her social skills. But Yuha insisted that wasn't what she meant. She clarified that she couldn't do anything without him moving closer to him to explain further. Jong Hao grabbed her cheek, asking if she was drunk. She denied it, and he told her to stop saying such things. She started crying, saying it was hard for her to suffer alone. She joined the police academy thinking she would like it if everyone kept their distance because they knew her grandmother's position. This caused problems with her family, who began pressuring her to find a partner and setting up blind dates. But she always refused because they weren't like him. Jong Hao was confused, not understanding what she was talking about, especially since they theoretically hadn't known each other long. Suddenly, she collapsed into his arms, her face turning pale. It seemed she was sick, and the protagonist apologized, saying he would make up to her. He carried her, saying he knew the perfect place. They headed to the beach, where Jong Hao remarked that it was the perfect place for her to sober up a bit. However, Yuha complained that she didn't enjoy being carried. She mentioned that her feet hurt, prompting him to massage them. She complimented his skills, and he mentioned that he learned it all while working on his parents' farm. Suddenly, she called his name but remained silent. She thanked him, and he asked if she needed anything else. Yuha stood up, stating she understood now. As the red moon shone above, she said she couldn't selfishly keep him there. Confused, Jong Hao asked what she was talking about. She referred to him as classmate Jong Hao, telling him he had somewhere else to be. He was at a loss for words, realizing she knew they were in the same class, something she shouldn't have known. It dawned on him that the red moon was at play again, and then he vanished. Yuha reached into her pocket, pulled out the pendant he had given her, and said she would miss him. The goddess appeared, commenting that the girl from the Lin family seemed very fragile and not too smart in her decision. She warned that Yuha would have to compete with the other two without any real advantage, especially considering that it wasn't guaranteed Jong Hao would return. Yuha insisted that as long as the goddess kept her promise, they would prevail. Meanwhile, Wei Nan stood beside a body in a hospital. She saw Yuha stand up and congratulated her on her success. She then turned to Kin Kin, saying it was now her turn, but asked her to understand that it was his life they were dealing with. Kin Kin hesitated for a moment, but then affirmed that she knew what she had to do. Zhang Hao felt like he was falling into an abyss and wondered what was happening again. He was puzzled as to why he had first gone to Wei Nan's world and then to Yuha's. The strangest part was that both seemed to know something, almost as if they were certain he was leaving. He questioned if they had also traveled through time. Considering the events, it seemed there was an agreement among the three and the goddess. The lingering question was what the purpose of all this was. Suddenly, he was blinded by a flash of light. He looked down at his hands and realized he had time traveled again. But now he didn't seem much older. In fact, he was back in primary school. He worried that changes in the past might affect everything that happened in the future. Lost in thought, he was hit by a ball, falling to the ground with a bloody nose. Later, he woke up to someone peeling an apple beside him. He looked up to see a much younger Kin Kin, who asked if he was awake. Confused, he asked if she was his sister, Kin Kin. She remained silent for a moment, then said she had been waiting for him for a long time and had a question. Zhang Hao was startled by her tone, recognizing it as his sister's. She asked if he was the real Zhang Hao. The protagonist hesitated for a moment, realizing she seemed to know the truth. He then confessed that he wasn't the old Zhang Hao she knew, explaining it was just a coincidence that he ended up in this body. He told her he was an ordinary man from another world who woke up in this body with some of the old Zhang Hao's memories but no idea how he got there. He admitted the only thing he was certain of was that he liked Kin Kin. Crying, she asked if the real Zhang Hao would ever return. The protagonist said he had no idea. The apple fell to the ground as she spoke of losing the meaning in her life. Seeing her holding a knife, Zhang Hao rushed toward her as she said that since he had disappeared from this life, everything was pointless. He grabbed the blade, telling her not to say such foolish things. He insisted that everything that had happened was his fault, so it was his responsibility to make things right. Since he had taken over Zhang Hao's body, it should be him who dies, perhaps allowing the real Zhang Hao to return. But Kin Kin said he knew that this wasn't the world where the other Zhang Hao existed. However, Zhang Hao insists that they can't know for sure unless they try. Maybe if he disappeared, this dream would end. But Kin Kin says she can't do it, even if he isn't the real Zhang Hao. She trembles as he asks what's wrong. Meanwhile, outside, the teachers are discussing Zhang Hao's well-being. One of them reassures the other that being young, he should recover well from the trauma. They decide to check on him, but when they open the door, they're shocked by what they see. They quickly intervene, asking what is happening. The teacher rushes over, grabbing Kin Kin's wrist, asking if she intended to hurt her classmate. Zhang Hao tries to explain the situation, but the teacher doesn't let him speak, insisting that he leaves immediately. As Zhang Hao is led away, he tries to defend Kin Kin, saying she didn't do anything wrong. However, the teacher is already on the phone reporting that a girl named Kin Kin appeared to have attempted to harm a classmate. Time passes and we see a man, apparently Kin Kin's stepfather, apologizing for her behavior and explaining that she's having some mental health issues. He presents a gift to the teachers, hoping they will understand. The teacher suggests he returns home as they'll need time to resolve the situation. At home, Kin Kin's stepfather praises her for being well-behaved but holds a belt, questioning why she's causing trouble at school. Her mother tries to intervene, but he, seemingly skilled in Muay Thai, intimidates her. He declares it's pointless to try to teach Kin Kin anything. Kin Kin warns him not to touch her mother. Her stepfather reminds her that he's the one supporting the household, calling them parasites. He then threatens her mother with a belt, but Kin Kin, in a sudden outburst, hits him on the head. He falls, shocked, asking if she's crazy, while Kin Kin prepares to strike again. Her mother screams for her to stop as Kin Kin holds a pencil close to his eye, warning him to ask for a divorce. He apologizes, saying he understands, but suddenly grabs her arm and throws her against the wall. Kin Kin, petite and light, crashes against the wall. The stepfather remarks that he always knew there was something wrong with her and starts kicking her, saying he's going to teach her a lesson. Outside, Zhang Hao searches for an address, remembering that Kin Kin's house should be around there. Later, we see Kin Kin on the floor, battered but conscious, contemplating the futility of everything. She believes she's a complete failure, unloved and unnoticed, with a dysfunctional family. She thinks maybe she never deserved to be loved and considers ending it all. Just as she contemplates her dark thoughts, Zhang Hao appears at the window, asking if she's okay. Startled, she questions why he's there and how he managed to climb up to the 6th floor. He tells her to forget about that, as window cleaners nearby wonder where the safety ropes have gone. Zhang Hao then asks if she's had trouble with her stepfather, mentioning he heard yelling. She tells him to mind his own business, saying if he's not the real Zhang Hao, he should stop saying useless things. However, Zhang Hao insists that he can't ignore it, stating that a real man always does what's right. Later, Kin Kin steps out of her room, seeing her stepfather with a swollen forehead. From a distance, she watches them. The man sarcastically comments on her impressive ability to pick the lock. He then extinguishes his cigarette, saying she needs to be disciplined again, and moves in to strike her with the belt. However, a hand interrupts. It's Zhang Hao apologizing for the sudden visit. The man recognizes him as the kid from the incident and asks what he's doing there. John Ha says he heard that his friend would be away from school for a while, so he came to visit. He didn't expect to find such an animated house. The stepfather claims that nothing is happening and questions how a kid like Zhang Hao has this kind of strength. The stepfather assumes Zhang Hao wants some form of compensation and asks what he wants. Zhang Hao simply asks that the man leave Qin Qin and her mother alone. If he doesn't, everything he's done in that house will be reported to the police. The man starts laughing, questioning if Zhang Hao came to play the justice messenger. He doubts anyone would believe the words of a child who hasn't seen anything and argues that those with economic status control everything, so there's nothing Zhang Hao can do. Despite Qin Qin's dissatisfaction, her mother enjoys a more comfortable life now. Zhang Hao retorts that the man is pitiful and points to a clock, revealing that everything has been recorded. With Qin Qin's bruises as evidence, everyone will believe him. He then punches the man, incapacitating him. They quickly escape outside. Qin Qin, confused, asks Zhang Hao why he's doing all this for her in this alternate world. He replies that even if the world is false, the suffering is real. Just as she didn't need a reason to be good to the real Zhang Hao, he doesn't need a reason either. She thanks him but says that betraying Zhang Hao would be like betraying herself for over 10 years, apologizing that her life no longer has meaning. Zhang Hao grabs her arm, insisting that she live for herself and that she isn't a burden or responsible for everything. She reflects on all her memories with the real Zhang Hao and wonders if choosing to forget him would mean abandoning him in another world. Zhang Hao tells her not to forget the past as it's part of who she is, and even if she can't choose anyone, she still needs to move forward. He encourages Qin Qin to start anew. She blushes and is taken aback. A hand appears, affirming everything Zhang Hao said is true. She hears a familiar voice and turns to see the real Zhang Hao, confused, looking at his own hand. Qin Qin asks if it's really him. He confirms it, explaining that he's always been present, observing everything, even though he couldn't do anything. Seeing her so sad gave him the strength to speak up. He urges her to start living for herself as she has done so much for him, and apologizes for not understanding her actions in the past. He recalls the time when she scared everyone by hitting them, and she held him, reminding him of their promise to always be together. He remembers feeling scared and telling her he hated her and didn't want to stay with her, preferring to go back home. He yelled that he never wanted to see her again. Now the real Zhang Hao apologizes, admitting he was too immature to understand everything. He acknowledges that in the end, it was his actions that hurt her. Qin Qin cries, calling out his name, while the current Zhang Hao watches silently. He remembers the moment she collapsed and said she would leave. He found her disgusting, but he had told her not to worry. Now he finds himself face to face with the real Zhang Hao. He pleaded, asking not to reject Qin Qin, warning that this would be their last conversation and that if he turned her down, she would probably end up alone. He emphasized that he was the only one who could save her now. At that moment, the goddess of the Red Moon remarked how boring the situation was, saying no one was interested in watching this family drama. Everyone was startled and Zhang Hao asked what she was doing there. He wanted to know the purpose of all these games and why she was putting in so much effort. Suddenly, she floated in the air, blew in his face, and asked if he was angry. She said she had no obligation to explain but would make an exception for him. She recalled that during the event on the island, he had come very close to dying. However, he was her favorite toy, so she didn't want him to die so easily. She tried to wake him up, but unfortunately, he fell into a deep coma. That's when she discovered a very rare phenomenon: two souls in the same body, harmonious yet contradictory. Finding this very interesting, she decided to play a fun game. She allowed the three women who loved him to invade his dreams and try to win his heart without him realizing it, to see if he would choose to stay in that world or return to reality. This could have led to their identities being revealed and conflicts arising, or they could have been envious and tried to force him to stay in that world. She thought it was very interesting because she expected everyone would want to monopolize him. What she didn't expect was that the three women would come to an agreement to bring him back. She then started pulling his cheeks, asking if he had some kind of magic. One of the Zhang Haos interrupted, saying it was enough, and asked if she could take him back. She agreed but warned that his time was running out. They were startled and asked what she meant by that. She reminded him that she only had powers during the periods of the Red Moon. Just as she had brought him from another world to complete the first wish, she warned that he might die immediately upon returning since she was extending his lifespan. She questioned if he was finally experiencing hallucinations and headaches due to the shared memories. Confused, Zhang Hao asked her to explain what would happen. She said that probably the two souls would continue fighting until both disappeared. Qin Qin shouted, saying she wouldn't accept the real Zhang Hao disappearing again. The real Zhang Hao said that sending a soul to another world for that person to die was the same as murder. The goddess laughed at their mention of murder and said that when a toy breaks, she just replaces it. Zhang Hao wasn't sure if she lacked the energy to help or just didn't care. What he understood was that the longer he spent in this body, the more hesitant and indecisive he became. The truth was, if both souls stayed in this body for too long, he would go insane and lose his sanity. The problem was that the goddess was just toying with him, and he had nothing to negotiate with against her. To him, it felt like a dead-end situation. A crack appeared in the sky, and she said she was tired of explaining. She was going to send them both to enjoy their last moments. The protagonist told Zhang Hao to stop crying and just listen to what he was about to say. He told him to reverse everything he did. If he raised his left arm, Zhang Hao should raise his right. If he lifted his right foot, Zhang Hao should lift his left. Zhang Hao acknowledged, and they began to make movements reminiscent of Dragon Ball. The goddess wondered what kind of idiotic plan this was. Zhang Hao said that the reason for all this was love for Qin Qin. Both wanted to be good to her, so they couldn't fall into the abyss of guilt. The protagonist said they would have to merge, and Zhang Hao asked how. The protagonist told him not to hesitate and just shout at the right moment. With that, they performed a fusion move from Dragon Ball, saying they loved Qin Qin. The goddess laughed, finding it hilarious, but suddenly smoke appeared in front of her. The Zhang Haos had merged. She wondered how that was possible. The unified Zhang Hao wonders if it was a success. Qin Qin, struggling to comprehend what's happening, feels overwhelmed. However, Zhang Hao hugs her and asks if she's okay. He quickly explains that he is not just one Zhang Hao, but both, with the memories and experiences of both lives. No matter what happens, he will always be there for her. The goddess of the Red Moon, intrigued, remarks that this plan is quite interesting, trying to combine two different people into a better one. She mentions that she has brought many people into this world, but all men eventually lose their minds. Is the only one who has achieved a perfect union without succumbing to desire. Zhang Hao then speculates if she has been hurt by someone, suggesting she always targets men and ruins their lives because some man broke her heart. She snaps at him to shut up and stop meddling in her life. A red aura surrounds him and Qin Qin, and Zhang Hao tells the goddess that she will find a good person. She threatens to come after him again and restart the cycle. Zhang Hao thanks her and says he'll be waiting. They can play together next time. The goddess is left puzzled by this bold boy's offer. Sometime later, Zhang Hao wakes up in a hospital. Slowly opening his eyes, the women around him ask if he has finally woken up and how he is feeling. Wei Man is excited, wondering if Qin Qin managed to resolve things. They explain that his hair suddenly turned black and his heart stopped for a few seconds. Zhang Hao assures them that the goddess did nothing and that everything is fine now. Wei Man vows to avenge everything the goddess made them go through and agrees, stating that whether for good or ill, they will take down that woman. Zhang Hao tells them not to worry, the goddess won't appear for a while since she is powerless until the next red moon, which will be in 7 years. Wei Nan promises to protect him to the best of her ability. At this moment, Qin Qin apologizes, admitting that everything almost went wrong because of her selfish desires. Zhang Hao reassures her, saying that it's all in the past and that he should be the one thanking them. Qin Qin then declares that from now on, Zhang Hao will have to live with her so she can protect him every day. However, Wei Man immediately asserts that he will clearly be living with her. Wei Nan presses Zhang Hao to choose among the three of them, knowing the competition will be tough. Feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond, Zhang Hao tells them they won't like his answer, but he can't lie. He asks if it's possible for the four of them to live together. The three women fall silent, shocked by his suggestion, and then berate him, asking what nonsense he's talking about. Qin Qin grabs him, worried that he might be confused due to the accident, and points out that the public opinion would be scandalized by such an arrangement. Wei Nan firmly states that she would never share him, especially not with someone as treacherous as Qin Qin. Tensions rise, with Qin Qin seething with anger, declaring she will deal with Wei Nan. However, Wei suggests that Qin Qin could stay close as a servant or a good friend. Once again, they start arguing, and Zhang Hao wonders how they ended up back in the same situation. Says she doesn't care as long as Zhang Hao wants it too. She's willing to stay close to him and give him her love no matter where they are. She then announces that she's going to make a final move, leaving him confused. Opening a book, she starts a marriage vow, promising to stay with him in sickness and in health. The two doctors are taken aback by her determination. Concludes by saying that she has chosen the person she wants to spend the rest of her life with. Zhang Hao stands there speechless. He reflects on how much he has changed from the person he was in the other world. Whenever he was down, Qin Qin was always there to help him. Wei, on the other hand, taught him things and perspectives about this world that he never imagined. And Ayu has always been someone he can rely on and trust. To him, all three were like bright lights showing him the way. He understands that his request is wrong, but he wants them to consider it. He can no longer choose one and leave the others sad. They could be together, but the price would be that they would never be able to legally marry. Wei Nan narrows her eyes and asks if he thinks he's in an anime to be making a harem. She says that if it were any other man, he would have already been thrown into the river. However, she says it's not impossible as long as he agrees to one condition. In their private space, the other two cannot appear. She must be the first and also the first to have a child. Qin Qin pushes her away, reminding her that the boy is still in school and assures Zhang Hao that no matter what happens, she will protect him from everything. However, it's clear that this is part of her plan to gradually monopolize him for herself. Meanwhile, Wei Man argues that there must be a hierarchy in a household, and as the most successful, she should be the head. Qin Qin refuses, stating that she has lived with Zhang Hao the longest. While they argue, Ayu innocently mentions that they are the only ones the same age. With a sigh, Zhang Hao coughs, and they ask if he is okay. He says he feels awful and would only feel better if they stopped fighting. They all jump onto the bed with him, and he thanks everyone. The scene jumps to 2 years later on a certain island. Someone looks at a paper and tells them they're being watched. It's Jong Hao, and someone brings him something to eat. Of course, it's Kin, reminding him to replenish his fluids. From a distance, Y-Man calls out to him, saying it's time to start their daily exercises. Jong Hao asks Kin if she wants to join the exercises. Yu then suggests that after the exercises, they could practice some one-on-one fighting. Jong Hao reflects on his quest to understand the meaning of being a true man. He thinks it involves knowing what you want in life, pursuing it, and always taking responsibility for your choices. Looking around at the scenery, he says everything seems great and advises us, the viewers, to start being the protagonists of our own lives. The story then fast-forwards a few years. Jong Hao's parents are puzzled by a letter in their hands. There's a mixed-eyed child standing before them. In the letter, Jong Hao apologizes for disappearing for a while but says that they are all doing well. He explains that the child is their grandchild. The butler who brought the child says that Jong Hao will return in a month to greet everyone. The father comments that their son is quite peculiar, going on a trip and leaving a grandchild behind, while Jong Hao's mother wonders who the child's mother is. Curious, they ask the butler, who unfortunately has no idea either. Suddenly, Y-Man's mother appears at the house. Everyone asks what she's doing there. She says she's there to see her grandchild, noting how cute the child is and how much he resembles her daughter. She affectionately pats the baby's head, mentioning that the baby will need to inherit the company since her daughter abandoned it. Just then, Nayu's grandmother appears at the door, demanding they let go of her grandchild and threatening to call the police. Y-Man's mother retorts, pointing out the child's resemblance to her daughter, but the grandmother counters, insisting the baby clearly resembles Yu. As they bicker, Jong Hao's family watches in silence. The baby suddenly starts crying, causing the women to feel embarrassed for arguing over such a matter. Jong Hao's father reminds everyone that Jong Hao mentioned he would return in a month. They all agree there's no rush, and they can figure everything out later. For now, the most important thing is to take care of the child. The goddess watched everything, remarking that another person had been born with different abilities. She thought that when the time was right, she would have even more fun with all of this. At the airport, the three women told Jong Hao that it was a bit irresponsible to leave their child behind like that. However, Jong Hao reassured them that he trusted his family, so there was nothing to worry about. Though they seemed displeased and wanted to complain, he hugged them all, saying there was nothing to worry about and that it was time for them to enjoy themselves. Their honeymoon together was about to begin. Even though they couldn't have a proper wedding, they should still go through all the rituals. And with that, they were off to leave a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.